by Theodore Dreiser. Jennie Gerhardt. In the meantime, Jennie had been going through a moral crisis of her own. For the first time in her life, aside from the family attitude, which had afflicted her greatly, she realized what the world thought of her. She was bad. She knew that. She had yielded on 2 occasions to the force of circumstances which might have been fought out differently. If only she had had more courage. If she did not always have this haunting sense of fear. If she could only make up her mind to do the right thing. Lester would never marry her. Why should he? She loved him, but she could leave him, and it would be better for him. Probably her father would live with her if she went back to Cleveland. He would honor her for at least taking a decent stand. Yet the thought of leaving Lester was a terrible one to her. He had been so good. As for her father, she was not sure whether he would receive her or not. After the tragic visit of Louise, she began to think of saving a little money, laying it aside as best she could from her allowance. Lester was generous, and she had been able to send home regularly $15 a week to maintain the family, as much as they had lived on before, without any help from the outside. She spent $20 to maintain the table, for Lester required the best of everything, fruits, meats, desserts, liquors, and what not. The rent was $55, with clothes and extras of varying sum. Lester gave her $50 a week, but somehow it had all gone. She thought how she might economize, but this seemed wrong. Better go without taking anything, if she were going, was the thought that came to her. It was the only decent thing to do. She thought over this week after week, after the advent of Louise, trying to nerve herself to the point where she could speak or act. Lester was consistently generous and kind, but she felt at times that he himself might wish it. He was thoughtful, abstracted. Since the scene with Louise, it seemed to her that he had been a little different. If she could only say to him that she was not satisfied with the way she was living, and then leave. But he himself had plainly indicated after his discovery of Vesta that her feelings on that score could not matter so very much to him, since he thought the presence of the child would definitely interfere with his ever marrying her. It was her presence he wanted on another basis, and he was so forceful she could not argue with him very well. She decided if she went, it would be best to write a letter and tell him why. Then maybe when he knew how she felt, he would forgive her and think nothing more about it. The condition of the Gerhardt family was not improving. Since Jennie had left, Martha had married. After several years of teaching in the public schools of Cleveland, she had met a young architect, and they were united after a short engagement. Martha had always been a little ashamed of her family, and now, when this new life dawned, she was anxious to keep the connection as slight as possible. She barely notified the members of the family of the approaching marriage, Jennie not at all, and to the actual ceremony she invited only Bass and George. Gerhardt, Veronica, and William resented the slight. Gerhardt ventured upon no comment. He had had too many rebuffs, but Veronica was angry. She hoped that life would give her an opportunity to pay her sister off. William, of course, did not mind particularly. He was interested in the possibilities of becoming an electrical engineer, a career which one of his school teachers had pointed out to him as being attractive and promising. Jennie heard of Martha's marriage after it was all over, a note from Veronica giving her the main details. She was glad from one point of view, but realized that her brothers and sisters were drifting away from her. A little while after Martha's marriage, Veronica and William went to reside with George, a break which was brought about by the attitude of Gerhardt himself. Ever since his wife's death and the departure of the other children, he had been subject to moods of profound gloom, from which he was not easily aroused. Life, it seemed, was drawing to a close for him, although he was only 65 years of age. The earthly ambitions he had once cherished were gone forever. He saw Sebastian, Martha, and George out in the world, practically ignoring him, contributing nothing at all to a home which should never have taken a dollar from Jennie. Veronica and William were restless. They objected to leaving school and going to work, apparently preferring to live on money which Gerhardt had long since concluded was not being come by honestly. He was now pretty well satisfied as to the true relations of Jennie and Lester. At first he had believed them to be married, but the way Lester had neglected Jennie for long periods, the humbleness with which she ran at his beck and call, her fear of telling him about Vesta, somehow it all pointed to the same thing. She had not been married at home. Gerhardt had never had sight of her marriage certificate. Since she was away, she might have been married, but he did not believe it. The real trouble was that Gerhardt had grown intensely morose and crotchety, and it was becoming impossible for young people to live with him. Veronica and William felt it. They resented the way in which he took charge of the expenditures after Martha left. He accused them of spending too much on clothes and amusements. He insisted that a smaller house should be taken, and he regularly sequestered a part of the money which Jennie sent. For what purpose, they could hardly guess. As a matter of fact, Gerhardt was saving as much as possible in order to repay Jennie eventually. He thought it was sinful to go on in this way, and this was his one method, outside of his meager earnings, to redeem himself. If his other children had acted rightly by him, he felt that he would not now be left, in his old age, the recipient of charity from one who, despite her other good qualities, was certainly not leading a righteous life. So they quarreled. It ended one winter month when George agreed to receive his complaining brother and sister on condition that they should get something to do. Gerhardt was nonplussed for a moment, but invited them to take the furniture and go their way. His generosity shamed them for the moment. They even tentatively invited him to come and live with them, but this he would not do. He would ask the foreman of the mill he watched for the privilege of sleeping in some out-of-the-way garret. He was always liked and trusted, and this would save him a little money. So in a fit of pique he did this, and there was seen the spectacle of an old man watching through a dreary season of nights in a lonely, trafficless neighborhood while the city pursued its gaiety elsewhere. He had a wee small corner in the topmost loft of a warehouse, away from the tear and grind of the factory proper. Here Gerhardt slept by day. In the afternoon he would take a little walk, strolling towards the business center or out along the banks of the Cuyahoga or the lake. As a rule, his hands were below his back, his brow bent in meditation. He would even talk to himself a little, an occasional "by chops" or "so it is" being indicative of his dreary mood. At dusk he would return, taking his stand at the lonely gate which was his post of duty. His meals were secured at a nearby working man's boarding house, such as he felt he must have. The nature of the old German's reflections at this time were of a peculiarly subtle and somber character. What was this thing life? What did it all come to after the struggle and the worry and the grieving? Where does it all go? People die. You hear nothing more of them. His wife now, she had gone. Where had her spirit taken its flight? Yet he continued to hold some strongly dogmatic convictions. He believed there was a hell and that people who sinned would go there. How about Mrs. Gerhardt? How about Jennie? He believed that both had sinned woefully. He believed that the just would be rewarded in heaven. But who were the just? Mrs. Gerhardt had not had a bad heart. Jennie was the soul of generosity. Take his son Sebastian. Sebastian was a good boy, but he was cold, and certainly indifferent to his father. Take Martha. She was ambitious, but obviously selfish. Somehow the children, outside of Jennie, seemed self-centered. Bast walked off when he got married and did nothing more for anybody. Martha insisted that she needed all she made to live on. George had contributed for a little while, but had finally refused to help out. Veronica and William had been content to live on Jennie's money so long as he would allow it, and yet they knew it was not right. His very existence, was it not a commentary on the selfishness of his children? And he was getting so old. He shook his head. Mystery of mysteries. Life was truly strange and dark and uncertain. Still, he did not want to go and live with any of his children. Actually, they were not worthy of him, none but Jennie, and she was not good. So he grieved. This woeful condition of affairs was not made known to Jennie for some time. She had been sending her letters to Martha, but, on her leaving, Jennie had been writing directly to Gerhardt. After Veronica's departure, Gerhardt wrote to Jennie saying that there was no need of sending any more money. Veronica and William were going to live with George. He himself had a good place in a factory and would live there a little while. He returned her a moderate sum that he had saved, $115, with the word that he would not need it. Jennie did not understand, but as the others did not write, she was not sure but what it might be all right. Her father was so determined. But by degrees, however, a sense of what it really must mean overtook her, a sense of something wrong, and she worried, hesitating between leaving Lester and going to see about her father, whether she left him or not. Would he come with her? Not here, certainly. If she were married, yes, possibly. If she were alone, probably. Yet, if she did not get some work which paid well, they would have a difficult time. It was the same old problem. What could she do? Nevertheless, she decided to act. If she could get $5 or $6 a week, they could live. This $115, which Gerhardt had saved, would tide them over the worst difficulties, perhaps. The trouble with Jennie's plan was that it did not definitely take into consideration Lester's attitude. He did care for her in an elemental way, but he was hedged about by the idea of the conventional world in which he had been reared. To say that he loved her well enough to take her for better or worse, to legalize her anomalous position, and to face the world bravely with the fact that he had chosen a wife who suited him, was perhaps going a little too far, but he really did care for her, and he was not in a mood, at this particular time, to contemplate parting with her for good. Lester was getting along to that time of life where his ideas of womanhood were fixed and not subject to change. Thus far, on his own plane, and within the circle of his own associates, he had met no one who appealed to him as Jennie did. She was gentle, intelligent, gracious, a handmaiden to his every need, and he had taught her the little customs of polite society, until she was as agreeable a companion as he cared to have. He was comfortable, he was satisfied. Why seek further? But Jennie's restlessness increased day by day. She tried writing out her views, and started a half a dozen letters before she finally worded one which seemed, partially at least, to express her feelings. It was a long letter for her, and it ran as follows. Lester, dear, when you get this, I won't be here. I want you not to think harshly of me until you have read it all. I am taking Vesta and leaving, and I think it is really better that I should. Lester, I ought to do it. You know, when you met me, we were very poor, and my condition was such that I didn't think any good man would ever want me. When you came along and told me you loved me, I was hardly able to think just what I ought to do. You made me love you, Lester, in spite of myself. You know I told you that I oughtn't to do anything wrong any more, and that I wasn't good, but somehow, when you were near me, I couldn't think just right, and I didn't see how I was to get away from you. Papa was sick at home that time, and there was hardly anything in the house to eat. We were all doing so poorly. My brother George didn't have good shoes, and Mama was so worried. I have often thought, Lester, if Mama had not been compelled to worry so much, she might be alive today. I thought if you liked me, and I really liked you, I love you, Lester, maybe it wouldn't make so much difference about me. You know, you told me right away you would like to help my family, and I felt that maybe that would be the right thing to do. We were so terribly poor. Lester, dear, I am ashamed to leave you this way. It seems so mean. But if you knew how I have been feeling these days, you would forgive me. Oh, I love you, Lester. I do, I do. But for months past, ever since your sister came, I have felt that I was doing wrong, and that I oughtn't to go on doing it. For I know how terribly wrong it is. It was wrong for me ever to have anything to do with Senator Brander, but I was such a girl then, I hardly knew what I was doing. It was wrong of me not to tell you about Vesta when I first met you, though I thought I was doing right when I did it. It was terribly wrong of me to keep her here all that time concealed, Lester. But I was afraid of you then, afraid of what you would say and do. When your sister Louise came, it all came over me somehow, clearly, and I have never been able to think right about it since. It can't be right, Lester, but I don't blame you. I blame myself. I don't ask you to marry me, Lester. I know how you feel about me and how you feel about your family, and I don't think it would be right. They would never want you to do it, and it isn't right that I should ask you. At the same time, I know I oughtn't to go on living this way. Vesta is getting along where she understands everything. She thinks you are her really, truly uncle. I have thought about it all so much. I have thought a number of times that I would try to talk to you about it, but you frighten me when you get serious, and I don't seem to be able to say what I want to. So I thought if I could just write you this and then go, you would understand. You do, Lester, don't you? You won't be angry with me? I know it's for the best for you and for me. I ought to do it. Please forgive me, Lester, please, and don't think of me any more. I will get along. But I love you. Oh, yes, I do. And I will never be grateful enough for all you have done for me. I wish you all the luck that can come to you. Please forgive me, Lester. I love you. Yes, I do. I love you. Jennie. P.S. I expect to go to Cleveland with Papa. He needs me. He is all alone. But don't come for me, Lester. It's best that you shouldn't. She put this in an envelope, sealed it, and having hidden it in her bosom for the time being, awaited for the hour when she could conveniently take her departure. It was several days before she could bring herself to the actual execution of the plan. But one afternoon, Lester, having telephoned that he would not be home for a day or two, she packed some necessary garments for herself and Vesta in several trunks and sent for an expressman. She thought of telegraphing her father that she was coming, but, seeing he had no home, she thought it would be just as well to go and find him. George and Veronica had not taken all the furniture. The major portion of it was in storage, so Gerhardt had written. She might take that and furnish a little home or flat. She was ready for the end, waiting for the expressman, when the door opened, and in walked Lester. For some unforeseen reason he had changed his mind. He was not in the least psychic or intuitional, but on this occasion his feelings had served him a peculiar turn. He had thought of going for a day's duck shooting with some friends in the Kankakee marshes south of Chicago, but had finally changed his mind. He even decided to go out to the house early. What prompted this he could not have said. As he neared the house he felt a little peculiar about coming home so early. Then at the sight of the two trunks standing in the middle of the room, he stood dumbfounded. What did it mean? Jennie dressed and ready to depart, and Vesta in a similar condition. He stared in amazement, his brown eyes keen in inquiry. "Where are you going?" he asked. Why," she began, falling back. "I was going away." "Where to?" "I thought I would go to Cleveland," she replied. "What for?" Why, I meant to tell you, Lester, that I didn't think I ought to stay here any longer this way. I didn't think it was right. I thought I'd tell you, but I couldn't. I wrote you a letter." "A letter?" he exclaimed. "What the deuce are you talking about? Where is the letter?" "There," she said mechanically, pointing to a small center table where the letter lay conspicuous on a large book. "And you were really going to leave me, Jennie, with just a letter?" said Lester, his voice hardening a little as he spoke. "I swear to heaven you are beyond me. What's the point?" He tore open the envelope and looked at the beginning. "Better send Vesta from the room," he suggested. She obeyed. Then she came back and stood there pale and wide-eyed, looking at the wall, at the trunks, and at him. Lester read the letter thoughtfully. He shifted his position once or twice, then dropped the paper on the floor. "Well, I'll tell you, Jennie," he said finally, looking at her curiously and wondering just what he was going to say. Here again was his chance to end this relationship if he wished. He couldn't feel that he wished it, seeing how peacefully things were running. They had gone so far together, it seemed ridiculous to quit now. He truly loved her, there was no doubt about that. Still, he did not want to marry her, could not very well. She knew that. Her letter said as much. "You have this thing wrong," he went on slowly. "I don't know what comes over you at times, but you don't view the situation right. I've told you before that I can't marry you. Not now, anyhow. There are too many big things involved in this, which you don't know anything about. I love you, you know that, but my family has to be taken into consideration, and the business. You can't see the difficulties raised on these scores, but I can. Now, I don't want you to leave me. I care too much about you. I can't prevent you, of course. You can go if you want to, but I don't think you ought to want to. You don't really, do you? Sit down a minute." Jennie, who had been counting on getting away without being seen, was now thoroughly nonplussed. To have him begin a quiet argument, a plea as it were, it hurt her, he, Lester, pleading with her, and she loved him so. She went over to him, and he took her hand. "Now listen," he said. "There's really nothing to be gained by you leaving me at present. Where did you say you were going?" "To Cleveland," she replied. "Well, how did you expect to get along?" "I thought I'd take Papa, if he had come with me. He's alone now, and get something to do, maybe." "Well, what can you do, Jennie, different from what you have ever done? You wouldn't expect to be a lady's maid again, would you, or a clerk in a store?" "I thought I might get some place as a housekeeper," she suggested. She had been counting up her possibilities, and this was the most promising idea that had occurred to her. "No, no," he grumbled, shaking his head. "There's nothing to that. There's nothing in this whole move of yours except a notion. Why, you won't be any better off morally than you are right now. You can't undo the past. It doesn't make any difference anyhow. I can't marry you now. I might in the future, but I can't tell anything about that, and I don't want to promise anything. You're not going to leave me, though, without my consent, and if you were going, I wouldn't have you dropping back into any such thing as you're contemplating. I'd make some provision for you. You don't really want to leave me, do you, Jennie?" Against Lester's strong personality and vigorous protest, Jennie's own conclusions and decisions went to pieces. Just the pressure of his hand was enough to upset her. Now she began to cry. "Don't cry, Jennie," he said. "This thing may work out better than you think. Let it rest for a while. Take off your things. You're not going to leave me any more, are you?" "No," she sobbed. He took her in his lap. "Let things rest as they are," he went on. "It's a curious world. Things can't be adjusted in a minute. They may work out. I'm putting up with some things myself that I ordinarily wouldn't stand for." He finally saw her restored to comparative calmness, smiling sadly through her tears. "Now you put those things away," he said genially, pointing to the trunks. "Besides, I want you to promise me one thing." "What's that?" asked Jennie. "No more concealment of anything, do you hear? No more thinking things out for yourself and acting without my knowing anything about it. If you have anything on your mind, I want you to come out with it. I'm not going to eat you. Talk to me about whatever is troubling you. I'll help you solve it, or if I can't, at least there won't be any concealment between us." "I know, Lester," she said earnestly, looking him straight in the eyes. "I promise I'll never conceal anything more. Truly I won't. I've been afraid, but I won't be now. You can trust me." "That sounds like what you ought to be," he replied. "I know you will." And he let her go. A few days later, and in consequence of this agreement, the future of Gerhardt came up for discussion. Jennie had been worrying about him for several days. Now it occurred to her that this was something to talk over with Lester. Accordingly, she explained one night at dinner what had happened in Cleveland. "I know he is very unhappy there all alone," she said, "and I hate to think of it. I was going to get him if I went back to Cleveland. Now I don't know what to do about it." "Why don't you send him some money?" he inquired. "He won't take any more money from me, Lester," she explained. "He thinks I'm not good, not acting right. He doesn't believe I'm married." "He has pretty good reason, hasn't he?" said Lester calmly. "I hate to think of him sleeping in a factory. He's so old and lonely." "What's the matter with the rest of the family in Cleveland? Won't they do anything for him? Where's your brother Bass?" "I think maybe they don't want him. He's so cross," she said simply. "I hardly know what to suggest in that case," smiled Lester. "The old gentleman oughtn't to be so fussy." "I know," she said, "but he's old now, and he has had so much trouble." Lester ruminated for a while, toying with his fork. "I'll tell you what I've been thinking, Jennie," he said finally. "There's no use living this way any longer if we're going to stick it out. I've been thinking that we might take a house out in Hyde Park. It's something of a run from the office, but I'm not much for this apartment life. You and Vesta would be better off for a yard. In that case, you might bring your father on to live with us. He couldn't do any harm pottering about. Indeed, he might help keep things straight." "Oh, that would just suit Papa if he'd come," she replied. "He loves to fix things, and he'd cut the grass and look after the furnace. But he won't come unless he's sure I am married." "I don't know how that could be arranged, unless you could show the old gentleman a marriage certificate. He seems to want something that can't be produced very well. A steady job he'd have running the furnace of a country house," he added meditatively. Jennie did not notice the grimness of the jest. She was too busy thinking what a tangle she had made of her life. Gerhardt would not come now, even if they had a lovely home to share with him, and yet he ought to be with Vesta again. She would make him happy. She remained lost in a sad abstraction until Lester, following the drift of her thoughts, said, "I don't see how it can be arranged. Marriage certificate blanks aren't easily procurable. It's bad business, a criminal offense to forge one, I believe. I wouldn't want to be mixed up in that sort of thing." "Oh, I don't want you to do anything like that, Lester. I'm just sorry Papa is so stubborn. When he gets a notion, you can't change him." "Suppose we wait until we get settled after moving," he suggested. "Then you can go to Cleveland and talk to him personally. You might be able to persuade him." He liked her attitude toward her father. It was so decent that he rather wished he could help her carry out her scheme. While not very interesting, Gerhardt was not objectionable to Lester, and if the old man wanted to do the odd jobs around a big place, why not? The plan for a residence in Hyde Park was not long in taking shape. After several weeks had passed, and things had quieted down again, Lester invited Jennie to go with him to South Hyde Park to look for a house. On the first trip, they found something which seemed to suit admirably. An old-time house of 11 large rooms, set in a lawn fully 200 feet square and shaded by trees which had been planted when the city was young. It was ornate, homelike, peaceful. Jennie was fascinated by the sense of space and country, although depressed by the reflection that she was not entering her new home under the right auspices. She had vaguely hoped that in planning to go away, she was bringing about a condition under which Lester might have come after her and married her. Now, all that was over. She had promised to stay, and she would have to make the best of it. She suggested that they would never know what to do with so much room, but he waved that aside. "We will very likely have people in now and then," he said. "We can furnish it up anyhow and see how it looks." He had the agent make out a 5-year lease with an option for renewal, and set at once the forces to work to put the establishment in order. The house was painted and decorated, the lawn put in order, and everything done to give the place a trim and satisfactory appearance. There was a large, comfortable library and sitting room, a big dining room, a handsome reception hall, a parlor, a large kitchen, serving room, and in fact, all the ground floor essentials of a comfortable home. On the second floor were bedrooms, baths, and the maid's room. It was all very comfortable and harmonious, and Jennie took an immense pride and pleasure in getting things in order. Immediately after moving in, Jennie, with Lester's permission, wrote to her father asking him to come to her. She did not say that she was married, but left it to be inferred. She descanted on the beauty of the neighborhood, the size of the yard, and the manifold conveniences of the establishment. "It is so very nice," she added. "You would like it, Papa. Vesta is here and goes to school every day. Won't you come and stay with us? It's so much better than living in a factory, and I would like to have you so." Gerhardt read this letter with a solemn countenance. Was it really true? Would they be taking a larger house if they were not permanently united? After all these years and all this lying, could he have been mistaken? Well, it was high time, but should he go? He had lived alone this long time now. Should he go to Chicago and live with Jennie? Her appeal did touch him, but somehow he decided against it. That would be too generous an acknowledgment of the fact that there had been fault on his side as well as on hers. Jennie was disappointed at Gerhardt's refusal. She talked it over with Lester and decided that she would go on to Cleveland and see him. Accordingly, she made the trip, hunted up the factory, a great rumbling furniture concern in one of the poorest sections of the city, and inquired at the office for her father. The clerk directed her to a distant warehouse, and Gerhardt was informed that a lady wished to see him. He crawled out of his humble cot and came down, curious as to who it could be. When Jennie saw him in his dusty, baggy clothes, his hair gray, his eyebrows shaggy, coming out of the dark door, a keen sense of the pathetic moved her again. Poor Papa, she thought. He came toward her, his inquisitorial eye softened a little by his consciousness of the affection that had inspired her visit. "What are you come for?" he asked cautiously. "I want you to come home with me, Papa," she pleaded yearningly. "I don't want you to stay here any more. I can't think of you living alone any longer." "So," he said, nonplussed, "that brings you?" "Yes," she replied. "Won't you? Don't stay here." "I have a good bed," he explained, by way of apology for his state. "I know," she replied, "but we have a good home now, and Vesta is there. Won't you come? Lester wants you to." "Tell me one thing," he demanded. "Are you married?" "Yes," she replied, lying hopelessly. "I have been married a long time. You can ask Lester when you come." She could scarcely look him in the face, but she managed somehow, and he believed her. "Well," he said, "it is time. "Won't you come, Papa?" she pleaded. He threw out his hands after his characteristic manner. The urgency of her appeal touched him to the quick. "Yes, I come," he said, and turned. But she saw by his shoulders what was happening. He was crying. "Now, Papa," she pleaded. For answer he walked back into the dark warehouse to get his things. Gerhardt, having become an inmate of the Hyde Park home, at once bestirred himself about the labors which he felt instinctively concerned him. He took charge of the furnace and the yard, outraged at the thought that good money should be paid to any outsider when he had nothing to do. The trees, he declared to Jennie, were in a dreadful condition. If Lester would get him a pruning knife and a saw, he would attend to them in the spring. In Germany, they knew how to care for such things, but these Americans were so shiftless. Then he wanted tools and nails, and in time all the closets and shelves were put in order. He found a Lutheran church almost 2 miles away and declared that it was better than the one in Cleveland. The pastor, of course, was a heaven-sent son of divinity, and nothing would do but that Vesta must go to church with him regularly. Jennie and Lester settled down into the new order of living with some misgivings. Certain difficulties were sure to arise. On the north side, it had been easy for Jennie to shun neighbors and say nothing. Now they were occupying a house of some pretensions. Their immediate neighbors would feel it their duty to call, and Jennie would have to play the part of an experienced hostess. She and Lester had talked the situation over. It might as well be understood here, he said, that they were husband and wife. Vesta was to be introduced as Jennie's daughter by her first marriage, her husband, a Mr. Stover, her mother's maiden name, having died immediately after the child's birth. Lester, of course, was the stepfather. This particular neighborhood was so far from the fashionable heart of Chicago that Lester did not expect to run into many of his friends. He explained to Jennie the ordinary formalities of social intercourse, so that when the first visitor called, Jennie might be prepared to receive her. Within a fortnight, this first visitor arrived in the person of Mrs. Jacob Stendhal, a woman of considerable importance in this particular section. She lived 5 doors from Jennie. The houses of the neighbors were all set in spacious lawns, and drove up in her carriage on her return from her shopping one afternoon. "Is Mrs. Kane in?" she asked of Jeanette, the new maid. "I think so, ma'am," answered the girl. "Won't you let me have your card?" The card was given and taken to Jennie, who looked at it curiously. When Jennie came into the parlor, Mrs. Stendhal, a tall, dark, inquisitive-looking woman, greeted her most cordially. "I thought I would take the liberty of intruding on you," she said most winningly. "I am one of your neighbors. I live on the other side of the street, some few doors up. Perhaps you have seen the house, the one with the white stone gate posts." "Oh, yes, indeed," replied Jennie. "I know it well. Mr. Kane and I were admiring it the first day we came out here." "I know your husband, of course, by reputation. My husband is connected with the Wilkes Frog and Switch Company." Jennie bowed her head. She knew that the latter concern must be something important and profitable from the way in which Mrs. Stendhal spoke of it. "We have lived here quite a number of years, and I know how you must feel coming as a total stranger to a new section of the city. I hope you will find time to come in and see me some afternoon. I shall be most pleased. My regular reception day is Thursday." "Indeed I shall," answered Jennie a little nervously, for the ordeal was a trying one. "I appreciate your goodness in calling. Mr. Kane is very busy as a rule, but when he is at home I am sure he would be most pleased to meet you and your husband." "You must both come over some evening," replied Mrs. Stendhal. "We lead a very quiet life. My husband is not much for social gatherings, but we enjoy our neighborhood friends." Jennie smiled her assurance of goodwill. She accompanied Mrs. Stendhal to the door and shook hands with her. "I'm so glad to find you so charming," observed Mrs. Stendhal frankly. "Oh, thank you," said Jennie, flushing a little. I'm sure I don't deserve so much praise." "Well, now, I will expect you some afternoon. Good-bye," and she waved a gracious farewell. That wasn't so bad, thought Jennie as she watched Mrs. Stendhal drive away. She's very nice, I think. I'll tell Lester about her. Among the other callers were a Mr. and Mrs. Carmichael Burke, a Mrs. Hanson Field, and a Mrs. Timothy Ballinger, all of whom left cards, or stayed to chat a few minutes. Jennie found herself taken quite seriously as a woman of importance, and did her best to support the dignity of her position. And indeed she did exceptionally well. She was most hospitable and gracious. She had a kindly smile and a manner wholly natural. She succeeded in making a most favorable impression. She explained to her guests that she had been living on the North Side until recently, that her husband, Mr. Kane, had long wanted to have a home in Hyde Park, that her father and daughter were living here, and that Lester was the child's stepfather. She said she hoped to repay all these nice attentions and to be a good neighbor. Lester heard about these calls in the evening, for he did not care to meet these people. Jennie came to enjoy it in a mild way. She liked making new friends, and she was hoping that something definite could be worked out here which would make Lester look upon her as a good wife and an ideal companion. Perhaps some day he might really want to marry her. First impressions are not always permanent, as Jennie was soon to discover. The neighborhood had accepted her perhaps a little too hastily, and now rumors began to fly about. A Mrs. Somerville, calling on Mrs. Craig, one of Jennie's near neighbors, intimated that she knew who Lester was. "Oh, yes, indeed. You know, my dear," she went on, "his reputation is just a little—" She raised her eyebrows and her hand at the same time. "You don't say," commented her friend curiously. "He looks like such a staid, conservative person." "Oh, no doubt, in a way he is," went on Mrs. Somerville. "His family is of the very best. There was some young woman he went with, so my husband tells me. I don't know whether this is the one or not, but she was introduced as a Miss Gorwood, or some such name as that, when they were living together as husband and wife on the North Side." "Tisk, tisk, tisk," clicked Mrs. Craig, with her tongue at this astonishing news. "You don't tell me. Come to think of it, it must be the same woman. Her father's name is Gerhardt." "Gerhardt!" exclaimed Mrs. Somerville. "Yes, that's the name. It seems to me there was some earlier scandal in connection with her. At least there was a child. Whether he married her afterward or not, I don't know. Anyhow, I understand his family will not have anything to do with her." "How very interesting!" exclaimed Mrs. Craig. "And to think he should have married her afterward, if he really did. I'm sure you can't tell with whom you're coming in contact these days, can you?" "It's so true. Life gets badly mixed at times. She appears to be a charming woman." "Delightful!" exclaimed Mrs. Craig. "Quite naive. I was really taken with her." "Well, it may be," went on her guest, "that this isn't the same woman after all. I may be mistaken." "Oh, I hardly think so. Gerhardt, she told me that they had been living on the North Side." "Then I'm sure it's the same person. How curious that you should speak of her." "It is indeed," went on Mrs. Craig, who was speculating as to what her attitude toward Jennie should be in the future. Other rumors came from other sources. There were people who had seen Jennie and Lester out driving on the North Side, who had been introduced to her as Miss Gerhardt, who knew what the Kane family thought. Of course, her present position, the handsome house, the wealth of Lester, the beauty of Vesta, all these things helped to soften the situation. She was apparently too circumspect, too much the good wife and mother, too really nice to be angry with. But she had a past, and that had to be taken into consideration. An opening bolt of the coming storm fell upon Jennie one day, when Vesta, returning from school, suddenly asked, "Mama, who was my papa?" "His name was Stover, dear," replied her mother, struck at once by the thought that there might have been some criticism, that someone must have been saying something. "Why do you ask?" "Where was I born?" continued Vesta, ignoring the last inquiry and interested in clearing up her own identity. "In Columbus, Ohio, pet. Why?" "Anita Ballinger said I didn't have any papa, that you weren't even married when you had me. She said I wasn't a really, truly girl at all, just a nobody. She made me so mad I slapped her." Jennie's face grew rigid. She sat staring straight before her. Mrs. Ballinger had called, and Jennie had thought her peculiarly gracious and helpful in her offer of assistance. And now her little daughter had said this to Vesta. Where did the child hear it? "You mustn't pay any attention to her, dearie," said Jennie at last. "She doesn't know. Your papa was Mr. Stover, and you were born in Columbus. You mustn't fight other little girls. Of course, they say nasty things when they fight, sometimes things they don't really mean. Just let her alone and don't go near her any more. Then she won't say anything to you." It was a lame explanation, but it satisfied Vesta for the time being. "I'll slap her if she tries to slap me," she persisted. "You mustn't go near her, pet. Do you hear? Then she can't try to slap you," returned her mother. "Just go about your studies and don't mind her. She can't quarrel with you if you don't let her." Vesta went away, leaving Jennie brooding over her words. The neighbors were talking. Her history was becoming common gossip. How had they found out? It is one thing to nurse a single thrust, another to have the wound opened from time to time by additional stabs. One day Jennie, having gone to call on Mrs. Handsome Field, who was her immediate neighbor, met a Mrs. Williston Baker, who was there taking tea. Mrs. Baker knew of the Kanes, of Jennie's history on the North Side, and of the attitude of the Kane family. She was a thin, vigorous, intellectual woman, somewhat on the order of Mrs. Bracebridge, and very careful of her social connections. She had always considered Mrs. Field a woman of the same rigid circumspectness of attitude, and when she found Jennie calling there, she was outwardly calm but inwardly irritated. "This is Mrs. Kane, Mrs. Baker," said Mrs. Field, introducing her guest with a smiling countenance. Mrs. Baker looked at Jennie ominously. "Mrs. Lester Kane?" she inquired. "Yes," replied Mrs. Fields. "Indeed," she went on freezingly. "I've heard a great deal about Mrs. accenting the word, Mrs. Lester Kane." She turned to Mrs. Fields, ignoring Jennie completely, and started an intimate conversation in which Jennie could have no possible share. Jennie stood helplessly by, unable to formulate a thought which would be suitable to so trying a situation. Mrs. Baker soon announced her departure, although she had intended to stay longer. "I can't remain another minute," she said. "I promised Mrs. Neal that I would stop in to see her today. I'm sure I've bored you enough already as it is." She walked to the door, not troubling to look at Jennie until she was nearly out of the room. Then she looked in her direction and gave her a frigid nod. "We meet such curious people now and again," she observed finally to her hostess as she swept away. Mrs. Field did not feel able to defend Jennie, for she herself was in no notable social position and was endeavoring, like every other middle-class woman of means, to get along. She did not care to offend Mrs. Williston Baker, who was socially so much more important than Jennie. She came back to where Jennie was sitting, smiling apologetically, but she was a little bit flustered. Jennie was out of countenance, of course. Presently she excused herself and went home. She had been cut deeply by the slight offered her, and she felt that Mrs. Field realized that she had made a mistake in ever taking her up. There would be no additional exchange of visits there, that she knew. The old hopeless feeling came over her that her life was a failure. It couldn't be made right, or if it could, it wouldn't be. Lester was not inclined to marry her and put her right. Time went on, and matters remained very much as they were. To look at this large house with its smooth lawn and its well-grown trees, its vines, clambering about the pillars of the veranda and interlacing themselves into a transparent veil of green. To see Gerhardt pottering about the yard, Vesta coming home from school, Lester leaving in the morning in his smart trap, one would have said that here is peace and plenty. No shadow of unhappiness hangs over this charming home. As a matter of fact, existence with Lester and Jennie did run smoothly. It is true that the neighbors did not call any more, or only a very few of them, and there was no social life to speak of. But the deprivation was hardly noticed. There was so much in the home life to please and interest. Vesta was learning to play the piano, and to play quite well. She had a good ear for music. Jennie was a charming figure in blue, lavender, and olive green house gowns as she went about her affairs, sewing, dusting, getting Vesta off to school, and seeing that things generally were put to rights. Gerhardt busied himself about his multitudinous duties, for he was not satisfied unless he had his hands into all the domestic economies of the household. One of his self-imposed tasks was to go about the house after Lester or the servants, turning out the gas jets or electric light bulbs which might accidentally have been left burning. That was a sinful extravagance. Again, Lester's expensive clothes, which he carelessly threw aside after a few months' use, were a source of woe to the thrifty old German. Moreover, he grieved over splendid shoes discarded because of a few wrinkles in the leather or a slightly run-down heel or sole. Gerhardt was for having them repaired, but Lester answered the old man's querulous inquiry as to what was wrong with them shoes by saying that they weren't comfortable any more. Such extravagance, Gerhardt complained to Jennie. Such waste. No good can come of anything like that. It will mean want one of these days. He can't help it, Papa, Jennie excused. That's the way he was raised. Ha! A fine way to be raised. These Americans, they know nothing of economy. They ought to live in Germany a while. Then they would know what a dollar can do. Lester heard some of this through Jennie, but he only smiled. Gerhardt was amusing to him. Another grievance was Lester's extravagant use of matches. He had the habit of striking a match, holding it while he talked instead of lighting his cigar, and then throwing it away. Sometimes he would begin to light a cigar 2 or 3 minutes before he would actually do so, tossing aside match after match. There was a place out in one corner of the veranda where he liked to sit of a spring or summer evening, smoking and throwing away half-burned matches. Jennie would sit with him, and a vast number of matches would be lit and flung out on the lawn. At one time, while engaged in cutting the grass, Gerhardt found, to his horror, not a handful, but literally boxes of half-burned matchsticks lying unconsumed and decaying under the fallen blades. He was discouraged, to say the least. He gathered up this damning evidence in a newspaper and carried it back into the sitting room where Jennie was sewing. "See here what I find," he demanded. "Just look at that. That man, he has no more sense of economy than a the right term failed him. He sits and smokes, and this is the way he uses matches. 5 cents a box they cost, 5 cents. How can a man hope to do well and carry on like that, I'd like to know? Look at them." Jennie looked. She shook her head. "Lester is extravagant," she said. Gerhardt carried them to the basement. At least they should be burned in the furnace. He would have used them as lighters for his own pipe, sticking them in the fire to catch a blaze, only old newspapers were better, and he had stacks of these, another evidence of his lord and master's wretched, spendthrift disposition. It was a sad world to work in. Almost everything was against him. Still he fought as valiantly as he could against waste and shameless extravagance. His own economies were rigid. He would wear the same suit of black, cut down from one of Lester's expensive investments of years before, every Sunday for a couple of years, Lester's shoes, by a little stretch of the imagination, could be made to seem to fit, and these he wore. His old ties also, the black ones, they were fine. If he could have cut down Lester's shirts, he would have done so. He did make over the underwear, with the friendly aid of the cook's needle. Lester's socks, of course, were just right. There was never any expense for Gerhardt's clothing. The remaining stock of Lester's discarded clothing, shoes, shirts, collars, suits, ties, and what not, he would store away for weeks and months, and then, in a sad and gloomy frame of mind, he would call in a tailor or an old shoeman or a ragman and dispose of the lot at the best price he could. He learned that all second-hand clothesmen were sharks, that there was no use in putting the least faith in the protests of any rag dealer or old shoeman. They all lied. They all claimed to be very poor, when, as a matter of fact, they were actually rolling in wealth. Gerhardt had investigated these stories. He had followed them up. He had seen what they were doing with the things he sold them. "Scoundrels," he declared. "They offered me 10 cents for a pair of shoes, and then I see them hanging out in the front of their places, marked $2. Such robbery! My God! They could afford to give me $1." Jennie smiled. It was only to her that he complained, for he could expect no sympathy from Lester. So far as his own meager store of money was concerned, he gave most of it to his beloved church, where he was considered to be a model of propriety, honesty, faith, in fact, the embodiment of all the virtues. And so, for all the ill winds that were beginning to blow socially, Jennie was now leading the dream years of her existence. Lester, in spite of the doubts which assailed him at times as to the wisdom of his career, was invariably kind and considerate, and he seemed to enjoy his home life. "Everything all right?" she would ask, when he came in of an evening. "Sure," he would answer, and pinch her chin or cheek. She would follow him in, while Jeanette, always alert, would take his coat and hat. In the winter time they would sit in the library before the big grate fire. In the spring and summer or fall, Lester preferred to walk out on the porch, one corner of which commanded a sweeping view of the lawn and the distant street, and light his before-dinner cigar. Jennie would sit on the side of his chair and stroke his head. "Your hair is not getting the least bit thin, Lester. Aren't you glad?" she would say. Or, "Oh, see how your brow is wrinkled now. You mustn't do that. You didn't change your tie, mister, this morning. Why didn't you? I laid one out for you." "Oh, I forgot," he would answer, or he would cause the wrinkles to disappear, or laughingly predict that he would soon be getting bald if he wasn't so now. In the drawing-room or library before Vesta and Gerhardt, she was not less loving, though a little bit more circumspect. She loved old puzzles like pigs in clover, the spider hole, baby billiards, and the like. Lester shared in these simple amusements. He would work by the hour if necessary to make a difficult puzzle come right. Jennie was clever at solving these mechanical problems. Sometimes she would have to show him the right method, and then she would be immensely pleased with herself. At other times she would stand behind him, watching, her chin on his shoulder, her arms about his neck. He seemed not to mind. Indeed, he was happy in the wealth of affection she bestowed. Her cleverness, her gentleness, her tact created an atmosphere which was immensely pleasing. Above all, her youth and beauty appealed to him. It made him feel young, and if there was one thing Lester objected to, it was the thought of drying up into an aimless old age. "I want to keep young or die young," was one of his pet remarks, and Jennie came to understand. She was glad that she was so much younger now for his sake. Another pleasant feature of the home life was Lester's steadily increasing affection for Vesta. The child would sit at the big table in the library in the evenings, conning her books, while Jennie would sew, and Gerhardt would read his interminable list of German Lutheran papers. It grieved the old man that Vesta should not be allowed to go to a German Lutheran parochial school, but Lester would listen to nothing of the sort. "We'll not have any thick-headed German training in this," he said to Jennie when she suggested that Gerhardt had complained. "The public schools are good enough for any child. You tell him to let her alone." There were really some delightful hours among the four. Lester liked to take the little 7-year-old schoolgirl between his knees and tease her. He liked to invert the so-called facts of life, to propound its paradoxes, and watch how the child's budding mind took them. "What's water?" he would ask, and being informed that it was what we drink, he would stare and say, "That's so, but what is it? Don't they teach you any better than that?" "Well, it is what we drink, isn't it?" persisted Vesta. "The fact that we drink it doesn't explain what it is," he would retort. "You ask your teacher what water is," and then he would leave her with this irritating problem troubling her young soul. Food, china, her dress, anything was apt to be brought back to its chemical constituents, and he would leave her to struggle with these dark suggestions of something else back of the superficial appearance of things until she was actually in awe of him. She had a way of showing him how nice she looked before she started to school in the morning, a habit that arose because of his constant criticism of her appearance. He wanted her to look smart. He insisted on a big bow of blue ribbon for her hair. He demanded that her shoes be changed from low quarter to high boots with the changing character of the seasons, and that her clothing be carried out on a color scheme suited to her complexion and disposition. "The child's light and gay by disposition. Don't put anything somber on her," he once remarked. Jennie had come to realize that he must be consulted in this, and would say, "Run to your papa and show him how you look." Vesta would come and turn briskly around before him, saying, "See? Yes, you're all right. Go on," and on she would go. He grew so proud of her that on Sundays and some weekdays, when they drove, he would always have her between them. He insisted that Jennie send her to dancing school, and Gerhardt was beside himself with rage and grief. Such irreligion, he complained to Jennie. Such devil's fol-de-rol. Now she goes to dance. What for? To make a no-good out of her, a creature to be ashamed of. "Oh, no, Papa," replied Jennie. "It isn't as bad as that. This is an awfully nice school. Lester says she has to go." Lester, that man. A fine lot he knows about what is good for a child. A card player, a whiskey drinker. "Now hush, Papa. I won't have you talk like that," Jennie would reply warmly. "He's a good man, and you know it." Yes, a good man in some things maybe. Not in this. No. He went away groaning. When Lester was near he said nothing, and Vesta could wind him around her finger. "Oh, you," she would say, pulling at his arm or rubbing his grizzled cheek. There was no more fight in Gerhardt when Vesta did this. He lost control of himself. Something welled up and choked his throat. "Yes, I know how you do," he would exclaim. Vesta would tweak his ear. "Stop now," he would say. "That is enough." It was noticeable, however, that she did not have to stop unless she herself willed it. Gerhardt adored the child, and she could do anything with him. He was always her devoted servitor. During this period, the dissatisfaction of Kane's family with Lester's irregular habit of life grew steadily stronger. That it could not help but become an open scandal in the course of time was sufficiently obvious to them. Rumors were already going about. People seemed to understand in a wise way, though nothing was ever said directly. Kane Sr. could scarcely imagine what possessed his son to fly in the face of conventions in this manner. If the woman had been some one of distinction, some sorceress of the stage or of the world of art or letters, his action would have been explicable if not commendable. But with this creature of very ordinary capabilities, as Louise had described her, this putty-faced nobody, he could not possibly understand it. Lester was his son, his favorite son. It was too bad he had not settled down in the ordinary way. Look at the women in Cincinnati who knew him and liked him. Take Letty Pace, for instance. Why, in the name of common sense, had he not married her? She was good-looking, sympathetic, talented. The old man grieved bitterly, and then by degrees he began to harden. It seemed a shame that Lester should treat him so. It wasn't natural or justifiable or decent. Archibald Cain brooded over it until he felt that some change ought to be enforced, but just what it should be he could not say. Lester was his own boss, and he would resent any criticism of his actions. Apparently, nothing could be done. Certain changes helped along an approaching denouement. Louise married not many months after her very disturbing visit to Chicago, and then the home property was fairly empty except for visiting grandchildren. Lester did not attend the wedding, though he was invited. For another thing, Mrs. Cain died, making a readjustment of the family will necessary. Lester came home on this occasion, grieved to think that he had lately seen so little of his mother, and that he had caused her so much pain. But he had no explanation to make. His father thought at the time of talking to him, but put it off because of his obvious gloom. He went back to Chicago, and there were more months of silence. After Mrs. Cain's death and Louise's marriage, the father went to live with Robert, for his 3 grandchildren afforded him his greatest pleasure in his old age. The business, except for the final adjustment, which would come after his death, was in Robert's hand. The latter was consistently agreeable to his sisters and their husbands and to his father, in view of the eventual control he hoped to obtain. He was not a sycophant in any sense of the word, but a shrewd, cold businessman, far shrewder than his brother gave him credit for. He was already richer than any 2 of the other children put together, but he chose to keep his counsel and to pretend modesty of fortune. He realized the danger of envy and preferred a Spartan form of existence, putting all the emphasis on inconspicuous but very ready and very hard cash. While Lester was drifting, Robert was working all the time. Robert's scheme for eliminating his brother from participation in the control of the business was really not very essential, for his father, after long brooding over the details of the Chicago situation, had come to the definite conclusion that any large share of his property ought not to go to Lester. Obviously, Lester was not so strong a man as he had thought him to be. Of the 2 brothers, Lester might be the bigger intellectually or sympathetically, artistically and socially. There was no comparison. But Robert got commercial results in a silent, effective way. If Lester was not going to pull himself together at this stage of the game, when would he? Better leave his property to those who would take care of it. Archibald Cain thought seriously of having his lawyer revise his will in such a way that, unless Lester should reform, he would be cut off with only a nominal income. But he decided to give Lester one more chance, to make a plea, in fact, that he should abandon his false way of living and put himself on a sound basis before the world. It wasn't too late. He really had a great future. Would he deliberately choose to throw it away? Old Archibald wrote Lester that he would like to have a talk with him at his convenience, and within the lapse of 36 hours, Lester was in Cincinnati. "I thought I'd have one more talk with you, Lester, on a subject that's rather difficult for me to bring up," began the elder Cain. "You know what I'm referring to?" "Yes, I know," replied Lester calmly. "I used to think, when I was much younger, that my son's matrimonial ventures would never concern me, but I changed my views on that score when I got a little further along. I began to see, through my business connections, how much the right sort of marriage helps a man, and then I got rather anxious that my boys should marry well. I used to worry about you, Lester, and I'm worrying yet. This recent connection you've made has caused me no end of trouble. It worried your mother up to the very last. It was her one great sorrow. Don't you think you have gone far enough with it? The scandal has reached down here. What it is in Chicago, I don't know, but it can't be a secret. That can't help the house and business there. It certainly can't help you. The whole thing has gone on so long that you have injured your prospects all around, and yet you continue. Why do you?" "I suppose because I love her," Lester replied. "You can't be serious in that," said his father. "If you loved her, you'd have married her in the first place. Surely you wouldn't take a woman and live with her as you have with this woman for years, disgracing her and yourself, and still claim that you love her. You may have a passion for her, but it isn't love." "How do you know I haven't married her?" inquired Lester coolly. He wanted to see how his father would take to that idea. "You're not serious?" The old gentleman propped himself up on his arms and looked at him. "No, I'm not," replied Lester, "but I might be. I might marry her." "Impossible!" exclaimed his father vigorously. "I can't believe it. I can't believe a man of your intelligence would do a thing like that, Lester. Where's your judgment? Why, you've lived in open adultery with her for years, and now you talk of marrying her. Why, in heaven's name, if you were going to do anything like that, didn't you do it in the first place? Disgrace your parents, break your mother's heart, injure the business, become a public scandal, and then marry the cause of it. I don't believe it." Old Archibald got up. "Don't get excited, Father," said Lester quickly. "We won't get anywhere that way. I say I might marry her. She's not a bad woman, and I wish you wouldn't talk about her as you do. You've never seen her. You know nothing about her." "I know enough," insisted old Archibald determinedly. "I know that no good woman would act as she has done. Why, man, she's after your money. What else could she want? It's as plain as the nose on your face." "Father," said Lester, his voice lowering ominously, "why do you talk like that? You never saw the woman. You wouldn't know her from Adam's off ox. Louise comes down here and gives an excited report, and you people swallow it whole. She isn't as bad as you think she is. I wouldn't use the language you're using about her if I were you. You're doing a good woman an injustice, and you won't for some reason be fair." "Fair? Fair?" interrupted Archibald. "Talk about being fair. Is it fair to me, to your family, to your dead mother, to take a woman of the streets and live with her? Is it?" "Stop now, Father," exclaimed Lester, putting up his hand. "I warn you, I won't listen to talk like that. You're talking about the woman I'm living with, that I may marry. I love you, but I won't have you saying things that aren't so. She isn't a woman of the streets. You know, as well as you know anything, that I wouldn't take up with a woman of that kind. We'll have to discuss this in a calmer mood, or I won't stay here. I'm sorry, I'm awfully sorry, but I won't listen to any such language as that." Old Archibald quieted himself. In spite of his opposition, he respected his son's point of view. He sat back in his chair and stared at the floor. How was he to handle this thing, he asked himself. "Are you living in the same place?" he finally inquired. "No, we've moved out to Hyde Park. I've taken a house out there." "I hear there's a child. Is that yours?" "No." "Have you any children of your own?" "No." "Well, that's a God's blessing." Lester merely scratched his chin. "And you insist you will marry her?" Archibald went on. "I didn't say that," replied his son. "I said I might." Might, exclaimed his father, his anger bubbling again. "What a tragedy! You, with your prospects, your outlook. How do you suppose I can seriously contemplate entrusting my share of my fortune to a man who has so little regard for what the world considers as right and proper? Why, Lester, this carriage business, your family, your personal reputation appear to be as nothing at all to you. I can't understand what has happened to your pride. It seems like some wild, impossible fancy." "It's pretty hard to explain, Father, and I can't do it very well. I simply know that I'm in this affair and that I'm bound to see it through. It may come out all right. I may not marry her. I may. I'm not prepared now to say what I'll do. You'll have to wait. I'll do the best I can." Old Archibald merely shook his head disapprovingly. "You've made a bad mess of this, Lester," he said finally. "Surely you have. But I suppose you are determined to go your way. Nothing that I have said appears to move you." "Not now, Father. I'm sorry." "Well, I warn you, then, that unless you show some consideration for the dignity of your family and the honor of your position, it will make a difference in my will. I can't go on countenancing this thing and not be a party to it morally and every other way. I won't do it. You can leave her or you can marry her. You certainly ought to do one or the other. If you leave her, everything will be all right. You may make any provision for her you like. I have no objection to that. I'll gladly pay whatever you agree to. You will share with the rest of the children, just as I had planned. If you marry her, it will make a difference. Now do as you please, but don't blame me. I love you. I'm your father. I'm doing what I think is my bounden duty. Now, you think that over and let me know." Lester sighed. He saw how hopeless this argument was. He felt that his father probably meant what he said, but how could he leave Jennie and justify himself to himself? Would his father really cut him off? Surely not. The old gentleman loved him even now. He could see it. Lester felt troubled and distressed. This attempt at coercion irritated him. The idea he, Lester Kane, being made to do such a thing to throw Jennie down. He stared at the floor. Old Archibald saw that he had let fly a telling bullet. "Well," said Lester finally, "there's no use our discussing it any further now. That's certain, isn't it? I can't say what I'll do. I'll have to take time and think. I can't decide this offhand." The two looked at each other. Lester was sorry for the world's attitude and for his father's keen feeling about the affair. Kane Sr. was sorry for his son, but he was determined to see the thing through. He wasn't sure whether he had converted Lester or not, but he was hopeful. Maybe he would come around yet. "Goodbye, Father," said Lester, holding out his hand. "I think I'll try and make that 2:10 train. There isn't anything else you wanted to see me about?" "No." The old man sat there after Lester had gone, thinking deeply. What a twisted career! What an end to great possibilities! What a foolhardy persistence in evil and error! He shook his head. Robert was wiser. He was the one to control the business. He was cool and conservative. If Lester were only like that! He thought and thought. It was a long time before he stirred, and still, in the bottom of his heart, his erring son continued to appeal to him. Lester returned to Chicago. He realized that he had offended his father seriously. How seriously he could not say. In all his personal relations with old Archibald, he had never seen him so worked up. But even now, Lester did not feel that the breach was irreparable. He hardly realized that it was necessary for him to act decisively if he hoped to retain his father's affection and confidence. As for the world at large, what did it matter how much people talked or what they said? He was big enough to stand alone. But was he? People turn so quickly from weakness or the shadow of it, to get away from failure, even the mere suspicion of it, that seems to be a subconscious feeling with the average man and woman. We all avoid non-success, as though we fear that it may prove contagious. Lester was soon to feel the force of this prejudice. One day Lester happened to run across Barry Dodge, the millionaire head of Dodge, Holbrook and Kingsbury, a firm that stood in the dry goods world, where the Kane Company stood in the carriage world. Dodge had been one of Lester's best friends. He knew him as intimately as he knew Henry Bracebridge of Cleveland and George Knowles of Cincinnati. He visited at his handsome home on the North Shore Drive, and they met constantly in a business and social way. But since Lester had moved out to Hyde Park, the old intimacy had lapsed. Now they came face to face on Michigan Avenue near the Kane Building. "Why, Lester, I'm glad to see you again," said Dodge. He extended a formal hand and seemed just a little cool. "I hear you've gone and married since I saw you." "No, nothing like that," replied Lester easily, with the air of one who prefers to be understood in the way of the world's sense. "Why so secret about it if you have?" asked Dodge, attempting to smile, but with a wry twist to the corners of his mouth. He was trying to be nice and to go through a difficult situation gracefully. "We fellows usually make a fuss about that sort of thing. You ought to let your friends know." "Well," said Lester, feeling the edge of the social blade that was being driven into him, "I thought I'd do it in a new way. I'm not much for excitement in that direction anyhow." "It is a matter of taste, isn't it?" said Dodge a little absently. "You're living in the city, of course." "In Hyde Park." "That's a pleasant territory. How are things otherwise?" And he deftly changed the subject before waving him a perfunctory farewell. Lester missed at once the inquiries which a man like Dodge would have made if he had really believed that he was married. Under ordinary circumstances, his friend would have wanted to know a great deal about the new Mrs. Kane. There would have been all those little familiar touches common to people living on the same social plane. Dodge would have asked Lester to bring his wife over to see them, would have definitely promised to call. Nothing of the sort happened, and Lester noticed the significant omission. It was the same with the Berman Moores, the Henry Aldriches, and a score of other people whom he knew equally well. Apparently, they all thought that he had married and settled down. They were interested to know where he was living, and they were rather disposed to joke him about being so very secretive on the subject. But they were not willing to discuss the supposed Mrs. Kane. He was beginning to see that this move of his was going to tell against him notably. One of the worst stabs. It was the cruelest because, in a way, it was the most unintentional. He received from an old acquaintance, Will Whitney, at the Union Club. Lester was dining there one evening, and Whitney met him in the main reading room as he was crossing from the cloakroom to the cigar stand. The latter was a typical society figure, tall, lean, smooth-faced, immaculately garbed, a little cynical, and tonight a little the worse for liquor. "Hi, Lester," he called out. "What's this talk about a menage of yours out in Hyde Park? Say, you're going some. How are you going to explain all this to your wife when you get married?" "I don't have to explain it," replied Lester irritably. "Why should you be so interested in my affairs? You're not living in a stone house, are you?" "Say, that's pretty good now, isn't it? You didn't marry that little beauty you used to travel around with on the North Side, did you? Now, well, I swear, you're married. You didn't now, did you?" "Cut it out, Whitney," said Lester roughly. "You're talking wild." "Pardon, Lester," said the other aimlessly but sobering. "I beg your pardon. Remember, I'm just a little warm. 8 whiskey sours straight in the other room there. Pardon. I'll talk to you some time when I'm all right. See, Lester? I'm a little loose. That's right. Well, so long." Lester could not get over the cacophonous ha-ha. It cut him, even though it came from a drunken man's mouth. "That little beauty you used to travel with on the North Side. You didn't marry her, did you?" He quoted Whitney's impertinence resentfully. George. But this was getting a little rough. He had never endured anything like this before. He, Lester Kane. It set him thinking. Certainly, he was paying dearly for trying to do the kind thing by Jennie. But worse was to follow. The American public likes gossip about well-known people, and the Kanes were wealthy and socially prominent. The report was that Lester, one of its principal heirs, had married a servant girl. He, an heir to millions. Could it be possible? What a piquant morsel for the newspapers. Very soon the paragraphs began to appear. A small society paper called the South Side Budget referred to him anonymously as the son of a famous and wealthy carriage manufacturer of Cincinnati, and outlined briefly what it knew of the story. Of Mrs. it went on sagely. "Not so much is known, except that she once worked in a well-known Cleveland society family as a maid, and was, before that, a working girl in Columbus, Ohio." After such a picturesque love affair in high society, who shall say that romance is dead? Lester saw this item. He did not take the paper, but some kind soul took good care to see that a copy was marked and mailed to him. It irritated him greatly, for he suspected at once that it was a scheme to blackmail him. But he did not know exactly what to do about it. He preferred, of course, that such comments should cease, but he also thought that if he made any effort to have them stopped, he might make matters worse. So he did nothing. Naturally, the paragraph in the budget attracted the attention of other newspapers. It sounded like a good story, and one Sunday editor, more enterprising than the others, conceived the notion of having the romance written up. A full-page Sunday story with a scare head, such as "Sacrifices Millions for His Servant Girl Love." Pictures of Lester, Jennie, the house at Hyde Park, the cane manufactory in Cincinnati, and the warehouse on Michigan Avenue. Certainly, such a display would make a sensation. The cane company was not an advertiser in any daily or Sunday paper. The newspaper owed him nothing. If Lester had been forewarned, he might have put a stop to the whole business by putting an advertisement in the paper or appealing to the publisher. He did not know, however, and so was without power to prevent the publication. The editor made a thorough job of the business. Local newspapermen in Cincinnati, Cleveland, and Columbus were instructed to report by wire whether anything of Jennie's history was known in their city. The Bracebridge family in Cleveland was asked whether Jennie had ever worked there. A garbled history of the Gerhardts was obtained from Columbus. Jennie's residence on the North Side for several years prior to her supposed marriage was discovered, and so the whole story was nicely pieced together. It was not the idea of the newspaper editor to be cruel or critical, but rather complimentary. All the bitter things, such as the probable illegitimacy of Vesta, the suspected immorality of Lester and Jennie in residing together as man and wife, the real grounds of the well-known objections of his family to the match, were ignored. The idea was to frame up a Romeo and Juliet story in which Lester should appear as an ardent, self-sacrificing lover, and Jennie as a poor, lovely working girl, lifted to great financial and social heights by the devotion of her millionaire lover. An exceptional newspaper artist was engaged to make scenes depicting the various steps of the romance, and the whole thing was handled in the most approved yellow journal style. There was a picture of Lester obtained from his Cincinnati photographer for a consideration. Jennie had been surreptitiously snapped by a staff artist while she was out walking. And so, apparently out of a clear sky, the story appeared, highly complimentary, running over with sugary phrases, but with all the dark, sad facts looming up in the background. Jennie did not see it at first. Lester came across the page accidentally and tore it out. He was stunned and chagrined beyond words. To think the damned newspaper would do that to a private citizen who was quietly minding his own business, he thought. He went out of the house, the better to conceal his deep inward mortification. He avoided the more populous parts of the town, particularly the downtown section, and rode far out on Cottage Avenue to the open prairie. He wondered, as the trolley car rumbled along, what his friends were thinking, Dodge and Burnham Moore and Henry Aldrich and the others. This was a smash indeed. The best he could do was to put a brave face on it and say nothing, or else wave it off with an indifferent motion of the hand. One thing was sure, he would prevent further comment. He returned to the house calmer, his self-poise restored, but he was eager for Monday to come in order that he might get in touch with his lawyer, Mr. Watson. But when he did see Mr. Watson, it was soon agreed between the two men that it would be foolish to take any legal action. It was the part of wisdom to let the matter drop. "But I won't stand for anything more," concluded Lester. "I'll attend to that," said the lawyer consolingly. Lester got up. "It's amazing. This damn country of ours," he exclaimed. "A man with a little money hasn't any more privacy than a public monument." "A man with a little money," said Mr. Watson, "is just like a cat with a bell around its neck. Every rat knows exactly where it is and what it is doing." "That's an apt simile," assented Lester bitterly. Jennie knew nothing of this newspaper story for several days. Lester felt that he could not talk it over, and Gerhardt never read the wicked Sunday newspapers. Finally, one of Jennie's neighborhood friends, less tactful than the others, called her attention to the fact of its appearance by announcing that she had seen it. Jennie did not understand at first. "A story about me?" she exclaimed. "You and Mr. Kane, yes," replied her guest. "Your love romance." Jennie colored swiftly. "Why, I hadn't seen it," she said. "Are you sure it was about us?" "Why, of course," laughed Mrs. Stendahl. "How could I be mistaken? I have the paper over at the house. I'll send Marie over with it when I get back. You look very sweet in your picture." Jennie winced. "I wish you would," she said weakly. She was wondering where they had secured her picture, what the article said. Above all, she was dismayed to think of its effect upon Lester. Had he seen the article? Why had he not spoken to her about it? The neighbor's daughter brought over the paper, and Jennie's heart stood still as she glanced at the title page. There it all was, uncompromising and direct. How dreadfully conspicuous the headline, "This millionaire fell in love with this lady's maid," which ran between a picture of Lester on the left and Jennie on the right. There was an additional caption which explained how Lester, son of the famous carriage family of Cincinnati, had sacrificed great social opportunity and distinction to marry his heart's desire. Below were scattered a number of other pictures, Lester addressing Jennie in the mansion of Mrs. Bracebridge, Lester standing with her before an imposing and conventional-looking parson, Lester driving with her in a handsome Victoria, Jennie standing beside the window of an imposing mansion, the fact that it was a mansion being indicated by most sumptuous-looking hangings, and gazing out on a very modest working-man's cottage pictured in the distance. Jennie felt as though she must die for very shame. She did not so much mind what it meant to her, but Lester, how must he feel? And his family. Now they would have another club with which to strike him and her. She tried to keep calm about it, to exert emotional control, but again the tears would rise, only this time they were tears of opposition to defeat. She did not want to be hounded this way. She wanted to be let alone. She was trying to do right now. Why couldn't the world help her, instead of seeking to push her down? The fact that Lester had seen this page was made perfectly clear to Jennie that evening, for he brought it home himself, having concluded, after mature deliberation, that he ought to. He told her once that there was to be no concealment between them, and this thing, coming so brutally to disturb their peace, was nevertheless a case in point. He had decided to tell her not to think anything of it, that it did not make much difference, though to him it made all the difference in the world. The effect of this chill history could never be undone. The wise, and they included all his social world, and many who were not of it, could see just how he had been living. The article which accompanied the pictures told how he had followed Jennie from Cleveland to Chicago, how she had been coy and distant, and that he had to court her a long time to win her consent. This was to explain their living together on the North Side. Lester realized that this was an asinine attempt to sugarcoat the true story, and it made him angry. Still, he preferred to have it that way rather than in some more brutal vein. He took the paper out of his pocket when he arrived at the house, spreading it on the library table. Jennie, who was close by, watched him, for she knew what was coming. "Here's something that will interest you, Jennie," he said dryly, pointing to the array of text and pictures. "I've already seen it, Lester," she said wearily. "Mrs. Stendhal showed it to me this afternoon. I was wondering whether you had." "Rather high-flown description of my attitude, isn't it? I didn't know I was such an ardent Romeo." "I'm awfully sorry, Lester," said Jennie, reading behind the dry face of humor the serious import of this affair to him. She had long since learned that Lester did not express his real feelings, his big ills, in words. He was inclined to jest and make light of the inevitable, the inexorable. This light comment merely meant, "This matter cannot be helped, so we will make the best of it." "Oh, don't feel badly about it," he went on. "It isn't anything which can be adjusted now. They probably meant well enough. We just happened to be in the limelight." "I understand," said Jennie, coming over to him. "I'm sorry, though. Anyway." Dinner was announced a moment later, and the incident was closed. But Lester could not dismiss the thought that matters were getting in a bad way. His father had pointed it out to him rather plainly at the last interview, and now this newspaper notoriety had capped the climax. He might as well abandon his pretension to intimacy with his old world. It would have none of him, or at least the more conservative part of it would not. There were a few bachelors, a few gay married men, some sophisticated women, single and married, who saw through it all and liked him just the same, but they did not make society. He was virtually an outcast, and nothing could save him but to reform his ways. In other words, he must give up Jennie once and for all. But he did not want to do this. The thought was painful to him, objectionable in every way. Jennie was growing in mental acumen. She was beginning to see things quite as clearly as he did. She was not a cheap, ambitious, climbing creature. She was a big woman, and a good one. It would be a shame to throw her down, and besides, she was good-looking. He was 46, and she was 29, and she looked 24 or 25. It was an exceptional thing to find beauty, youth, compatibility, intelligence, your own point of view, softened and charmingly emotionalized in another. He had made his bed, as his father had said. He had better lie on it. It was only a little while after this disagreeable newspaper incident that Lester had word that his father was quite ill and failing. It might be necessary for him to go to Cincinnati at any moment. Pressure of work was holding him pretty close when the news came that his father was dead. Lester, of course, was greatly shocked and grieved, and he returned to Cincinnati in a retrospective and sorrowful mood. His father had been a great character to him, a fine and interesting old gentleman, entirely aside from his relationship to him as his son. He remembered him now dandling him upon his knee as a child, telling him stories of his early life in Ireland and of his subsequent commercial struggle when he was a little older, impressing the maxims of his business career and his commercial wisdom on him as he grew to manhood. Old Archibald had been radically honest. It was to him that Lester owed his instinct for plain speech and direct statement of fact. Never lie was Archibald's constant, reiterated statement. Never try to make a thing look different from what it is to you. It's the breath of life, truth. It's the basis of real, worthwhile, commercial success. It will make a notable character of anyone who will stick to it. Lester believed this. He admired his father intensely for his rigid insistence on truth. and now that he was really gone, he felt sorry. He wished he might have been spared to be reconciled to him. He half fancied that old Archibald would have liked Jennie if he had known her. He did not imagine that he would ever have had the opportunity to straighten things out, although he still felt that Archibald would have liked her. When he reached Cincinnati, it was snowing, a windy, blustery snow. The flakes were coming down thick and fast. The traffic of the city had a muffled sound. When he stepped down from the train, he was met by Amy, who was glad to see him in spite of all their past differences. Of all the girls, she was the most tolerant. Lester put his arms about her and kissed her. "It seems like old times to see you, Amy," he said. "You're coming to meet me this way. How's the family? I suppose they're all here." "Well, poor father, his time had to come. Still, he lived to see everything that he wanted to see. I guess he was pretty well satisfied with the outcome of his efforts." "Yes," replied Amy, "and since Mother died, he was very lonely." They rode up to the house in kindly good feeling, chatting of old times and places. All the members of the immediate family and the various relatives were gathered in the old family mansion. Lester exchanged the customary condolences with the others, realizing all the while that his father had lived long enough. He had had a successful life and had fallen like a ripe apple from the tree. Lester looked at him where he lay in the great parlor in his black coffin, and a feeling of the old-time affection swept over him. He smiled at the clean-cut, determined, conscientious face. "The old gentleman was a big man all the way through," he said to Robert, who was present. "We won't find a better figure of a man soon." "We will not," said his brother solemnly. After the funeral, it was decided to read the will at once. Louise's husband was anxious to return to Buffalo. Lester was compelled to be in Chicago. A conference of the various members of the family was called for the second day after the funeral, to be held at the offices of Messrs. Knight, Keatley, and O'Brien, counselors of the late manufacturer. As Lester rode to the meeting, he had the feeling that his father had not acted in any way prejudicial to his interests. It had not been so very long since they had had their last conversation. He had been taking his time to think about things, and his father had given him time. He always felt that he had stood well with the old gentleman, except for his alliance with Jennie. His business judgment had been valuable to the company. Why should there be any discrimination against him? He really did not think it possible. When they reached the offices of the law firm, Mr. O'Brien, a short, fussy, albeit comfortable-looking little person, greeted all the members of the family and the various heirs and assigns with a hearty handshake. He had been personal counsel to Archibald Kane for 20 years. He knew his whims and idiosyncrasies, and considered himself very much in the light of a father-confessor. He liked all the children, Lester especially. "Now, I believe we are all here," he said finally, extracting a pair of large horn reading glasses from his coat pocket and looking sagely about. "Very well. We might as well proceed to business. I will read the will without any preliminary remarks." He returned to his desk, picked up a paper lying on it, cleared his throat, and began. It was a peculiar document in some respects, for it began with all the minor bequests. First, small sums to old employees, servants, and friends. It then took up a few institutional bequests, and finally came to the immediate family, beginning with the girls. Imogene, as a faithful and loving daughter, was left a sixth of the stock of the carriage company and a fourth of the remaining properties of the deceased, which roughly aggregated, the estate not her share, about $800,000. Amy and Louise were provided for in exactly the same proportion. The grandchildren were given certain little bonuses for good conduct when they should come of age. Then it took up the case of Robert and Lester. Owing to certain complications which have arisen in the affairs of my son Lester, it began, I deem it my duty to make certain conditions which shall govern the distribution of the remainder of my property, to wit, 1/4 of the stock of the Kane Manufacturing Company and 1/4 of the remainder of my various properties, real, personal, moneys, stocks, and bonds, go to my beloved son Robert in recognition of his faithful performance of his duty, and 1/4 of the stock of Kane Manufacturing Company and the remaining 1/4 of my various properties, real, personal, moneys, stocks, and bonds, to be held in trust by him for the benefit of his brother Lester, until such a time as conditions as may hereinafter be set forth shall have been complied with, and it is my wish and desire that my children shall concur in his direction of the Kane Manufacturing Company, and of such other interests as are entrusted to him, until such time as he shall voluntarily relinquish such control, or shall indicate another arrangement which shall be better. Lester swore under his breath. His cheeks changed color, but he did not move. He was not inclined to make a show. It appeared that he was not even mentioned separately. The conditions hereinafter set forth dealt very fully with his case, however, though they were not read aloud to the family at the time, Mr. O'Brien stating that this was in accordance with their father's wish. Lester learned immediately afterward that he was to have $10,000 a year for 3 years, during which time he had the choice of doing either one of two things. First, he was to leave Jennie, if he had not already married her, and so bring his life into moral conformity with the wishes of his father. In this event, Lester's share of the estate was to be immediately turned over to him. Secondly, he might elect to marry Jennie, if he had not already done so, in which case the $10,000 a year, specifically set aside to him for 3 years, was to be continued for life, but for his life only. Jennie was not to have anything of it after his death. The $10,000 in question represented the annual interest on 200 shares of LS and MS stock, which were also to be held in trust until his decision had been reached and their final disposition effected. If Lester refused to marry Jennie or to leave her, he would have nothing at all after the 3 years were up. At Lester's death, the stock, of which his interest was drawn, was to be divided pro rata among the surviving members of the family. If any heir or assign contested the will, his or her share was thereby forfeited entirely. It was astonishing to Lester to see how thoroughly his father had taken his case into consideration. He half suspected, on reading these conditions, that his brother Robert had had something to do with the framing of them, but of course he could not be sure. Robert had not given any direct evidence of enmity. "Who drew this will?" he demanded of O'Brien a little later. "We all had a hand in it," replied O'Brien, a little shamefacedly. "It was a very difficult document to draw up. You know, Mr. Kane, there was no budging your father. He was adamant. He has come very near defeating his own wishes in some of these clauses. Of course, you know, we had nothing to do with its spirit. That was between you and him. I hated very much to have to do it." "Oh, I understand all that," said Lester. "Don't let that worry you." Mr. O'Brien was very grateful. During the reading of the will, Lester had sat as stolid as an ox. He got up after a time, as did the others, assuming an air of nonchalance. Robert, Amy, Louise, and Imogene all felt shocked, but not exactly, not unqualifiedly regretful. Certainly Lester had acted very badly. He had given his father great provocation. "I think the old gentleman has been a little rough in this," said Robert, who had been sitting next to him. "I certainly did not expect him to go as far as that. So far as I am concerned, some other arrangement would have been satisfactory." Lester smiled grimly. "It doesn't matter," he said. Imogene, Amy, and Louise were anxious to be consolatory, but they did not know what to say. Lester had brought it all on himself. "I don't think Papa acted quite right, Lester," ventured Amy, but Lester waved her away, almost gruffly. "I can stand it," he said. He figured out, as he stood there, what his income would be in case he refused to comply with his father's wishes. 200 shares of LS and MS in open market were worth a little over $1,000 each. They yielded from 5 to 6%, sometimes more, sometimes less. At this rate, he would have $10,000 a year, not more. The family gathering broke up, each going his way, and Lester returned to his sister's house. He wanted to get out of the city quickly, gave business as an excuse to avoid lunching with anyone, and caught the earliest train back to Chicago. As he rode, he meditated. So, this was how much his father really cared for him. Could it really be so? He, Lester Kane, $10,000 a year for only 3 years. And then longer, only on condition that he married Jennie. $10,000 a year, he thought, and that for 3 years. Good Lord, any smart clerk can earn that. To think he should have done that to me. This attempt at coercion was the one thing which would definitely set Lester in opposition to his family, at least for the time being. He had realized clearly enough of late that he had made a big mistake, first, in not having married Jennie, thus avoiding scandal, and in the second place, in not having accepted her proposition at the time when she wanted to leave him. There were no two ways about it. He had made a mess of this business. He could not afford to lose his fortune entirely. He did not have enough money of his own. Jennie was unhappy. He could see that. Why shouldn't she be? He was unhappy. Did he want to accept the shabby $10,000 a year, even if he were willing to marry her? Finally, did he want to lose Jennie, to have her go out of his life once and for all? He could not make up his mind. The problem was too complicated. When Lester returned to his home after the funeral, Jennie saw at once that something was amiss with him. Something beyond a son's natural grief for his father's death was weighing upon his spirits. What was it, she wondered. She tried to draw near him sympathetically, but his wounded spirit could not be healed so easily. When hurt in his pride, he was savage and sullen. He could have struck any man who irritated him. She watched him interestedly, wishing to do something for him, but he would not give her his confidence. He grieved, and she could only grieve with him. Days passed, and now the financial situation, which had been created by his father's death, came up for careful consideration. The factory management had to be reorganized. Robert would have to be made president, as his father wished. Lester's own relationship to the business would have to come up for adjudication. Unless he changed his mind about Jennie, he was not a stockholder. As a matter of fact, he was not anything. To continue to be secretary and treasurer, it was necessary that he should own at least 1 share of the company's stock. Would Robert give him any? Would Amy, Louise, or Imogene? Would they sell him any? Would the other members of the family care to do anything which would infringe on Robert's prerogatives under the will? They were all rather unfriendly to Lester at present, and he realized that he was facing a ticklish situation. The solution was to get rid of Jennie. If he did that, he would not need to be begging for stock. If he didn't, he was flying in the face of his father's last will and testament. He turned the matter over in his mind slowly and deliberately. He could quite see how things were coming out. He must abandon either Jennie or his prospects in life. What a dilemma! Despite Robert's assertion that so far as he was concerned, another arrangement would have been satisfactory, He was really very well pleased with the situation. His dreams were slowly nearing completion. Robert had long had his plans perfected, not only for a thorough reorganization of the company proper, but for an extension of the business in the direction of a combination of carriage companies. If he could get 2 or 3 of the larger organizations in the East and West to join with him, selling costs could be reduced, overproduction would be avoided, and the general expenses could be materially scaled down. Through a New York representative, he had been picking up stock in outside carriage companies for some time, and he was almost ready to act. In the first place, he would have himself elected president of Kane Company, and since Lester was no longer a factor, he could select Amy's husband as vice president, and possibly someone other than Lester as secretary and treasurer. Under the conditions of the will, the stock and other properties set aside temporarily for Lester in the hope that he would come to his senses were to be managed and voted by Robert. His father had meant, obviously, that he, Robert, should help him coerce his brother. He did not want to appear mean, but this was such an easy way. It gave him a righteous duty to perform. Lester must come to his senses, or he must let Robert run the business to suit himself. Lester, attending to his branch duties in Chicago, foresaw the drift of things. He realized now that he was permanently out of the company, a branch manager, at his brother's sufferance, and the thought irritated him greatly. Nothing had been said by Robert to indicate such a change had taken place. Things went on very much as before, but Robert's suggestions were now obviously law. Lester was really his brother's employee at so much a year. It sickened his soul. There came a time after a few weeks when he felt as if he could not stand this any longer. Hitherto, he had been a free and independent agent. The approaching annual stockholders' meeting, which hitherto had been a one-man affair and a formality, his father doing all the voting, would now be a combination of voters, his brother presiding, his sisters very likely represented by their husbands, and he not there at all. It was going to be a great come-down, but as Robert had not said anything about offering to give or sell him any stock which would entitle him to sit as a director or hold any official position in the company, he decided to write and resign. That would bring matters to a crisis. It would show his brother that he felt no desire to be under obligations to him in any way, or to retain anything which was not his, and gladly so, by right of ability and the desire of those with whom he was associated. If he wanted to move back into the company by deserting Jennie, he would come in a very different capacity from that of branch manager. He dictated a simple, straightforward business letter, saying, "Dear Robert, I know the time is drawing near when the company must be reorganized under your direction. Not having any stock, I am not entitled to sit as a director or to hold the joint position of secretary and treasurer. I want you to accept this letter as a formal notice of my resignation from both positions, and I want to have your directors consider what disposition should be made of this position and my services. I am not anxious to retain the branch managership as a branch managership merely. At the same time, I do not want to do anything which will embarrass you in your plans for the future. You see by this that I am not ready to accept the proposition laid down in Father's will, at least not at present. I would like a definite understanding of how you feel in this matter. Will you write and let me know? Yours, Lester." Robert, sitting in his office at Cincinnati, considered this letter gravely. It was like his brother to come down to brass tacks. If Lester were only as cautious as he was straightforward and direct, what a man he would be. But there was no guile in the man, no subtlety. He would never do a snaky thing, and Robert knew in his own soul that to succeed greatly one must. You have to be ruthless at times. You have to be subtle, Robert would say to himself. Why not face the facts to yourself when you are playing for big stakes? He would for one, and he did. Robert felt that although Lester was a tremendously decent fellow, and his brother, he wasn't pliable enough to suit his needs. He was too outspoken, too inclined to take issue. If Lester yielded to his father's wishes and took possession of his share of the estate, he would become, necessarily, an active partner in the affairs of the company. Lester would be a barrier in Robert's path. Did Robert want this? Decidedly he did not. He much preferred that Lester should hold fast to Jennie, for the present at least, and so be quietly shelved by his own act. After long consideration, Robert dictated a politic letter. He hadn't made up his mind yet just what he wanted to do. He did not know what his sisters' husbands would like. A consultation would have to be held. For his part, he would be very glad to have Lester remain as secretary and treasurer, if it could be arranged. Perhaps it would be better to let the matter rest for the present. Lester cursed. What did Robert mean by beating around the bush? He knew well enough how it could be arranged. One share of stock would be enough for Lester to qualify. Robert was afraid of him. That was the basic fact. Well, he would not retain any branch managership, depend on that. He would resign at once. Lester, accordingly, wrote back, saying that he had considered all sides and had decided to look after some interests of his own for the time being. If Robert could arrange it, he would like to have someone come on to Chicago and take over the branch agency. 30 days would be time enough. In a few days came a regretful reply, saying that Robert was awfully sorry, but that if Lester was determined, he did not want to interfere with any plans he might have in view. Imogene's husband, Jefferson Midgley, had long thought he would like to reside in Chicago. He could undertake the work for the time being. Lester smiled. Evidently, Robert was making the best of a very subtle situation. Robert knew that he, Lester, could sue and tie things up, and also that he would be very loath to do so. The newspapers would get a hold of the whole story. This matter of his relationship to Jennie was in the air anyhow. He could best solve the problem by leaving her. So it all came back to that. For a man of Lester's years, he was now 46, to be tossed out in the world without a definite connection, even though he did have a present income, including this new $10,000 of $15,000 a year, was a disturbing and discouraging thing. He realized now that, unless he made some very fortunate and profitable arrangements in the near future, his career was virtually at an end. Of course he could marry Jennie. That would give him $10,000 for the rest of his life. But it would also end his chance of getting his legitimate share of the Kane estate. Again, he might sell out the $75,000 worth of moderate interest-bearing stocks, which now yielded him about $5,000, and try a practical investment of some kind, say a rival carriage company. But did he want to jump in at this stage of the game and begin a running fight on his father's old organization? Moreover, it would be a hard row to hoe. There was the keenest rivalry for business as it was, with the Kane Company very much in the lead. Lester's only available capital was his $75,000. Did he want to begin in a picayune, obscure way? It took money to get a foothold in the carriage business, as things were now. The trouble with Lester was that, while blessed with a fine imagination and considerable insight, he lacked the ruthless, narrow-minded insistence on his individual superiority, which is a necessary element in almost every great business success. To be a forceful figure in the business world means, as a rule, that you must be an individual of one idea, and that idea the God-given one that life has destined you for a tremendous future in the particular field you have chosen. It means that one thing, a cake of soap, a new can opener, a safety razor, or speed accelerator, must seize on your imagination with tremendous force, burn as a raging flame, and make itself the be-all and end-all of your existence. As a rule, a man needs poverty to help him to this enthusiasm and youth. The thing he has discovered, and with which he is going to busy himself, must be the door to 1,000 opportunities and 1,000 joys. Happiness must be beyond, or the fire will not burn as brightly as it might. The urge will not be great enough to make a great success. Lester did not possess this indispensable quality of enthusiasm. Life had already shown him the greater part of its so-called joys. He saw through the illusions that are so often and so noisily labeled pleasure. Money, of course, was essential, and he already had money, enough to keep him comfortably. Did he want to risk it? He looked about him thoughtfully. Perhaps he did. Certainly, he could not comfortably contemplate the thought of sitting by and watching other people work for the rest of his days. In the end, he decided that he would bestir himself and look into things. He was, as he said to himself, in no hurry. He was not going to make a mistake. He would first give the trade, the people who were identified with the manufacture and sale of carriages, time to realize that he was out of the cane company, for the time being anyhow, and open to other connections. So he announced that he was leaving the cane company and going to Europe, ostensibly for a rest. He had never been abroad, and Jennie, too, would enjoy it. Vesta could be left at home with Gerhardt and a maid, and he and Jennie would travel around a bit, seeing what Europe had to show. He wanted to visit Venice and Baden-Baden and the great watering places that had been recommended to him. Cairo and Luxor and the Parthenon had always appealed to his imagination. After he had had his outing, he could come back and seriously gather up the threads of his intentions. The spring after his father died, he put his plan into execution. He had wound up the work of the warerooms, and with a pleasant deliberation had studied out a tour. He made Jennie his confidant, and now, having gathered together their traveling comforts, they took a steamer from New York to Liverpool. After a few weeks in the British Isles, they went to Egypt. From there they came back, through Greece and Italy, into Austria and Switzerland, and then later through France and Paris, to Germany and Berlin. Lester was diverted by the novelty of the experience, and yet he had an uncomfortable feeling that he was wasting his time. Great business enterprises were not built by travelers, and he was not looking for health. Jennie, on the other hand, was transported by what she saw, and enjoyed the new life to the full. Before Luxor and Karnak, places which Jennie had never dreamed existed, she learned of an older civilization, powerful, complex, complete. Millions of people had lived and died here, believing in other gods, other forms of government, other conditions of existence. For the first time in her life, Jennie gained a clear idea of how vast the world is. Now, from this point of view, of decayed Greece, of fallen Rome, of forgotten Egypt, she saw how pointless are our minor difficulties, our minor beliefs. Her father's Lutheranism, it did not seem so significant any more. And the social economy of Columbus, Ohio, rather pointless, perhaps. Her mother had worried so of what people, her neighbors, thought, but here were dead worlds of people, some bad, some good. Lester explained that their differences in standards of morals were due sometimes to climate, sometimes to religious beliefs, and sometimes to the rise of peculiar personalities like Mohammed. Lester liked to point out how small conventions bulked in this, the larger world, and vaguely she began to see. Admitting that she had been bad, locally it was important, perhaps, but in the sum of civilization, in the sum of big forces, what did it all amount to? They would be dead after a little while. She and Lester and all these people. Did anything matter except goodness? Goodness of heart? What else was there that was real? It was while traveling abroad that Lester came across, first at the Carlton in London, and later at Shepherd's in Cairo, the one girl, before Jennie, whom it might have been said he truly admired, Letty Pace. He had not seen her for a long time, and she had been Mrs. Malcolm Gerald for nearly 4 years, and a charming widow for nearly 2 years more. Malcolm Gerald had been a wealthy man, having amassed a fortune in banking and stockbrokering in Cincinnati, and he had left Mrs. Malcolm Gerald very well off. She was the mother of one child, a little girl, who was safely in charge of a nurse and a maid at all times. She was invariably the picturesque center of a group of admirers recruited from every capital of the civilized world. Letty Gerald was a talented woman, beautiful, graceful, artistic, a writer of verse and an omnivorous reader, a student of art and a sincere and ardent admirer of Lester Kane. In her day she had truly loved him, for she had been a wise observer of men and affairs, and Lester had always appealed to her as a real man. He was so sane, she thought, so calm. He was always intolerant of sham, and she liked him for it. He was always inclined to wave aside the petty frivolities of common society conversation, and to talk of simple and homely things. Many and many a time in years past they had deserted a dance to sit out on a balcony somewhere and talk while Lester smoked. He had argued philosophy with her, discussed books, described political and social conditions in other cities. In a word, he had treated her like a sensible human being, and she had hoped and hoped and hoped that he would propose to her. More than once she had looked at his big, solid head with its short growth of hardy brown hair and wished that she could stroke it. It was a hard blow to her when he finally moved away to Chicago. At that time she knew nothing of Jennie, but she felt instinctively that her chances of winning him was gone. Then Malcolm Gerald, always an ardent admirer, proposed for something like the 65th time, and she took him. She did not love him, but she was getting along, and she had to marry someone. He was 44 when he married her, and he lived only 4 years, just long enough to realize that he had married a charming, tolerant, broad-minded woman. Then he died of pneumonia, and Mrs. Gerald was a rich widow, sympathetic, attractive, delightful in her knowledge of the world, and with nothing to do except to live and spend her money. She was not inclined to do either indifferently. She had long since had her ideal of a man established by Lester. These whippersnappers of counts, earls, lords, barons, who she met in one social world and another, for her friendship and connections had broadened notably with the years, did not interest her a particle. She was terribly weary of the superficial veneer of the titled fortune hunter whom she met abroad. A good judge of character, a student of men and manners, a natural reasoner along sociologic and psychologic lines, she saw through them and through the civilization which they represented. "I could have been happy in a cottage with a man I once knew out in Cincinnati," she told one of her titled woman friends who had been an American before her marriage. "He was the biggest, cleanest, sanest fellow. If he had proposed to me, I would have married him if I had to work for a living myself." "Was he so poor?" asked her friend. "Indeed he wasn't. He was comfortably rich, but that did not make any difference to me. It was the man I wanted." "It would have made a difference in the long run," said the other. "You misjudge me," replied Mrs. Gerald. "I waited for him for a number of years, and I know." Lester had always retained pleasant impressions and kindly memories of Letty Pace, or Mrs. Gerald, as she was now. He had been fond of her in a way, very fond. Why hadn't he married her? He had asked himself that question time and again. She would have made him an ideal wife. His father would have been pleased. Everyone would have been delighted. Instead, he had drifted, and then he had met Jennie, and somehow after that he did not want her any more. Now, after 6 years of separation, he met her again. He knew she was married. She was vaguely aware that he had had some sort of an affair. She had heard that he had subsequently married the woman and was living on the South Side. She did not know of the loss of his fortune. She ran across him first in the Carlton one June evening. The windows were open and the flowers were blooming everywhere, odorous with that sense of new life in the air which runs through the world when spring comes back. For the moment she was a little beside herself. Something choked in her throat, but she collected herself and extended a graceful arm and hand. "Why, Lester Kane," she exclaimed. "How do you do? I am so glad. And this is Mrs. Kane. Charmed, I'm sure. It seems truly like a breath of spring to see you again. I hope you'll excuse me, Mrs. Kane, but I'm delighted to see your husband. I'm ashamed to say how many years it is, Lester, since I saw you last. I feel quite old when I think of it. Why, Lester, think. It's been all of 6 or 7 years, and I've been married and had a child, and poor Mr. Gerald has died, and oh dear, I don't know what all hasn't happened to me." "You don't look it," commented Lester, smiling. He was pleased to see her again, for they had been good friends. She liked him still. That was evident, and he truly liked her. Jennie smiled. She was glad to see this old friend of Lester's, this woman, trailing a magnificent yellow lace train over pale, mother-of-pearl satin, her round, smooth arms bare to the shoulder, her corsage cut low, and a dark red rose blowing at her waist, seemed to her the ideal of what a woman should be. She liked looking at lovely women quite as much as Lester. She enjoyed calling his attention to them and teasing him in the mildest way about their charms. "Wouldn't you like to run and talk to her, Lester, instead of me?" she would ask, when some particularly striking or beautiful woman chanced to attract her attention. Lester would examine her choice critically, for he had come to know that her judge of feminine charms was excellent. "Oh, I'm pretty well off where I am," he would retort, looking into her eyes, or jestingly, "I'm not as young as I used to be, or I'd get in tow of that." "Run on," was her comment. "I'll wait for you." "What would you do if I really should?" "Why, Lester, I wouldn't do anything. You'd come back to me, maybe." "Wouldn't you care?" "You know I'd care. But if you felt that you wanted to, I wouldn't try to stop you. I wouldn't expect to be all in all to one man, unless he wanted me to be." "Where do you get these ideas, Jennie?" he asked her once, curious to test the breadth of her philosophy. "Oh, I don't know. Why?" "They're so broad, so good-natured, so charitable. They're not common, that's sure." "Well, I don't think we ought to be selfish, Lester. I don't know why. Some women think differently, I know, but a man and a woman ought to want to live together, or they ought not to, don't you think? It doesn't make so much difference if a man goes off for a little while, just so long as he doesn't stay, if he wants to come back at all." Lester smiled, but he respected her for the sweetness of her point of view. He had to. Tonight, when she saw this woman so eager to talk to Lester, she realized at once that they must have a great deal in common to talk over, whereupon she did a characteristic thing. "Won't you excuse me for a little while?" she asked, smiling. "I left some things uncared for in our rooms. I'll be back." She went away, remaining in her room as long as she reasonably could, and Lester and Letty fell to discussing old times in earnest. He recounted as much of his experiences as he deemed wise, and Letty brought the history of her life up to date. "Now that you're safely married, Lester," she said daringly, "I'll confess to you that you were the one man I always wanted to have propose to me. And you never did." "Maybe I never dared," he said, gazing into her superb black eyes, and thinking that perhaps she might know that he was not married. He felt that she had grown more beautiful in every way. She seemed to him now to be an ideal society figure, perfection itself. Gracious, natural, witty, the type of woman who mixes and mingles well, meeting each newcomer upon the plane best suited to him or her. Yes, you thought. I know what you thought. Your real thought just left the table. Tut, tut, my dear, not so fast. You don't know what I thought. Anyhow, I'll allow you some credit. She's charming. Jennie has her good points, he replied simply. Are you happy? Oh, fairly so. Yes, I suppose I'm happy as anyone can be who sees life as it is. You know, I'm not troubled with many illusions. Not any, I think, kind sir, if I know you. Very likely not any, Letty, but sometimes I wish I had a few. I think I would be happier. And I too, Lester. Really, I look on my life as a kind of failure, you know, in spite of the fact that I'm almost as rich as Croesus. Not quite. I think he had some more than I have. What talk from you, you with your beauty and talent and money. Good heavens! And what can I do with it? Travel, talk, shoo away silly fortune hunters. Oh dear, sometimes I get so tired. Letty looked at Lester. In spite of Jennie, the old feeling came back. Why should she have been cheated of him? They were as comfortable together as old married people or young lovers. Jennie had had no better claim. She looked at him, and her eyes fairly spoke. He smiled a little sadly. Here comes my wife, he said. We'll have to brace up and talk of other things. You'll find her interesting, really. Yes, I know, she replied, and turned on Jennie with a radiant smile. Jennie felt a faint sense of misgiving. She thought vaguely that this might be one of Lester's old flames. This was the kind of woman he should have chosen, not her. She was suited to his station in life, and he would have been as happy, perhaps happier. Was he beginning to realize it? Then she put away the uncomfortable thought. Pretty soon she would be getting jealous, and that would be contemptible. Mrs. Gerald continued to be most agreeable in her attitude toward the Kanes. She invited them the next day to join her on a drive through Rotten Row. There was a dinner later at Claridge's, and then she was compelled to keep some engagement which was taking her to Paris. She bade them both an affectionate farewell and hoped that they would soon meet again. She was envious in a sad way of Jennie's good fortune. Lester had lost none of his charm for her. If anything, he seemed nicer, more considerate, more wholesome. She wished sincerely that he were free, and Lester, subconsciously perhaps, was thinking the same thing. No doubt because of the fact that she was thinking of it, he had been led over mentally all of the things which might have happened if he had married her. They were so congenial now, philosophically, artistically, practically. There was a natural flow of conversation between them all the time, like two old comrades among men. She knew everybody in his social sphere, which was equally hers, but Jennie did not. They could talk of certain subtle characteristics of life in a way which was not possible between him and Jennie, for the latter did not have the vocabulary. Her ideas did not flow as fast as those of Mrs. Gerald. Jennie had actually the deeper, more comprehensive, sympathetic, and emotional note in her nature, but she could not show it in light conversation. Actually, she was living the thing she was, and that was perhaps the thing which drew Lester to her. Just now, and often in situations of this kind, She seemed at a disadvantage, and she was. It seemed to Lester for the time being as if Mrs. Gerald would perhaps have been a better choice after all, certainly as good, and he would not now have this distressing thought as to his future. They did not see Mrs. Gerald again until they reached Cairo. In the gardens about the hotel they suddenly encountered her, or rather Lester did, for he was alone at the time, strolling and smoking. "Well, this is good luck," he exclaimed. "Where do you come from?" "Madrid, if you please. I didn't know I was coming until last Thursday. The Ellicotts are here. I came over with them. You know, I wondered where you might be. Then I remembered that you said you were going to Egypt. Where's your wife?" "In her bath, I fancy, at this moment. This warm weather makes Jennie take to water. I was thinking of a plunge myself." They strolled about for a time. Letty was in light blue silk, with a blue and white parasol held daintily over her shoulder, and looked very pretty. "Oh dear," she suddenly ejaculated, "I wonder sometimes what am I to do with myself. I can't loaf always this way. I think I'll go back to the States and live." "Why don't you?" "What good would it do me? I don't want to get married. I haven't anyone to marry now that I want." She glanced at Lester significantly, then looked away. "Oh, you'll find someone eventually," he said, somewhat awkwardly. "You can't escape for long, not with your looks and money." "Oh, Lester, hush." "All right, have it otherwise if you want. I'm telling you." "Do you still dance?" she inquired lightly, thinking of a ball which was to be given at the hotel that evening. He had danced so well a few years before. "Do I look it? Now, Lester, you don't mean to say that you have gone and abandoned that last charming art? I still love to dance. Doesn't Mrs. Kane?" "No, she doesn't care to. At least, she hasn't taken it up. Come to think of it, I suppose that is my fault. I haven't thought of dancing in some time." It occurred to him that he hadn't been going to functions of any kind much for some time. The opposition his entanglement had generated had put a stop to that. "Come and dance with me tonight. Your wife won't object. It's a splendid floor. I saw it this morning." "I'll have to think about that," replied Lester. "I'm not much in practice. Dancing will probably go hard with me at my time of life." "Oh, hush, Lester," replied Mrs. Gerald. "You make me feel old. Don't talk so sedately. Mercy alive, you'd think you were an old man." "I am inexperienced, my dear." "Pshaw, that simply makes us more attractive," replied his old flame. The night after dinner the music was already sounding in the ballroom of the great hotel adjacent to the Palm Gardens when Mrs. Gerald found Lester smoking on one of the verandas, with Jennie by his side. The latter was in white satin and white slippers, her hair lying a heavy, enticing mass about her forehead and ears. Lester was brooding over the history of Egypt, its successive tides or waves of rather weak-bodied people, the thin, narrow strip of soil along either side of the Nile that had given these successive waves of population sustenance, the wonder of heat and tropic life, and this hotel, with its modern conveniences and fashionable crowd, set down among ancient, soul-weary, almost despairing conditions. He and Jennie had looked this morning at the pyramids. They had taken a trolley to the Sphinx. They had watched swarms of ragged, half-clad, curiously costumed men and boys moving through narrow, smelly, albeit brightly colored, lanes and alleys. "It seems such a mess to me," Jennie had said at one place. "They are so dirty and oily. I like it, but somehow they seem tangled up like a lot of worms." Lester chuckled. "You're almost right, but climate does it. Heat. The tropics. Life is always mushy and sensual under these conditions. They can't help it." "Oh, I know that. I don't blame 'em. They're just queer." Tonight he was brooding over this, the moon shining down into the grounds with an exuberant, sensuous luster. "Well, at last I found you," Mrs. Gerald exclaimed. "I couldn't get down to dinner after all. Our party was so late getting back. I made your husband agree to dance with me, Mrs. Kane," she went on smilingly. She, like Lester and Jennie, was under the sensuous influence of the warmth, the spring, the moonlight. There were rich odors abroad, floating subtly from groves and gardens. From the remote distant camel bells were sounding, and exotic cries, "Ayah!" and "Oosh! Oosh!" as though a drove of strange animals were being rounded up and driven through the crowded streets. "You're welcome to him," replied Jennie pleasantly. "He ought to dance. I sometimes wish I did." "You ought to take lessons right away then," replied Lester genially. "I'll do my best to keep you company. I'm not as light on my feet as I once was, but I guess I can get around." "Oh, I don't want to dance that badly," smiled Jennie. "But you two go on. I'm going upstairs in a little while anyway." "Why don't you come and sit in the ballroom? I can't do more than a few rounds. Then we can watch the others," said Lester, rising. "No, I think I'll stay here. It's so pleasant. You go. Take him, Mrs. Gerald." Lester and Letty strolled away. They made a striking pair. Mrs. Gerald in dark wine-colored silk, covered with glistening black beads, her shapely arms and neck bare, and a flashing diamond of great size set just above her forehead in her dark hair. Her lips were red, and she had an engaging smile, showing an even row of white teeth between wide, full, friendly lips. Lester's strong, vigorous figure was set off by his evening clothes. He looked distinguished. "That is the woman he should have married," said Jennie to herself as he disappeared. She fell into a reverie, going over the steps of her past life. Sometimes it seemed to her now as if she had been living in a dream. At other times she felt as though she were in that dream yet. Life sounded in her ears much as this night did. She heard its cries. She knew its large, mass features. But back of it were subtleties that shaded and changed one into the other like the shifting of dreams. Why had she been so attractive to men? Why had Lester been so eager to follow her? Could she have prevented him? She thought of her life in Columbus when she carried coal. Tonight she was in Egypt, at this great hotel, the chatelaine of a suite of rooms, surrounded by every luxury. Lester still devoted to her. He had endured so many things for her. Why? Was she so wonderful? Bander had said so. Lester had told her so. Still she felt humble and out of place, holding handfuls of jewels that did not belong to her. Again she experienced that peculiar feeling which had come over her the first time she went to New York with Lester, namely, that this fairy existence could not endure. Her life was fated. Something would happen. She would go back to simple things, to a side street, poor cottage, to old clothes. And then as she thought of her home in Chicago and the attitude of his friends, she knew it must be so. She would never be received, even if he married her, and she could understand why. She could look into the charming, smiling face of this woman who was now with Lester and see that she considered her very nice, perhaps, but not of Lester's class. She was saying to herself, no doubt, as she danced with Lester, that he needed someone like her. He needed someone who had been raised in the atmosphere of the things to which he had been accustomed. He couldn't very well expect to find it in her, Jennie. The familiarity with, the appreciation of the niceties to which he had always been accustomed. She understood what they were. Her mind had awakened rapidly to details of furniture, clothing, arrangement, decorations, manner, forms, customs, but she was not to the manner born. If she went away, Lester would return to his old world, the world of the attractive, well-bred, clever woman who now hung upon his arm. The tears came into Jennie's eyes. She wished for the moment that she might die. It would be better so. Meanwhile, Lester was dancing with Mrs. Gerald, or sitting out between the waltzes, talking over old times, old places, and old friends. As he looked at Letty, he marveled at her youth and beauty. She was more developed than formerly, but still as slender and shapely as Diana. She had strength, too, in this smooth body of hers, and her black eyes were liquid and lusterful. "I swear, Letty," he said impulsively, "you're really more beautiful than ever. You're exquisite. You've grown younger instead of older." "You think so?" she smiled, looking up into his face. "You know I do, or I wouldn't say so. I'm not much at philandering." "Oh, Lester, you bear, can't you allow a woman just a little coyness? Don't you know we all love to sip our praise and not be compelled to swallow it in one great mouthful?" "What's the point?" he asked. "What did I say?" "Oh, nothing. You're such a bear. You're such a big, determined, straightforward boy. But never mind, I like you. That's enough, isn't it?" "It surely is," he said. They strolled into the garden as the music ceased, and he squeezed her arm softly. He couldn't help it. She made him feel as if he owned her. She wanted him to feel that way. She said to herself, as they sat looking at the lanterns in the garden, that if ever he were free and would come to her, she would take him. She was almost ready to take him anyhow, only he probably wouldn't. He was so straight-laced, so considerate. He wouldn't, like so many other men she knew, do a mean thing. He couldn't. Finally, Lester rose and excused himself. He and Jennie were going farther up the Nile in the morning, toward Karnak and Thebes, and the water-washed temple at Philae. They would have to start at an unearthly early hour, and he must get to bed. "When are you going home?" asked Mrs. Gerald ruefully. "In September." "Have you engaged your passage?" "Yes, we sail from Hamburg on the 9th. The Fulda." "I may be going back in the fall," laughed Letty. "Don't be surprised if I crowd in on the same boat with you. I'm very unsettled in my mind." "Come along, for goodness sakes," replied Lester. "I hope you do. I'll see you tomorrow before we leave." He paused, and she looked at him wistfully. "Cheer up," he said, taking her hand. "You never can tell what life will do. We sometimes find ourselves right when we thought we were all wrong." He was thinking that she was sorry to lose him, and he was sorry that she was not in a position to have what she wanted. As for himself, he was saying that here was one solution that probably he would never accept, yet it was a solution. Why had he not seen this years before? And yet, she wasn't as beautiful then as she is now, nor as wise, nor as wealthy. Maybe, but he couldn't be unfaithful to Jennie, nor wish her any bad luck. She had had enough without his willing, and had borne it bravely. The trip home did bring another week with Mrs. Gerald, for after mature consideration, she had decided to venture to America for a while. Chicago and Cincinnati were her destinations, and she hoped to see more of Lester. Her presence was a good deal of a surprise to Jennie, and it started her thinking again. She could see what the point was. If she were out of the way, Mrs. Gerald would marry Lester, that was certain. As it was, well, the question was a complicated one. Letty was Lester's natural mate, so far as birth, breeding, and position went, and yet Jennie felt instinctively that, on the large human side, Lester preferred her. Perhaps time would solve the problem. In the meantime, the little party of three continued to remain excellent friends. When they reached Chicago, Mrs. Gerald went her way, and Jennie and Lester took up the customary thread of their existence. On his return from Europe, Lester set to work in earnest to find a business opening. None of the big companies made him any overtures, principally because he was considered a strong man who was looking for a control in anything he touched. The nature of his altered fortunes had not been made public. All the little companies that he investigated were having a hand-to-mouth existence, or manufacturing a product which was not satisfactory to him. He did find one company in a small town in northern Indiana which looked as though it might have a future. It was controlled by a practical builder of wagons and carriages, such as Lester's father had been in his day, who, however, was not a good businessman. He was making some small money on an investment of $15,000 and a plant worth, say, $25,000. Lester felt that something could be done here if proper methods were pursued and business acumen exercised. It would be slow work. There would never be a great fortune in it, not in his lifetime. He was thinking of making an offer to the small manufacturer when the first rumors of a carriage trust reached him. Robert had gone ahead rapidly with his scheme for reorganizing the carriage trade. He showed his competitors how much greater profits could be made through consolidation than through a mutually destructive rivalry. So convincing were his arguments that one by one the big carriage manufacturing companies fell into line. Within a few months, the deal had been pushed through, and Robert found himself president of the United Carriage and Wagon Manufacturers Association, with a capital stock of $10 million, and with assets aggregating nearly 3/4 of that sum at a forced sale. He was a happy man. While all this was going forward, Lester was completely in the dark. His trip to Europe prevented him from seeing 3 or 4 minor notices in the newspapers of some of the efforts that were being made to unite the various carriage and wagon manufactories. He returned to Chicago to learn that Jefferson Midgley, Imogene's husband, was still in full charge of the branch and living in Evanston, but because of his quarrel with his family, he was in no position to get the news direct. Accident brought it fast enough, however, and that rather irritatingly. The individual who conveyed this information was none other than Mr. Henry Bracebridge of Cleveland, into whom he ran at the Union Club one evening after he had been in the city a month. "I hear you're out of the old company," Bracebridge remarked, smiling blandly. "Yes," said Lester, "I'm out." "What are you up to now?" "Oh, I have a deal of my own under consideration. I'm thinking something of handling an independent concern." "Surely you won't run counter to your brother. He has a pretty good thing in that combination of his." "Combination? I hadn't heard of it," said Lester. "I just got back from Europe." "Well, you want to wake up, Lester," replied Bracebridge. "He's got the biggest thing in your line. I thought you knew all about it. The Lyman Winthrop Company, the Myers Brooks Company, and the Woods Company, in fact 5 or 6 of the big companies, are all in. Your brother was elected president of the new concern. I dare say he cleaned up a couple of millions out of the deal." Lester stared. His glance hardened a little. "Well, that's fine for Robert. I'm glad of it." Bracebridge could see that he had given him a vital stab. "Well, so long, old man," he exclaimed. "When you're in Cleveland, look us up. You know how fond my wife is of you." "I know," replied Lester. "Bye-bye." He strolled away to the smoking room, but the news took all the zest out of his private venture. Where would he be with a shabby little wagon company and his brother president of a carriage trust? Good heavens! Robert could put him out of business in a year. Why, he himself had dreamed of such a combination as this. Now his brother had done it. It is one thing to have youth, courage, and a fighting spirit to meet the blows with which fortune often afflicts the talented. It is quite another to see middle age coming on you, your principal fortune possibly gone, and avenue after avenue of opportunity being sealed to you on various sides. Jennie's obvious social insufficiency, the quality of newspaper reputation which had now become attached to her, his father's opposition and death, the loss of his fortune, the loss of his connection with the company, his brother's attitude, this trust, all combined in a way to dishearten and discourage him. He tried to keep a brave face, and he had succeeded thus far, he thought, admirably. But this last blow appeared for the time being a little too much. He went home that same evening that he heard the news, sorely disheartened. Jennie saw it. She realized it, as a matter of fact, all during the evening that he was away. She felt blue and despondent herself. When he came home, she saw what it was. Something had happened to him. Her first impulse was to say, "What is the matter, Lester?" But her next and sounder one was to ignore it until he was ready to speak, if ever. She tried not to let him see that she saw, coming as near as she might affectionately without disturbing him. "Vesta is so delighted with herself today," she volunteered, by way of diversion. "She got such nice marks in school." "That's good," he replied solemnly. "And she dances beautifully these days. She showed me some of her new dances tonight. You haven't any idea how sweet she looks." "I'm glad of it," he grumbled. "I always wanted her to be perfect in that. It's time she was going into some good girls' school, I think. And Papa gets in such a rage, I have to laugh. She teases him about it, the little imp. She offered to teach him to dance tonight. If he didn't love her so, he'd box her ears." "I can see that," said Lester, smiling. "Him dancing. That's pretty good." "She's not the least bit disturbed by his storming, either." "Good for her," said Lester. He was very fond of Vesta, who was now quite a girl. So Jennie tripped on until his mood was modified a little, and then some inkling of what had happened came out. It was when they were retiring for the night. "Robert's formulated a pretty big thing in a financial way since we've been away," he volunteered. "What is it?" asked Jennie, all ears. "He's gotten up a carriage trust. It's something which will take in every manufactory of any importance in the country. Bracebridge was telling me that Robert was made president, and that they have nearly $8 million in capital." "You don't say," replied Jennie. "Well then, you won't want to do much with your new company, will you?" "No, there's nothing in that just now," he said. "Later on I fancy it may be all right. I'll wait and see how this thing comes out. You never can tell what a trust like that will do." Jennie was intensely sorry. She had never heard Lester complain before. It was a new note. She wished sincerely that she might do something to comfort him, but she knew that her efforts were useless. "Oh, well," she said, "there are so many interesting things in this world. If I were you, I wouldn't be in a hurry to do anything, Lester. You have so much time." She didn't trust herself to say anything more, and he felt that it was useless to worry. Why should he? After all, he had an ample income that was absolutely secure for 2 years yet. He could have more if he wanted it. Only his brother was moving so dazzlingly onward, while he was standing still. Perhaps drifting would be a better word. It did seem a pity. Worst of all, he was beginning to feel a little uncertain of himself. Lester had been doing some pretty hard thinking, but so far he had been unable to formulate any feasible plan for his re-entrance into active life. The successful organization of Robert's Carriage Trade Trust had knocked in the head any further thought on his part of taking an interest in the small Indiana wagon manufactory. He could not be expected to sink his sense of pride and place and enter a petty campaign for business success with a man who was so obviously his financial superior. He had looked up the details of the combination, and he found that Bracebridge had barely indicated how wonderfully complete it was. There were millions in the combine. It would have every little manufacturer by the throat. Should he begin now in a small way and pike along in the shadow of his giant brother? He couldn't see it. It was too ignominious. He would be running around the country trying to fight a new trust, with his own brother as his tolerant rival and his own rightful capital arrayed against him. It couldn't be done. Better sit still for the time being. Something else might show up. If not, well, he had his independent income and the right to come back into the Kane Company if he wished. Did he wish? The question was always with him. It was while Lester was in this mood, drifting, that he received a visit from Samuel E. Ross, a real estate dealer, whose great wooden signs might be seen everywhere on the windy stretches of prairie about the city. Lester had seen Ross once or twice at the Union Club, where he had been pointed out as a daring and successful real estate speculator, and he had noticed his rather conspicuous offices at LaSalle and Washington streets. Ross was a magnetic-looking person of about 50 years of age, tall, black-bearded, black-eyed, an arched, wide, nostriled nose, and hair that curled naturally, almost electrically. Lester was impressed with his lithe, cat-like figure and his long, thin, impressive white hands. Mr. Ross had a real estate proposition to lay before Mr. Kane. Of course, Mr. Kane knew who he was, and Mr. Ross admitted fully that he knew all about Mr. Kane. Recently, in conjunction with Mr. Norman Yale, of the wholesale grocery firm of Yale, Simpson and Rice, he had developed Yalewood. Mr. Kane knew of that? Yes, Mr. Kane knew of that. Only within 6 weeks, the last lots in the Ridgewood section of Yalewood had been closed out at a total profit of 42%. He went over a list of other deals in real estate which he had put through, all well-known properties. He admitted frankly that there were failures in the business. He had had one or two himself. But the successes far outnumbered the bad speculations, as everyone knew. Now Lester was no longer connected with the Kane Company. He was probably looking for a good investment, and Mr. Ross had a proposition to lay before him. Lester consented to listen. Mr. Ross blinked his cat-like eyes and started in. The idea was that he and Lester should enter into a one-deal partnership, covering the purchase and development of a 40-acre tract of land lying between 55th, 71st, Halstead Streets, and Ashland Avenue, on the southwest side. There were indications of a genuine real estate boom there, healthy, natural, and permanent. The city was about to pave 55th Street. There was a plan to extend the Halstead Street car line far below its present terminus. The Chicago, Burlington, and Quincy, which ran near there, would be glad to put a passenger station on the property. The initial cost of the land would be $40,000, which they would share equally. Grading, paving, lighting, tree planting, surveying would cost roughly an additional $25,000. There would be expenses for advertising, say 10% of the total investment for 2 years, or perhaps 3, a total of $19,500 or $20,000. All told, they would stand to invest jointly the sum of $95,000 or possibly $100,000, of which Lester's share would be $50,000. Then Mr. Ross began to figure on the profits. The character of the land, its saleability, and the likelihood of a rise in value could be judged by the property adjacent, the sale that had been made north of 55th Street and east of Halstead. Take, for instance, the Mortimer plot at Halstead and 55th Street on the southeast corner. Here was a piece of land that in 1882 was held at $45 an acre. In 1886, it had risen to $500 an acre, as attested by its sale to a Mr. John L. Slosson at that time. In 1889, 3 years later, it had been sold to Mr. Mortimer for $100,000 per acre, precisely the figure at which this tract was now offered. It could be parceled out into lots 50 by 100 feet at $500 per lot. Was there any profit in that? Lester admitted that there was. Ross went on, somewhat boastfully, to explain just how real estate profits were made. It was useless for any outsider to rush into the game and imagine that he could do in a few weeks or years what trained real estate speculators like himself had been working on for a quarter of a century. There was something in prestige, something in taste, something in psychic apprehension. Supposing that they went into the deal, he, Ross, would be the presiding genius. He had a trained staff. He controlled giant contractors. He had friends in the tax office, in the water office, and in the various other city departments which made or marred city improvements. If Lester would come in with him, he would make him some money. How much? He would not say exactly. $50,000 at the lowest, $150,000 to $200,000 in all likelihood. Would Lester let him go into details and explain just how the scheme could be worked out? After a few days of quiet cogitation, Lester decided to accede to Mr. Ross's request. He would look into this thing. The peculiarity of this particular proposition was that it had the basic elements of success. Mr. Ross had the experience and the judgment which were quite capable of making a success of almost anything he undertook. He was in a field which was entirely familiar. He could convince almost any able man if he could get his ear sufficiently long to lay his facts before him. Lester was not convinced at first, although, generally speaking, he was interested in real estate propositions. He liked land. He considered it a sound investment, providing you did not get too much of it. He had never invested in any, or scarcely any, solely because he had not been in the realm where real estate propositions were talked of. As it was, he was landless and, in a way, jobless. He rather liked Mr. Ross and his way of doing business. It was easy to verify his statements, and he did verify them in several particulars. There were his signs out on the prairie stretches, and here were his ads in the daily papers. It seemed not a bad way at all in his idleness to start and make some money. The trouble with Lester was that he had reached a time where he was not as keen for details as he had formerly been. All his work in recent years, in fact, from the very beginning, had been with large propositions, the purchasing of great quantities of supplies, the placing of large orders, the discussions of things which were wholesale and which had very little to do with the minor details which make up the special interests of the smaller traders of the world. In the factory, his brother Robert had figured the pennies and nickels of labor cost, had seen to it that all the little leaks were shut off. Lester had been left to deal with larger things, and he had constantly done so. When it came to this particular proposition, his interest was in the wholesale phase of it, not in the petty details of selling. He could not help seeing that Chicago was a growing city and that land values must rise. What was now far-out prairie property would soon, in the course of a few years, be well-built-up suburban residence territory. Scarcely any land that could be purchased now would fall in value. It might drag in sales or increase, but it couldn't fall. Ross convinced him of this. He knew it, of his own judgment, to be true. The several things on which he did not speculate sufficiently were the life or health of Mr. Ross, the chance that some obnoxious neighborhood growth would affect the territory he had selected as residence territory, the fact that difficult money situations might reduce real estate values, in fact, bring about a flurry of real estate liquidation which would send prices crashing down and cause the failure of strong promoters, even such promoters, for instance, as Mr. Samuel E. Ross. For several months he studied the situation as presented by his new guide and mentor, and then, having satisfied himself that he was reasonably safe, decided to sell some of the holdings which were netting him a beggarly 6% and invest in this new proposition. The first cash outlay was $20,000 for the land, which was taken over under an operative agreement between himself and Ross. This was run indefinitely, so long as there was any of this land left to sell. The next thing was to raise $12,500 for improvements, which he did, and then to furnish some $2,500 more for taxes and unconsidered expenses, items which had come up in carrying out the improvement work which had been planned. It seemed that hard and soft earth made a difference in grading costs, that trees would not always flourish as expected, that certain members of the city water and gas departments had to be seen and fixed before certain other improvements could be effected. Mr. Ross attended to all this, but the cost of the proceedings was something which had to be discussed, and Lester heard it all. After the land was put in shape, about a year after the original conversation, it was necessary to wait until spring for the proper advertising and booming of the new section, and this advertising began to call at once for the third payment. Lester disposed of an additional $15,000 worth of securities in order to follow this venture to its logical and profitable conclusion. Up to this time, he was rather pleased with his venture. Ross had certainly been thorough and businesslike in his handling of the various details. The land was put in excellent shape. It was given a rather attractive title, Inwood, although, as Lester noted, there was precious little wood anywhere around there. But Ross assured him that people looking for a suburban residence would be attracted by the name, seeing the vigorous efforts in tree planting that had been made to provide for shade in the future. They would take the will for the deed. Lester smiled. The first chill wind that blew upon this infant project came in the form of a rumor that the International Packing Company, one of the big constituent members of the packing house combination at Halsted and 39th Street, had determined to desert the old group and lay out a new packing area for itself. The papers explained that the company intended to go farther south, probably below 55th Street and west of Ashland Avenue. This was the territory that was located due west of Lester's property, and the mere suspicion that the packing company might invade the territory was sufficient to blight the prospects of any budding real estate deal. Ross was beside himself with rage. He decided, after quick deliberation, that the best thing to do would be to boom the property heavily by means of newspaper advertising, and see if it could not be disposed of before any additional damage was likely to be done. He laid the matter before Lester, who agreed that this would be advisable. They had already expended $6,000 in advertising, and now the additional sum of $3,000 was spent in 10 days to make it appear that Inwood was an ideal residence section, equipped with every modern convenience for the home lover, and destined to be one of the most exclusive and beautiful suburbs of the city. It was a no-go. A few lots were sold, but the rumor that the International Packing Company might come was persistent and deadly from any point of view. Save that of a foreign population neighborhood, the enterprise was a failure. To say that Lester was greatly disheartened by this blow is to put it mildly. Practically $50,000, two-thirds of all his earthly possessions, outside of his stipulated annual income, was tied up here, and there were taxes to pay, repairs to maintain, actual depreciation in value to face. He suggested to Ross that the area might be sold at its cost value, or a loan raised on it, and the whole enterprise abandoned. But that experienced real estate dealer was not so sanguine. He had had one or two failures of this kind before. He was superstitious about anything which did not go smoothly from the beginning. If it didn't go, it was a hoodoo, a black shadow. He wanted no more to do with it. Other real estate men, as he knew to his cost, were of the same opinion. Some 3 years later, the property was sold under the sheriff's hammer. Lester, having put in $50,000 all told, recovered a trifle more than $18,000, and some of his wise friends assured him that he was lucky in getting off so easily. While the real estate deal was in progress, Mrs. Gerald decided to move to Chicago. She had been staying in Cincinnati for a few months and had learned a great deal as to the real facts of Lester's irregular mode of life. The question whether or not he was really married to Jennie remained an open one, The garbled details of Jennie's early years, the fact that a Chicago paper had written him up as a young millionaire who was sacrificing his fortune for love of her, the certainty that Robert had practically eliminated him from any voice in the Kane Company, all came to her ears. She hated to think that Lester was making such a sacrifice of himself. He had let nearly a year slip by without doing anything. In 2 more years, his chance would be gone. He had said to her in London that he was without many illusions. Was Jennie one? Did he really love her, or was he just sorry for her? Letty wanted very much to find out for sure. The house that Mrs. Gerald leased in Chicago was a most imposing one on Drexel Boulevard. "I'm going to take a house in your town this winter, and I hope to see a lot of you," she wrote to Lester. "I'm awfully bored with life here in Cincinnati. After Europe, it's so, well, you know. I saw Mrs. Knowles on Saturday. She asked after you. You ought to know that you have a loving friend in her. Her daughter is going to marry Jimmy Severance in the spring." Lester thought of her coming with mingled feelings of pleasure and uncertainty. She would be entertaining largely, of course. Would she foolishly begin by attempting to invite him and Jennie? Surely not. She must know the truth by this time. Her letter indicated as much. She spoke of seeing a lot of him. That meant that Jennie would have to be eliminated. He would have to make a clean breast of the whole affair to Letty. Then she could do as she pleased about their future intimacy. Seated in Letty's comfortable boudoir one afternoon, facing a vision of loveliness in pale yellow, he decided that he might as well have it out with her. She would understand. Just at this time, he was beginning to doubt the outcome of the real estate deal, and consequently he was feeling a little blue, and as a concomitant, a little confidential. He could not yet talk to Jennie about his troubles. "You know, Lester," said Letty, by way of helping him to his confession. The maid had brought tea for her and some brandy and soda for him and departed. "That I have been hearing a lot of things about you since I've been back in this country. Aren't you going to tell me all about yourself? You know I have your real interests at heart." "What have you been hearing, Letty?" he asked quietly. "Oh, about your father's will for one thing, and the fact that you're out of the company, and some gossip about Mrs. Kane, which doesn't interest me very much. You know what I mean. Aren't you going to straighten things out so that you can have what rightfully belongs to you? It seems to me such a great sacrifice, Lester, unless, of course, you are very much in love. Are you?" she asked, archly. Lester paused and deliberated before replying. "I really don't know how to answer that last question, Letty," he said. "Sometimes I think I love her. Sometimes I wonder whether I do or not. I'm going to be perfectly frank with you. I was never in such a curious position in my life before. You like me so much, and well, I don't say what I think of you," he smiled, "but anyhow, I can talk to you frankly. I'm not married." "I thought as much," she said as he paused. "And I'm not married because I have never been able to make up my mind just what to do about it. When I first met Jennie, I thought her the most entrancing girl I had ever laid eyes on." "That speaks volumes for my charms at that time," interrupted his vis-a-vis. "Don't interrupt me if you want to hear this," he smiled. "Tell me one thing," she questioned, "and then I won't. Was that in Cleveland?" "Yes." "So I heard," she assented. "There was something about her so—" "Love at first sight," again interpolated Letty foolishly. Her heart was hurting her. "I know." "Are you going to let me tell this?" "Pardon me, Lester. I can't help a twinge or two." "Well, anyhow, I lost my head. I thought she was the most perfect thing under the sun, even if she was a little out of my world. This is a democratic country. I thought I could just take her, and then, well, you know. This is where I made my mistake. I didn't think that would prove as serious as it did. I never cared for any other woman but you before, and, I'll be frank, I didn't know whether I wanted to marry you. I thought I didn't want to marry any woman. I said to myself that I could just take Jennie, and then, after a while, when things had quieted down some, we could separate. She would be well provided for. I wouldn't care very much. She wouldn't care. You understand?" "Yes, I understand," replied his confessor. "Well, you see, Letty, it hasn't worked out that way. She's a woman of a curious temperament. She possesses a world of feeling and emotion. She's not educated in the sense in which we understand that word, but she has natural refinement and tact. She's a good housekeeper. She's an ideal mother. She's the most affectionate creature under the sun. Her devotion to her mother and father was beyond words. Her love for her daughter, she's hers, not mine, is perfect. She hasn't any of the graces of the smart society woman. She isn't quick at repartee. She can't join in any rapid-fire conversation. She thinks rather slowly, I imagine. Some of her big thoughts never come to the surface at all, but you can feel that she is thinking and that she is feeling." "You pay her a lovely tribute, Lester," said Letty. "I ought to," he replied. "She's a good woman, Letty. But for all that I have said, I sometimes think that it's only sympathy that's holding me." "Don't be too sure," she said warningly. "Yes, but I've gone through with a great deal. The thing for me to have done was to have married her in the first place. There have been so many entanglements since, so much rowing and discussion, that I've rather lost my bearings. This will of father's complicates matters. I stand to lose $800,000 if I marry her, really. A great deal more now that the company has been organized into a trust. I might better say $2 million. If I don't marry her, I lose everything outright in about 2 more years. Of course, I might pretend that I have separated from her, but I don't care to lie. I can't work it out that way without hurting her feelings, and she's been the soul of devotion, right down in my heart at this minute. I don't know whether I want to give her up. Honestly, I don't know what the devil to do." Lester lit a cigar in a far-off speculative fashion, and looked out of the window. "Was there ever such a problem?" questioned Letty, staring at the floor. She rose after a few moments of silence, and put her hands on his round, solid head. Her yellow silken house gown, faintly scented, touched his shoulders. "Poor Lester," she said, "you certainly have tied yourself up in a knot. But it's a Gordian knot, my dear, and it will have to be cut. Why don't you discuss this whole thing with her, just as you have with me, and see how she feels about it?" "It seems such an unkind thing to do," he replied. "You must take some action, Lester, dear," she insisted. "You can't just drift. You are doing yourself a great injustice. Frankly, I can't advise you to marry her, and I'm not speaking for myself in that, though I'd take you gladly, even if you did forsake me in the first place. I'll be perfectly honest. Whether you ever come to me or not, I love you, and always shall love you." "I know it," said Lester, getting up. He took her hands in his and studied her face curiously. Then he turned away. Letty paused to get her breath. His action discomposed her. "But you're too big a man, Lester, to settle down on $10,000 a year," she continued. "You're too much of a social figure to drift. You ought to get back into the social and financial world where you belong. All that's happened won't injure you if you reclaim your interest in the company. You can dictate your own terms. And if you tell her the truth, she won't object, I'm sure. If she cares for you, as you think she does, she will be glad to make this sacrifice. I'm positive of that. You can provide for her handsomely, of course." "It isn't the money that Jennie wants," said Lester gloomily. "Well, even if it isn't, she can live without you, and she can live better for having an ample income." "She will never want if I can help it," he said solemnly. "You must leave her," she urged, with a new touch of decisiveness. "You must. Every day is precious with you, Lester. Why don't you make up your mind to act at once, today, for that matter? Why not?" "Not so fast," he protested. "This is a ticklish business, to tell you the truth. I hate to do it. It seems so brutal, so unfair. I'm not one to run around and discuss my affairs with other people. I've refused to talk about this to anyone heretofore, my father, my mother, anyone. But somehow you have always seemed closer to me than anyone else, and, since I met you this time, I have felt as though I ought to explain. I have really wanted to. I care for you. I don't know whether you understand how that can be under the circumstances, but I do. You're nearer to me intellectually and emotionally than I thought you were. Don't frown. You want the truth, don't you? Well, there you have it. Now explain me to myself, if you can. I don't want to argue with you, Lester, she said softly, laying her hand on his arm. I merely want to love you. I understand quite well how it has all come about. I'm sorry for myself. I'm sorry for you. I'm sorry, she hesitated, for Mrs. Kane. She's a charming woman. I like her, I really do. But she isn't the woman for you, Lester. She really isn't. You need another type. It seems so unfair for us two to discuss her in this way, but really it isn't. We all have to stand on our merits, and I'm satisfied if the facts in this case were put before her, as you have put them before me, she would see just how it all is, and agree. She can't want to harm you. Why, Lester, if I were in her position, I would let you go. I would, truly. I think you know that I would. Any good woman would. It would hurt me, but I'd do it. It will hurt her, but she'll do it. Now, mark my words, she will. I think I understand her as well as you do, better, for I am a woman. Oh, she said, pausing, I wish I were in a position to talk to her. I could make her understand. Lester looked at Letty, wondering at her eagerness. She was beautiful, magnetic, immensely worthwhile. Not so fast, he repeated. I want to think about this. I have some time yet. She paused, a little crestfallen but determined. This is the time to act, she repeated, her whole soul in her eyes. She wanted this man, and she was not ashamed to let him see that she wanted him. Well, I'll think of it, he said uneasily, then, rather hastily, bade her good-bye and went away. Lester had thought of his predicament earnestly enough, and he would have been satisfied to act soon, if it had not been for one of those disrupting influences which sometimes complicate our affairs, entered into his Hyde Park domicile. Gerhardt's health began rapidly to fail. Little by little he had been obliged to give up his various duties about the place. Finally, he was obliged to take to his bed. He lay in his room, devotedly attended by Jennie and visited constantly by Vesta and occasionally by Lester. There was a window not far from his bed which commanded a charming view of the lawn and one of the surrounding streets, and through this he would gaze by the hour, wondering how the world was getting on without him. He suspected that Woods, the coachman, was not looking after the horses and harnesses as well as he should, that the newspaper carrier was getting negligent in his delivery of the paper, that the furnace man was wasting coal, or he was not giving them enough heat. A score of little petty worries, which were nevertheless real enough to him. He knew how a house should be kept. He was always rigid in his performance of his self-appointed duties, and he was so afraid that things would not go right. Jennie made for him a most imposing and sumptuous dressing gown of basted wool, covered with dark blue silk, and bought him a pair of soft, thick wool slippers to match. But he did not wear them often. He preferred to lie in bed, read his Bible and the Lutheran papers, and ask Jennie how things were getting along. I want you should go down in the basement and see what that fella is doing. He's not giving us any heat, he would complain. I'll bet I know what he does. He sits down there and reads, and then he forgets what the fire is doing until it is almost out. The beer is right there where he can take it. You should lock it up. You don't know what kind of man he is. He may be no good. Jennie would protest that the house was fairly comfortable, that the man was a nice, quiet, respectable-looking American, and that if he did drink a little beer, it would not matter. Gerhardt would immediately become incensed. "That is always the way," he declared vigorously. "You have no sense of economy. You're always so ready to let things go if I am not there. He is a nice man? How do you know he's a nice man? Does he keep the fire up? No. Does he keep the walk clean? If you don't watch him, he will be just like the others. No good. You should go around and see how things are for yourself." "All right, Papa," she would reply, in a genial effort to soothe him. "I will. Please don't worry. I'll lock up the beer. Don't you want a cup of coffee now, and some toast?" "No," Gerhardt would sigh immediately. "My stomach, it don't do right. I don't know how I'm going to come out of this." Dr. Macon, the leading physician in the vicinity, and a man of considerable experience and ability, called at Jennie's request and suggested a few simple things: hot milk, a wine tonic, rest. But he told Jennie that she must not expect too much. "You know he is quite well along in years now. He is quite feeble. If he were 20 years younger, we might do a great deal for him. As it is, he is quite well off where he is. He may live for some time. He may get up and be around again, and then he may not. We must expect these things. I have never any care as to what may happen to me. I am too old myself." Jennie felt sorry to think that her father might die. She was pleased to think that if he must, it was going to be under such comfortable circumstances. Here at least he could have every care. It soon became evident that this was Gerhardt's last illness, and Jennie thought it her duty to communicate with her brothers and sisters. She wrote Bass that his father was not well, and had a letter from him saying that he was very busy and couldn't come on unless the danger was an immediate one. He went on to say that George was in Rochester working for a wholesale wallpaper house, the Chef Jefferson Company, he thought. Martha and her husband had gone to Boston. Her address was a little suburb named Belmont, just outside the city. William was in Omaha, working for a local electric company. Veronica was married to a man named Albert Sheraton, who was connected with a wholesale drug company in Cleveland. "She never comes to see me," complained Bass, "but I'll let her know." Jennie wrote each one personally. From Veronica and Martha she received brief replies. They were very sorry, and would she let them know if anything happened. George wrote that he could not think of coming to Chicago unless his father was very ill indeed, but that he would like to be informed from time to time how he was getting along. William, as he told Jennie some time afterward, did not get her letter. The progress of the old German's malady toward final dissolution preyed greatly on Jennie's mind, for in spite of the fact that they had been so far apart in times past, they had now grown very close together. Gerhardt had come to realize clearly that his outcast daughter was goodness itself, at least so far as he was concerned. She never quarreled with him, never crossed him in any way. Now that he was sick, she was in and out of his room a dozen times in the evening or an afternoon, seeing whether he was all right, asking how he liked his breakfast or his lunch or his dinner. As he grew weaker, she would sit by him and read, or do her sewing in his room. One day, when she was straightening his pillow, he took her hand and kissed it. He was feeling very weak and despondent. She looked up in astonishment, a lump in her throat. There were tears in her eyes. "You're a good girl, Jennie," he said brokenly. "You've been good to me. I've been hard and cross, but I'm an old man. You forgive me, don't you?" "Oh, Papa, please don't," she pleaded, tears welling from her eyes. "You know I have nothing to forgive. I'm the one who has been all wrong." "No, no," he said, and she sank down on her knees beside him and cried. He put his thin yellow hand on her hair. "There, there," he said brokenly. "I understand a lot of things I didn't. We get wiser as we get older." She left the room, ostensibly to wash her face and hands, and cried her eyes out. Was he really forgiving her at last? And she had lied to him so. She tried to be more attentive, but that was impossible. But after this reconciliation, he seemed happier and more contented, and they spent a number of happy hours together, just talking. Once he said to her, "You know, I feel just like I did when I was a boy. If it wasn't for my bones, I could get up and dance on the grass." Jennie fairly smiled and sobbed in one breath. "You'll get stronger, Papa," she said. "You're going to get well. Then I'll take you out driving." She was so glad she had been able to make him comfortable these last few years. As for Lester, he was affectionate and considerate. "Well, how it is tonight?" he would ask the moment he entered the house. And he would always drop in for a few minutes before dinner to see how the old man was getting along. "He looks pretty well," he would tell Jennie. "He's apt to live some time yet. I wouldn't worry." Vesta also spent much time with her grandfather, for she had come to love him dearly. She would bring her books, if it didn't disturb him too much, and recite some of her lessons, or she would leave his door open and play for him on the piano. Lester had bought her a handsome music box also, which she would sometimes carry to his room and play for him. At times he wearied of everything and everybody save Jennie, and he wanted to be alone with her. She would sit beside him quite still and sew. She could see plainly that the end was only a little way off. Gerhardt, true to his nature, took into consideration all the various arrangements contingent upon his death. He wished to be buried in the little Lutheran cemetery, which was several miles farther out on the south side, and he wanted the beloved minister of his church to officiate. "I want everything plain," he said. "Just my black suit and those Sunday shoes of mine, and that black string tie. I don't want anything else. I will be all right." Jennie begged him not to talk of it, but he would. One day at 4 o'clock he had a sudden sinking spell, and at 5 he was dead. Jennie held his hands, watching his labored breathing. Once or twice he opened his eyes to smile at her. "I don't mind going," he said, "in this final hour. I've done what I could." "Don't talk of dying, Papa," she pleaded. "It's the end," he said. "You've been good to me. You're a good woman." She heard no other words from his lips. The finish which time thus puts to this troubled life affected Jennie deeply. Strong in her kindly, emotional relationships, Gerhardt had appealed to her not only as her father, but as a friend and counselor. She saw him now in his true perspective, a hard-working, honest, sincere old German who had done his best to raise a troublesome family and lead an honest life. Truly, she had been his one great burden, and she had never really dealt truthfully with him to the end. She wondered now if where he was he could see that she had lied. And would he forgive her? He had called her a good woman. Telegrams were sent to all the children. Bast wired that he was coming, and arrived the next day. The others wired that they could not come, but asked for details, which Jennie wrote. The Lutheran minister was called in to say prayers and fix the time of the burial service. A fat, smug undertaker was commissioned to arrange all the details. Some few neighbor friends called, those who had remained most faithful, and on the second morning following his death, the services were held. Lester accompanied Jennie and Vesta and Bass to the little red-brick Lutheran church, and sat stolidly through the rather dry service. He listened wearily to the long discourse on the beauties and rewards of a future life, and stirred irritably when reference was made to a hell. Bass was rather bored, but considerate. He looked upon his father now much as he would on any other man. Only Jennie wept sympathetically. She saw her father in perspective, The long years of trouble he had had, the days in which he had to saw wood for a living, the days in which he had lived in a factory loft, the little shabby house that they had been compelled to live in 13th Street, the terrible days of suffering they had spent in Laurie Street in Cleveland, his grief over her, his grief over Mrs. Gerhardt, his love and care of Vesta, and finally, these last days. Oh, he was a good man, she thought. He meant so well. They sang a hymn, "A Mighty Fortress is Our God," and then she sobbed. Lester pulled at her arm. He was moved to the danger line himself by her grief. "You'll have to do better than this," he whispered. "My God, I can't stand it. I'll have to get up and get out." Jennie quieted a little, but the fact that the last visible ties were being broken between her and her father was almost too much. At the grave in the cemetery of the Redeemer, where Lester had immediately arranged to purchase a lot, they saw the plain coffin lowered and the earth shoveled in. Lester looked curiously at the bare trees, the brown dead grass, and the brown soil of the prairie turned up at this simple gravesite. There was no distinction to this burial plot. It was commonplace and shabby, a working man's resting place, but so long as he wanted it, it was all right. He studied Bass's keen, lean face, wondering what sort of career he was cutting out for himself. Bass looked to him like someone who had run a cigar store successfully. He watched Jennie wiping her red eyes, and then he said to himself again, "Well, there is something to her." The woman's emotions were so deep, so real. "There's no explaining a good woman," he said to himself. On the way home, through the wind-swept, dusty streets, he talked of life in general, Bass and Vesta being present. "Jennie takes things too seriously," he said. "She's inclined to be morbid. Life isn't as bad as she makes out with her sensitive feelings. We all have our troubles, and we all have to stand them, some more, some less. We can't assume that anyone is so much better or worse off than anyone else. We all have our share of troubles." "I can't help it," said Jennie. "I feel so sorry for some people." "Jennie was always a little gloomy," put in Bass. He was thinking what a fine figure of a man Lester was, how beautifully they lived, how Jennie had come up in the world. He was thinking that there must be a lot more to her than he had originally thought. Life surely did turn out queer. At one time, he thought Jennie was a hopeless failure and no good. "You ought to try to steel yourself to take things as they come along, without going to pieces this way," said Lester finally. Bass thought so too. Jennie stared thoughtfully out of the carriage window. There was the old house now, large and silent without Gerhardt. Just think, she would never see him any more. They finally turned into the drive and entered the library. Jeanette, nervous and sympathetic, served tea. Jennie went to look after various details. She wondered curiously where she would be when she died. The fact that Gerhardt was dead made no particular difference to Lester, except as it affected Jennie. He had liked the old German for his many sterling qualities, but beyond that, he thought nothing of him one way or the other. He took Jennie to a watering place for 10 days to help her recover her spirits, and it was soon after this that he decided to tell her just how things stood with him. He would put the problem plainly before her. It would be easier now, for Jennie had been informed of the disastrous prospects of the real estate deal. She was also aware of his continued interest in Mrs. Gerald. Lester did not hesitate to let Jennie know that he was on very friendly terms with her. Mrs. Gerald had, at first, formally requested him to bring Jennie to see her, but she never had called herself, and Jennie understood quite clearly that it was not to be. Now that her father was dead, she was beginning to wonder What was going to become of her? She was afraid that Lester might not marry her. Certainly, he showed no signs of intending to do so. By one of those curious coincidences of thought, Robert also had reached the conclusion that something should be done. He did not for one moment imagine that he could directly work upon Lester. He did not care to try. But he did think that some influence might be brought to bear on Jennie. She was probably amiable to reason. If Lester had not married her already, she must realize full well that he did not intend to do so. Suppose that some responsible third person were to approach her and explain how things were, including, of course, the offer of an independent income. Might she not be willing to leave Lester and end all this trouble? After all, Lester was his brother, and he ought not to lose his fortune. Robert had things very much in his own hands now, and could afford to be generous. He finally decided that Mr. O'Brien, of Knight, Keatley & O'Brien, would be the proper intermediary, for O'Brien was suave, good-natured, and well-meaning, even if he was a lawyer. He might explain to Jennie very delicately just how the family felt, and how much Lester stood to lose if he continued to maintain his connection with her. If Lester had married Jennie, O'Brien would find it out. A liberal provision would be made for her, say $50,000 or $100,000 or even $150,000. He sent for Mr. O'Brien and gave him his instructions. As one of the executors of Archibald Cain's estate, it was really the lawyer's duty to look into the matter of Lester's ultimate decision. Mr. O'Brien journeyed to Chicago. On reaching the city, he called up Lester and found out to his satisfaction that he was out of town for the day. He went out to the house in Hyde Park and sent in his card to Jennie. She came downstairs in a few minutes, quite unconscious of the import of his message. He greeted her most blandly. "This is Mrs. Cain?" he asked, with an interlocutory jerk of his head. "Yes," replied Jennie. "I am, as you see by my card, Mr. O'Brien, of Knight, Keatley & O'Brien," he began. "We are the attorneys and executors of the late Mr. Cain, Mr. Cain's father. You'll think it rather curious, my coming to you, but under your husband's father's will there were certain conditions stipulated which affect you and Mr. Cain very materially. These provisions are so important that I think you ought to know about them. That is, if Mr. Cain hasn't already told you. Pardon me, but the peculiar nature of them makes me conclude that possibly he hasn't." He paused, a very question mark of a man, every feature of his face an interrogation. "I don't quite understand," said Jennie. "I don't know anything about the will. If there's anything I ought to know, I suppose Mr. Cain will tell me. He hasn't told me anything as yet." "Ah," breathed Mr. O'Brien, highly gratified. "Just as I thought. Now, if you will allow me, I'll go into the matter briefly. Then you can judge for yourself whether you wish to hear the full particulars. Won't you sit down?" They had both been standing. Jennie seated herself, and Mr. O'Brien pulled up a chair near to hers. "Now to begin," he said, "I need not say to you, of course, that there was considerable opposition on the part of Mr. Cain's father to this, union between yourself and his son." "I know," Jennie started to say, but she checked herself. She was puzzled, disturbed, a little apprehensive. "Before Mr. Cain Sr. died," he went on, "he indicated to Mr. Lester Cain that he felt this way. In his will, he made certain conditions governing the distribution of his property, which made it rather hard for his son, your husband, to come into his rightful share. Ordinarily, he would have inherited 1/4 of the Cain Manufacturing Company, worth today in the neighborhood of $1 million, perhaps more. Also 1/4 of the other properties, which now aggregate something like $500,000. I believe Mr. Kane Sr. was really very anxious that his son should inherit this property, but owing to the conditions which Mr. Kane's father made, Mr. Lester Kane cannot possibly obtain his share except by complying with a certain wish which his father had expressed." Mr. O'Brien paused, his eyes moving back and forth sideways in their sockets. In spite of the natural prejudice of the situation, he was considerably impressed with Jennie's pleasing appearance. He could see quite plainly why Lester might cling to her in face of all opposition. He continued to study her furtively as he sat there, waiting for her to speak. "And what was that wish?" she finally asked, her nerves becoming just a little tense under the strain of the silence. "I'm glad you were kind enough to ask me that," he went on. "The subject is a very difficult one for me to introduce, very difficult. I come as an emissary of the estate, I might say as one of the executors under the will of Mr. Kane's father. I know how keenly Mr. Kane feels about it. I know how keenly you will probably feel about it. But it is one of those very difficult things which cannot be helped, which must be got over somehow. And while I hesitate very much to say so, I must tell you that Mr. Kane Sr. stipulated in his will that unless... Again his eyes were moving sideways, to and fro. He saw fit to separate from you. He paused to get breath. He could not inherit this or any other sum, or at least only a very minor income of $10,000 a year, and that only on condition that he should marry you. He paused again. I should add, he went on, that under the will he was given 3 years in which to indicate his intentions. That time is now drawing to a close. He paused, half expecting some outburst of feeling from Jennie, but she only looked at him fixedly, her eyes clouded with surprise, distress, unhappiness. Now she understood. Lester was sacrificing his fortune for her. His recent commercial venture was an effort to rehabilitate himself, to put himself in an independent position. The recent periods of preoccupation, of subtle unrest, and of dissatisfaction over which she had grieved were now explained. He was unhappy. He was brooding over this prospective loss, and he had never told her. So his father had really disinherited him. Mr. O'Brien sat before her, troubled himself. He was very sorry for her, now that he saw the expression on her face. Still, the truth had to come out. She ought to know. "I'm sorry," he said, when he saw that she was not going to make any immediate reply, "that I have been the bearer of such unfortunate news. It is a very painful situation that I find myself in at this moment. I assure you, I bear you no ill will personally. Of course you understand that. The family really bears you no ill will now. I hope you believe that. As I told Mr. Kane at the time the will was read, I considered it most unfair, but of course, as a mere executive under it and counsel for his father, I could do nothing. I really think it best that you should know how things stand, in order that you may help your husband." He paused significantly. "If possible, to some solution. It seems a pity to me, as it does to the various other members of his family, that he should lose all this money." Jennie had turned her head away and was staring at the floor. She faced him now steadily. "He mustn't lose it," she said. "It isn't fair that he should." "I am most delighted to hear you say that, Mrs. Kane," he went on, using for the first time her improbable title as Lester's wife, without hesitation. "I may as well be very frank with you and say that I feared you might take this information in quite another spirit. Of course you know, to begin with, that the Kane family is very clannish. Mrs. Kane, your husband's mother, was a very proud and rather distant woman, and his sisters and brothers are rather set in their notions as to what constitute proper family connections. They look upon his relationship to you as irregular, and pardon me if I appear to be a little cruel, as not generally satisfactory. As you know, there has been so much talk in the last few years that Mr. Kane Sr. did not believe that the situation could ever be nicely adjusted, so far as the family was concerned. He felt that his son had not gone about it right in the first place. One of the conditions of his will was that if your husband, pardon me, if his son did not accept the proposition in regard to separating from you and taking up his rightful share of the estate, then to inherit anything at all, the mere $10,000 a year I mentioned before, he must, pardon me, I seem a little brutal, but not intentionally so, marry you. Jennie winced. It was such a cruel thing to say this to her face. This whole attempt to live together illegally had proved disastrous at every step. There was only one solution to the unfortunate business. She could see that plainly. She must leave him, or he must leave her. There was no other alternative. Lester living on $10,000 a year, it seemed silly. Mr. O'Brien was watching her curiously. He was thinking that Lester both had and had not made a mistake. Why had he not married her in the first place? She was charming. There is just one other point which I wish to make in this connection, Mrs. Kane, he went on softly and easily. I see now that it will not make any difference to you, but I am commissioned and in a way constrained to make it. I hope you will take it in the manner in which it is given. I don't know whether you are familiar with your husband's commercial interests or not. No, said Jennie simply. Well, in order to simplify matters and to make it easier for you, should you decide to assist your husband to a solution of this very difficult situation, frankly, in case you might possibly decide to leave on your own account and maintain a separate establishment of your own, I am delighted to say that, any sum, say, Jennie rose and walked dazedly to one of the windows, clasping her hands as she went. Mr. O'Brien rose also. Well, be that as it may, in the event of your deciding to end the connection, it has been suggested that any reasonable sum you might name, $50, $75, $100,000, Mr. O'Brien was feeling very generous toward her, would be gladly set aside for your benefit, put in trust as it were, so that you would have it whenever you needed it. You would never want for anything. Please don't, said Jennie, hurt beyond the power to express herself, unable mentally and physically to listen to another word. Please don't say any more. Please go away. Let me alone now, please. I can go away. I will. It will be arranged. But please don't talk to me any more, will you? I understand how you feel, Mrs. Kane, went on Mr. O'Brien, coming to a keen realization of her sufferings. I know exactly, believe me. I have said all I intend to say. It has been very hard for me to do this, very hard. I regret the necessity. You have my card. Please note the name. I will come any time you suggest, or you can write me. I will not detain you any longer. I am sorry. I hope you will see fit to say nothing to your husband of my visit. It will be advisable that you should keep your own counsel in the matter. I value his friendship very highly, and I am sincerely sorry. Jennie only stared at the floor. Mr. O'Brien went out into the hall to get his coat. Jennie touched the electric button to summon the maid, and Jeanette came. Jennie went back into the library, and Mr. O'Brien paced briskly down the front walk. When she was really alone, she put her doubled hands to her chin and stared at the floor. The queer design of the silken Turkish rug resolving itself into some curious picture. She saw herself in a small cottage somewhere alone with Vesta. She saw Lester living in another world, and beside him, Mrs. Gerald. She saw this house vacant, and then a long stretch of time, and then... Oh, she sighed, choking back her desire to cry. With her hands she brushed away a hot tear from each eye. Then she got up. It must be, she said to herself in thought. It must be. It should have been so long ago. And then, oh, thank God that Pop is dead. Anyhow, he did not live to see this. The explanation which Lester had concluded to be inevitable, whether it led to separation or legalization of their hitherto banal condition, followed quickly upon the appearance of Mr. O'Brien. On the day Mr. O'Brien called, he had gone on a journey to Hegeshwish, a small manufacturing town in Wisconsin, where he had been invited to witness the trial of a new motor intended to operate elevators, with a view to possible investment. When he came out to the house, interested to tell Jennie something about it, even in spite of the fact that he was thinking of leaving her, he felt a sense of depression everywhere. For Jennie, in spite of the serious and sensible conclusions she had reached, was not one who could conceal her feelings easily. She was brooding sadly over her proposed action, realizing that it was best to leave, but finding it hard to summon the courage which would let her talk to him about it. She could not go on without telling him what she thought. He ought to want to leave her. She was absolutely convinced that this one course of action, separation, was necessary and advisable. She could not think of him as daring to make a sacrifice of such proportions for her sake, even if he wanted to. It was impossible. It was astonishing to her that he had let things go along as dangerously and silently as he had. When he came in, Jennie did her best to greet him with her accustomed smile, but it was a pretty poor imitation. "Everything all right?" she asked, using her customary phrase of inquiry. "Quite," he answered. "How are things with you?" "Oh, just the same." She walked with him to the library, and he poked at the open fire with a long-handled poker before turning to survey the room generally. It was 5 o'clock on a January afternoon. Jennie had gone to one of the windows to lower the shade. As she came back, he looked at her critically. "You're not quite your usual self, are you?" he asked, sensing something out of the common in her attitude. "Why, yes, I feel all right," she replied, but there was a peculiar, uneven motion to the movement of her lips, a rippling tremor, which was unmistakable to him. "I think I know better than that," he said, still gazing at her steadily. "What's the trouble? Anything happened?" She turned away from him a moment to get her breath and collect her senses. Then she faced him again. "There is something," she managed to say. "I have to tell you something." "I know you have," he agreed, half smiling, but with a feeling that there was much of grave import back of this. "What is it?" She was silent for a moment, biting her lips. She did not quite know how to begin. Finally, she broke the spell with, "There was a man here yesterday, a Mr. O'Brien of Cincinnati. Do you know him?" "Yes, I know him. What did he want?" "He came to talk to me about you and your father's will." She paused, for his face clouded immediately. "Why the devil should he be talking to you about my father's will?" he exclaimed. "What did he have to say?" "Please don't get angry, Lester," said Jennie calmly, for she realized that she must remain absolute mistress of herself if anything were to be accomplished toward the resolution of her problem. "He wanted to tell me what a sacrifice you were making," she went on. "He wished to show me that there was only a little time left before you would lose your inheritance. Don't you want to act pretty soon? Don't you want to leave me?" "Damn him," said Lester fiercely. "What the devil does he mean by putting his nose in my private affairs? Can't they let me alone?" He shook himself angrily. Damn them, he exclaimed again. This is some of Robert's work. Why should Knight, Keatley, and O'Brien be meddling in my affairs? This whole business is going to be a nuisance. He was in a boiling rage in a moment, as was shown by his darkening skin and sulphurous eyes. Jennie trembled before his anger. She did not know what to say. He came to himself sufficiently after a time to add, "Well, just what did he tell you?" "He said that if you married me, you would only get $10,000 a year. That if you didn't, and still lived with me, you would get nothing at all. If you would leave me, or I would leave you, you would get all of $1.5 million. Don't you think you had better leave me now?" She had not intended to propound this leading question so quickly, but it came out as a natural climax to the situation. She realized instantly that if he were really in love with her, he would answer with an emphatic no. If he didn't care, he would hesitate, he would delay, he would seek to put off the evil day of reckoning. "I don't see that," he retorted irritably. "I don't see that there's any need for either interference or hasty action. What I object to is their coming here and mixing in my private affairs." Jennie was cut to the quick by his indifference, his wrath instead of affection. To her, the main point at issue was her leaving him or his leaving her. To him, this recent interference was obviously the chief matter for discussion and consideration. The meddling of others before he was ready to act was the terrible thing. She had hoped, in spite of what she had seen, that possibly, because of the long time they had lived together and the things which, in a way, they had endured together, he might have come to care for her deeply, that she had stirred some emotion in him which would never brook real separation, though some seeming separation might be necessary. He had not married her, of course, but then there had been so many things against them. Now, in this final hour, anyhow, he might have shown that he cared deeply, even if he deemed it necessary to let her go. She felt for the time being as if, for all that she had lived with him so long, she did not understand him, and yet, in spite of this feeling, she knew also that she did. He cared in his way. He could not care for anyone enthusiastically and demonstratively. He could care enough to seize her and take her to himself as he had, but he could not care enough to keep her if something more important appeared. He was debating her fate now. She was in a quandary, hurt, bleeding, but, for once in her life, determined. Whether he wanted to or not, she must not let him make this sacrifice. She must leave him, if he would not leave her. It was not important enough that she should stay. There might be but one answer, but might he not show affection? "Don't you think you had better act soon?" she continued, hoping that some word of feeling would come from him. "There is only a little time left, isn't there?" Jennie nervously pushed the book to and fro on the table, her fear that she would not be able to keep up appearances troubling her greatly. It was hard for her to know what to do or say. Lester was so terrible when he became angry. Still, it ought not to be so hard for him to go, now that he had Mrs. Gerald. If he only wished to do so, and he ought to. His fortune was so much more important to him than anything she could be. "Don't worry about that," he replied stubbornly, his wrath at his brother and his family and O'Brien still holding him. "There is time enough. I don't know what I want to do yet. I like the effrontery of these people, but I won't talk any more about it. Isn't dinner nearly ready?" He was so injured in his pride that he scarcely took the trouble to be civil. He was forgetting all about her and what she was feeling. He hated his brother Robert for this affront. He would have enjoyed wringing the necks of Messrs. Knight, Keatley, and O'Brien, singly and collectively. The question could not be dropped for good and all, and it came up again at dinner, after Jennie had done her best to collect her thoughts and quiet her nerves. They could not talk very freely because of Vesta and Jeanette, but she managed to get in a word or two. "I could take a little cottage somewhere," she suggested softly, hoping to find him in a modified mood. "I would not want to stay here. I would not know what to do with a big house like this alone." "I wish you wouldn't discuss this business any longer, Jennie," he persisted. "I'm in no mood for it. I don't know that I'm going to do anything of the sort. I don't know what I'm going to do." He was so sour and obstinate because of O'Brien that she finally gave it up. Vesta was astonished to see her stepfather, usually so courteous, in so grim a mood. Jennie felt a curious sense that she might hold him if she would, for he was doubting, but she knew also that she should not wish. It was not fair to him. It was not fair to herself, or kind, or decent. "Oh, yes, Lester, you must," she pleaded at a later time. "I won't talk about it any more, but you must. I won't let you do anything else." There were hours when it came up afterward. Every day, in fact. In their boudoir, in the library, in the dining room, at breakfast, but not always in words. Jennie was worried. She was looking the worry she felt. She was sure that he should be made to act. Since he was showing more kindly consideration for her, she was all the more certain that he should act soon. Just how to go about it, she did not know, but she looked at him longingly, trying to help him make up his mind. She would be happy, she assured herself. She would be happy thinking that he was happy once she was away from him. He was a good man, most delightful in everything, perhaps, save his gift of love. He really did not love her, could not, perhaps, after all that had happened, even though she loved him most earnestly. But his family had been most brutal in their opposition, and this had affected his attitude. She could understand that, too. She could see now how his big, strong brain might be working in a circle. He was too decent to be absolutely brutal about this thing and leave her, too really considerate to look sharply after his own interests as he should, or hers, but he ought to. "You must decide, Lester," she kept saying to him from time to time. "You must let me go. What difference does it make? I will be all right. Maybe when this thing is all over, you might want to come back to me. If you do, I will be there." "I'm not ready to come to a decision," was his invariable reply. "I don't know that I want to leave you. This money is important, of course, but money isn't everything. I can live on $10,000 a year if necessary. I've done it in the past." "Oh, but you're so much more placed in the world now, Lester," she argued. "You can't do it. Look how much it costs to run this house alone, and $1.5 million. Why, I wouldn't let you think of losing that. I'll go myself first." "Where would you think of going if it came to that?" he asked curiously. "Oh, I'd find some place. Do you remember that little town of Sandwood, this side of Kenosha? I have often thought that it would be a pleasant place to live." "I don't like to think of this," he said finally, in an outburst of frankness. "It doesn't seem fair. The conditions have all been against this union of ours. I suppose I should have married you in the first place. I'm sorry now that I didn't." Jennie choked in her throat, but said nothing. "Anyhow, this won't be the last of it, if I can help it," he concluded. He was thinking that the storm might blow over, once he had the money, and then... But he hated compromises and subterfuges. It came by degrees to be understood that, toward the end of February, she should look around at Sandwood and see what she could find. She was to have ample means, he told her, everything she wanted. After a time, he might come out and visit her occasionally, and he was determined in his heart that he would make some people pay for the trouble they had caused him. He decided to send for Mr. O'Brien shortly and talk things over. He wanted, for his personal satisfaction, to tell him what he thought of him. At the same time, in the background of his mind, moved the shadowy figure of Mrs. Gerald, charming, sophisticated, well placed in every sense of the word. He did not want to give her the broad reality of full thought, but she was always there. He thought and thought. Perhaps I'd better, he half concluded. When February came, he was ready to act. The little town of Sandwood, this side of Kenosha, as Jennie had expressed it, was only a short distance from Chicago, an hour and 15 minutes by the local train. It had a population of some 300 families, dwelling in small cottages, which were scattered over a pleasant area of lakeshore property. They were not rich people. The houses were not worth more than from $3,000 to $5,000 each, but in most cases they were harmoniously constructed, and the surrounding trees, green for the entire year, gave them a pleasing summery appearance. Jennie, at the time they had passed by there, it was an outing taken behind a pair of fast horses, had admired the look of the little white church steeple, set down among green trees, and the gentle rocking of the boats upon the summer water. "I should like to live in a place like this sometime," she had said to Lester, and he had made the comment that it was a little too peaceful for him. "I can imagine getting to the place where I might like this, but not now. It's too withdrawn." Jennie thought of that expression afterwards. It came to her when she thought that the world was trying. If she had to be alone ever and could afford it, she would like to live in a place like Sandwood. There she would have a little garden, some chickens perhaps, a tall pole with a pretty birdhouse on it, and flowers and trees and green grass everywhere about. If she could have a little cottage in a place like this, which commanded a view of the lake, she could sit of a summer evening and sew. Vesta could play about or come home from school. She might have a few friends, or not any. She was beginning to think that she could do very well living alone if it were not for Vesta's social needs. Books were pleasant things. She was finding that out. Books like Irving's sketch-book, Lamb's Elia, and Hawthorne's Twice-Told Tales. Vesta was coming to be quite a musician in her way, having a keen sense of the delicate and refined in musical composition. She had a natural sense of harmony and a love for those songs and instrumental compositions which reflected sentimental and passionate moods, and she could sing and play quite well. Her voice was, of course, quite untrained. She was only 14, but it was pleasant to listen to. She was beginning to show the combined traits of her mother and father, Jennie's gentle, speculative turn of mind, combined with Brander's vivacity of spirit and innate executive capacity. She could talk to her mother in a sensible way about things, nature, books, dress, love, and from her developing tendencies, Jennie caught keen glimpses of the new worlds which Vesta was to explore. The nature of modern school life, its consideration of various divisions of knowledge, music, science, all came to Jennie watching her daughter take up new themes. Vesta was evidently going to be a woman of considerable ability, not irritably aggressive, but self-constructive. She would be able to take care of herself. All this pleased Jennie and gave her great hopes for Vesta's future. The cottage, which was finally secured at Sandwood, was only a story and a half in height, but it was raised upon red brick piers, between which were set green lattices and about which ran a veranda. The house was long and narrow, its full length, some 5 rooms in a row, facing the lake. There was a dining room with windows opening even with the floor, a large library with built-in shelves for books, and a parlor whose 3 large windows afforded air and sunshine at all times. The plot of ground in which this cottage stood was 100 feet square and ornamented with a few trees. The former owner had laid out flower beds and arranged green hardwood tubs for the reception of various hardy plants and vines. The house was painted white, with green shutters and green shingles. It had been Lester's idea, since this thing must be, that Jennie might keep the house in Hyde Park just as it was, but she did not want to do that. She could not think of living there alone. The place was too full of memories. At first, she did not think she would take anything much with her, but she finally saw that it was advisable to do as Lester suggested, to fit out the new place with a selection of silverware, hangings, and furniture from the Hyde Park house. "You have no idea what you will or may want," he said. "Take everything. I certainly don't want any of it." A lease of the cottage was taken for 2 years, together with an option for an additional 5 years, including the privilege of purchase. So long as he was letting her go, Lester wanted to be generous. He could not think of her as wanting for anything, and he did not propose that she should. His one troublesome thought was, what explanation was to be made to Vesta? He liked her very much and wanted her life kept free of complications. "Why not send her off to a boarding school until spring?" he suggested once. But owing to the lateness of the season, this was abandoned as inadvisable. Later they agreed that business affairs made it necessary for him to travel and for Jennie to move. Later, Vesta could be told that Jennie had left him for any reason she chose to give. It was a trying situation, all the more bitter to Jennie because she realized that in spite of the wisdom of its indifference to her was involved, he really did not care enough, as much as he cared. The relationship of man and woman, which we study so passionately in the hope of finding heaven knows what key to the mystery of existence, holds no more difficult or trying situations than of this mutual compatibility broken or disrupted by untoward conditions, which in themselves have so little to do with the real force and beauty of the relationship itself. These days of final dissolution, in which this household, so charmingly arranged, the scene of so many pleasant activities, was literally going to pieces, was a period of great trial to both Jennie and Lester. On her part, it was one of intense suffering, for she was of that stable nature that rejoices to fix itself in a serviceable and harmonious relationship, and then to stay so. For her life was made up of those mystic cords of sympathy and memory, which bind up the transient elements of nature into a harmonious and enduring scene. One of those cords, this home was her home, united and made beautiful by her affection and consideration for each person and every object. Now the time had come when it must cease. If she had ever had anything before in her life which had been like this, it might have been easier to part with it now, though, as she had proved, Jennie's affections were not based in any way upon material considerations. Her love of life and of personality were free from the taint of selfishness. She went among these various rooms, selecting this rug, that set of furniture, this and that ornament, wishing all the time, with all her heart and soul, that it need not be. Just to think, in a little while, Lester would not come any more of an evening. She would not need to get up first of a morning and see that coffee was made for her lord, that the table in the dining room looked just so. It had been a habit of hers to arrange a bouquet for the table out of the richest blooming flowers of the conservatory, and she had always felt in doing it that it was particularly for him. Now it would be not necessary any more, not for him. When one is accustomed to wait for the sound of a certain carriage wheel of an evening, grating upon your carriage drive, when one is used to listen at 11, 12, and 1, waking naturally and joyfully to the echo of a certain step on the stair, the separation, the ending of these things, is keen with pain. These were the thoughts that were running through Jennie's brain hour after hour and day after day. Lester, on his part, was suffering in another fashion. His was not the sorrow of lacerated affection, of discarded and despised love. but of that painful sense of unfairness which comes to one who knows that he is making a sacrifice of the virtues, kindness, loyalty, affection, to policy. Policy was dictating a very splendid course of action from one point of view. Free of Jennie, providing for her admirably, he was free to go his way, taking to himself the mass of affairs which come naturally with great wealth. He could not help thinking of the 1,001 little things which Jennie had been accustomed to do for him, the 101 comfortable and pleasant and delightful things she meant to him. The virtues which she possessed were quite dear to his mind. He had gone over them time and again. Now he was compelled to go over them finally, to see that she was suffering without making a sign. Her manner and attitude toward him these last days were quite the same as they had always been, no more, no less. She was not indulging in private hysterics, as another woman might have done. She was not pretending a fortitude in suffering she did not feel, showing him one face while wishing him to see another behind it. She was calm, gentle, considerate, thoughtful of him. Where would he go and what would he do, without irritating him by her inquiries? He was struck quite favorably by her ability to take a large situation largely, and he admired her. There was something to this woman, let the world think what it might. It was a shame that her life was passed under such a troubled star. Still a great world was calling him. The sound of its voice was in his ears. It had, on occasion, showed him its bared teeth. Did he really dare to hesitate? The last hour came when, having made excuse to this and that neighbor, when having spread the information that they were going abroad, when Lester had engaged rooms at the auditorium, and the mass of furniture which could not be used had gone to storage, that it was necessary to say farewell to this Hyde Park domicile. Jennie had visited Sandwood in company with Lester several times. He had carefully examined the character of the place. He was satisfied that it was nice but lonely. Spring was at hand. The flowers would be something. She was going to keep a gardener and a man of all work. Vesta would be with her. "Very well," he said, "only I want you to be comfortable." In the meantime, Lester had been arranging his personal affairs. He had notified Messrs. Knight, Keatley, and O'Brien, through his own attorney, Mr. Watson, that he would expect them to deliver his share of his father's securities on a given date. He had made up his mind that as long as he was compelled by circumstances to do this thing, he would do a number of other things equally ruthless. He would probably marry Mrs. Gerald. He would sit as a director in the United Carriage Company. With his share of stock, it would be impossible to keep him out. If he had Mrs. Gerald's money, he would become a controlling factor in the United Traction of Cincinnati, in which his brother was heavily interested, and in the Western Steel Works, of which his brother was now a leading adviser. What a different figure he would be now from that which he had been during the past few years. Jennie was depressed to the point of despair. She was tremendously lonely. This home had meant so much to her. When she first came here, and neighbors had begun to drop in, she had imagined herself on the threshold of a great career, that some day, possibly, Lester would marry her. Now blow after blow had been delivered, and the home and dream were a ruin. Gerhardt was gone. Jeanette, Harry Ward, and Mrs. Frizzle had been discharged. The furniture, for a good part, was in storage, and for her, practically, Lester was no more. She realized clearly that he would not come back. If he could do this thing now, even considerately, he could do much more when he was free, and always later. Immersed in his great affairs, he would forget, of course, and why not? She did not fit in. Had not everything illustrated that to her? Love was not enough in this world, that was so plain. One needed education, wealth, training, the ability to fight and scheme. She did not want to do that. She could not. The day came when the house was finally closed, and the old life was at an end. Lester traveled with Jennie to Sandwood. He spent some little while in the house trying to get her used to the idea of change. It was not so bad. He intimated that he would come again soon, but he went away, and all his words were as nothing against the fact of the actual and spiritual separation. When Jennie saw him going down the brick walk that afternoon, his solid conservative figure clad in a new tweed suit, his overcoat on his arm, self-reliance and prosperity written all over him, she thought that she would die. She had kissed Lester good-bye and had wished him joy, prosperity, peace. Then she made an excuse to go to her bedroom. Vesta came after a time to seek her, but now her eyes were quite dry. Everything had subsided to a dull ache. The new life was actually begun for her, a life without Lester, without Gerhardt, without anyone save Vesta. What curious things have happened to me, she thought, as she went into the kitchen, for she had determined to do at least some of her own work. She needed this distraction. She did not want to think. If it were not for Vesta, she would have sought some regular outside employment, anything to keep from brooding, for in that direction lay madness. The social and business worlds of Chicago, Cincinnati, Cleveland, and other cities saw, during the year or two which followed the breaking of his relationship with Jennie, a curious rejuvenation in the social and business spirit of Lester Kane. He had become rather distant and indifferent to certain personages and affairs while he was living with her, but now he suddenly appeared again, armed with authority from a number of sources, looking into this and that matter with the air of one who has the privilege of power, and showing himself to be quite a personage from the point of view of finance and commerce. He was older, of course. It must be admitted that he was in some respects a mentally altered Lester. Up to the time he had met Jennie, he was full of the assurance of the man who had never known defeat. To have been reared in luxury as he had been, to have seen only the pleasant side of society, which is so persistent and so deluding where money is concerned, to have been in the run of big affairs, not because one has created them, but because one is a part of them, and because they are one's birthright, like the air one breathes, could not help but create one of those illusions of solidarity which is apt to befog the clearest brain. It is so hard for us to know what we have not seen. It is so difficult for us to feel what we have not experienced. Like this world of ours, which seems so solid and persistent solely because we have no knowledge of the power which creates it. Lester's world seemed solid and persistent and real enough to him. It was only when the storm set in and the winds of adversity blew and he found himself facing the armed forces of convention that he realized he might be mistaken as to the value of his personality, that his private desires and opinions were as nothing in the face of a public conviction that he was wrong. The race spirit, or social avatar, the Zeitgeist as the Germans term it, manifested itself as something having a system in charge, and the organization of society began to show itself to him as something based on possibly a spiritual, or at least superhuman counterpart. He could not fly in the face of it. He could not deliberately ignore its mandates. The people of his time believed that some particular form of social arrangement was necessary, and unless he complied with that, he could, as he saw, readily become a social outcast. His own father and mother had turned on him, his brothers and sisters, society, his friends. Dear heaven, what a to-do this action of his had created. Why, even the fates seemed adverse. His real estate venture, was one of the most fortuitously unlucky things he had ever heard of. Why? Were the gods battling on the side of a to him unimportant social arrangement? Apparently. Anyhow, he had been compelled to quit. And here he was, vigorous, determined, somewhat battered by the experience, but still forceful and worthwhile. And it was a part of the penalty that he had become measurably soured by what had occurred. He was feeling that he had been compelled to do the first ugly, brutal thing of his life. Jennie deserved better of him. It was a shame to forsake her after all the devotion she had manifested. Truly, she had played a finer part than he. Worst of all, his deed could not be excused on the grounds of necessity. He could have lived on $10,000 a year. He could have done without the millions and more, which was now his. He could have done without the society, the pleasures of which had always been a lure. He could have, but he had not, and he had complicated it all with the thought of another woman. Was she as good as Jennie? That was a question which always rose before him. Was she as kindly? Wasn't she deliberately scheming under his very eyes to win him away from the woman who was as good as his wife? Was that admirable? Was it a thing a truly big woman would do? Was she good enough for him after all? Ought he to marry her? Ought he to marry anyone, seeing that he really owed a spiritual, if not legal, allegiance to Jennie? Was it worthwhile for any woman to marry him? These things turned in his brain. They haunted him. He could not shut out the fact that he was doing a cruel and unlovely thing. Material error in the first place was now becoming complicated with spiritual error. He was attempting to right the first by committing the second. Could it be done to his own satisfaction? Would it pay mentally and spiritually? Would it bring him peace of mind? He was thinking. All the while he was readjusting his life to the old, or perhaps better yet, new, conditions. And he was not feeling any happier. As a matter of fact, he was feeling worse, grim, revengeful. If he married Letty, he thought at times, it would be to use her fortune as a club to knock other enemies over the head, and he hated to think that he was marrying her for that. He took up his abode at the auditorium, visited Cincinnati in a distant and aggressive spirit, sat in council with the board of directors, wishing that he were more at peace with himself, more interested in life, but he did not change his policy in regard to Jennie. Of course, Mrs. Gerald had been vitally interested in Lester's rehabilitation. She waited tactfully some little time before sending him any word. Finally, she ventured to write him at the Hyde Park address, as if she did not know where he was, asking, "Where are you?" By this time, Lester had become slightly accustomed to the change in his life. He was saying to himself that he needed sympathetic companionship, the companionship of a woman, of course. Social invitations had begun to come to him now that he was alone, and that his financial connections were so obviously restored. He had made his appearance, accompanied only by a Japanese valet, at several country houses, the best sign that he was once more a single man. No reference was made by anyone to the past. On receiving Mrs. Gerald's note, he decided that he ought to go and see her. He had treated her rather shabbily. For months preceding his separation from Jennie, he had not gone near her. Even now, he waited until time brought a phoned invitation to dinner. This he accepted. Mrs. Gerald was at her best as a hostess at her perfectly appointed dinner table. Albani, the pianist, was there on this occasion, together with Adam Rascavage, the sculptor, a visiting scientist from England, Sir Nelson Keyes, and, curiously enough, Mr. and Mrs. Barry Dodge, whom Lester had not met socially in several years. Mrs. Gerald and Lester exchanged the joyful greetings of those who understand each other thoroughly, and are happy in each other's company. "Aren't you ashamed of yourself, sir," she said to him when he made his appearance, "to treat me so indifferently? You are going to be punished for this." "What's the damage?" he smiled. "I've been extremely rushed. I suppose something like 90 stripes will serve me about right." "90 stripes indeed," she retorted. "You're letting yourself off easy. What is it they do to evildoers in Siam?" "Boil them in oil, I suppose." "Well, anyhow, that's more like it. I'm thinking of something terrible." "Be sure and tell me when you decide," he laughed, and passed on to be presented to distinguished strangers by Mrs. de Lincomb, who aided Mrs. Gerald in receiving. The talk was stimulating. Lester was always at his ease intellectually, and this mental atmosphere revived him. Presently he turned to greet Berry Dodge, who was standing at his elbow. Dodge was all cordiality. "Where are you now?" he asked. "We haven't seen you when? Mrs. Dodge is waiting to have a word with you." Lester noticed the change in Dodge's attitude. "Some time, that's sure," he replied easily. "I'm living at the auditorium." "I was asking after you the other day. You know Jackson Dubois? Of course you do. We were thinking of running up into Canada for some hunting. Why don't you join us?" "I can't," replied Lester. "Too many things on hand just now. Later, surely." Dodge was anxious to continue. He had seen Lester's election as a director of the C.H.&D. Obviously, he was coming back into the world. But dinner was announced, and Lester sat at Mrs. Gerald's right hand. "Aren't you coming to pay me a dinner call some afternoon after this?" asked Mrs. Gerald confidentially, when the conversation was brisk at the other end of the table. "I am indeed," he replied, "and shortly. Seriously, I've been wanting to look you up. You understand, though, how things are now?" "I do. I've heard a great deal. That's why I want you to come. We need to talk together." 10 days later he did call. He felt as if he must talk with her. He was feeling bored and lonely. His long home life with Jennie had made hotel life objectionable. He felt as though he must find a sympathetic, intelligent ear, and where better than here? Letty was all ears for his troubles. She would have pillowed his solid head upon her breast in a moment if that had been possible. "Well," he said, when the usual fencing preliminaries were over, "what will you have me say in explanation?" "Have you burned your bridges behind you?" she asked. "I'm not so sure," he replied gravely, "and I can't say that I'm feeling any too joyous about the matter as a whole." "I thought as much," she replied. "I knew how it would be with you. I can see you wading through this mentally. Lester, I have been watching you every step of the way, wishing you peace of mind. These things are always so difficult, but don't you know I am still sure it's for the best? It was never right the other way. It never could be. You couldn't afford to sink back into a mere shellfish life. You are not organized temperamentally for that any more than I am. You may regret what you are doing now, but you would have regretted the other thing quite as much and more. You couldn't work your life out that way now, could you?" "I don't know about that, Letty. Really, I don't. I wanted to come and see you for a long time, but I didn't think I ought to. The fight was outside. You know what I mean?" "Yes, indeed I do," she said soothingly. "It's still inside. I haven't gotten over it. I don't know whether this financial business binds me sufficiently or not. I'll be frank and tell you that I can't say I love her entirely, but I'm sorry, and that's something." "She's comfortably provided for, of course," she commented, rather than inquired. "Everything she wants. Jennie is of a peculiar disposition. She doesn't want much. She's retiring by nature and doesn't care for show. I've taken a cottage for her at Sandwood, a little place north of here on the lake, and there's plenty of money in trust, but of course She knows she can live anywhere she pleases. I understand exactly how she feels, Lester. I know how you feel. She is going to suffer very keenly for a while. We all do when we have to give up the thing we love. But we can get over it, and we do. At least we can live. She will. It will go hard at first, but after a while she will see how it is, and she won't feel any the worse toward you. Jennie will never reproach me. I know that, he replied. I'm the one who will do the reproaching. I'll be abusing myself for some time. The trouble is with my peculiar turn of mind. I can't tell, for the life of me, how much of this disturbing feeling of mine is habit, the condition I'm accustomed to, and how much is sympathy. I sometimes think I'm the most pointless individual in the world. I think too much. Poor Lester, she said tenderly. Well, I understand for one. You're lonely living where you are, aren't you? I am that, he replied. Why not come and spend a few days down at West Baden with me? I'm going there. When? He inquired. Next Tuesday. Let me see, he replied. I'm not sure that I can. He consulted his notebook. I could come Thursday for a few days. Why not do that? You need company. We can walk and talk things out down there. Will you? Yes, I will, he replied. She came toward him, trailing a lavender lounging robe. You're such a solemn philosopher, sir, she observed comfortably, working through all the ramifications of things. Why do you? You were always like that. I can't help it, he replied. It's my nature to think. Well, one thing I know, and she tweaked his ear gently. You're not going to make another mistake through sympathy, if I can help it, she said daringly. You're going to stay disentangled long enough to give yourself a chance to think out what you want to do. You must. And I wish for one thing you'd take over the management of my affairs. You could advise me so much better than my lawyer. He arose and walked to the window, turning to look back at her solemnly. I know what you want, he said doggedly. And why shouldn't I? She demanded, again approaching him. She looked at him pleadingly, defiantly. Yes, why shouldn't I? You don't know what you're doing, he grumbled, but kept on looking at her. She stood there, attractive as a woman of her age could be, wise, considerate, full of friendship and affection. Letty, he said, you ought not want to marry me. I'm not worth it. Really, I'm not. I'm too cynical, too indifferent. It won't be worth anything in the long run. It will be worth something to me, she insisted. I know what you are. Anyhow, I don't care. I want you. He took her hands, then her arms. Finally, he drew her to him and put his arms about her waist. Poor Letty, he said, I'm not worth it. You'll be sorry. No, I'll not, she replied. I know what I'm doing. I don't care what you think you are worth. She laid her cheek on his shoulder. I want you. If you keep on, I venture to say you'll have me, he returned. He bent and kissed her. Oh, she exclaimed, and hid her hot face against his breast. This is bad business, he thought, even as he held her within the circle of his arms. It isn't what I ought to be doing. Still he held her, and now when she offered her lips coaxingly, he kissed her again and again. It is difficult to say whether Lester might not have returned to Jennie after all, but for certain influential factors. After a time, with his control of his portion of the estate firmly settled in his hands, and the storm of original feeling forgotten, he was well aware that diplomacy, if he ignored his natural tendency to fulfill even implied obligations, could readily bring about an arrangement whereby he and Jennie could be together. But he was haunted by the sense of what might be called an important social opportunity, in the form of Mrs. Gerald. He was compelled to set over against his natural tendency toward Jennie a consciousness of what he was ignoring in the personality and fortunes of her rival, who was one of the most significant and interesting figures on the social horizon. For think as he would, these two women were now persistently opposed in his consciousness. The one polished, sympathetic, philosophic, schooled in all the niceties of polite society, with the means to gratify her every wish. The other natural, sympathetic, emotional, with no schooling in the ways of polite society, but with a feeling for the beauty of life and the lovely things in human relationship which made her beyond any question an exceptional woman. Mrs. Gerald saw it and admitted it. Her criticism of Lester's relationship with Jennie was not that she was not worthwhile, but that conditions made it impolitic. On the other hand, a union with her was an ideal climax for his social aspirations. This would bring everything out right. He would be as happy with her as he would be with Jennie, almost, and he would have the satisfaction of knowing that this Western social and financial world held no more significant figure than himself. It was not wise to delay either this latter excellent solution of his material problems, and after thinking it over long and seriously, he finally concluded that he would not. He had already done Jennie the irreparable wrong of leaving her. What difference did it make if he did this also? She was possessed of everything she could possibly want outside of himself. She had herself deemed it advisable for him to leave. By such figments of the brain, in the face of unsettled and disturbing conditions, he was becoming used to the idea of a new alliance. The thing which prevented an eventual resumption of the relationship in some form with Jennie was the constant presence of Mrs. Gerald. Circumstances conspired to make her the logical solution of his mental quandary at this time. Alone he could do nothing save to make visits here and there, and he did not care to do that. He was too indifferent mentally to gather about him as a bachelor that atmosphere which he enjoyed and which a woman like Miss Gerald could so readily provide. United with her, it was simple enough. Their home then, wherever it was, would be full of clever people. He would need to do little save to appear and enjoy it. She understood quite as well as anyone how he liked to live. She enjoyed to meet the people he enjoyed meeting. There were so many things they could do together nicely. He visited West Baden at the same time she did, as she suggested. He gave himself over to her in Chicago for dinners, parties, drives. Her house was quite as much his own as hers. She made him feel so. She talked to him about her affairs, showing him exactly how they stood, and why she wished him to intervene in this and that matter. She did not wish him to be much alone. She did not want him to think or regret. She came to represent to him comfort, forgetfulness, rest from care. With the others, he visited at her house occasionally, and it gradually became rumored about that he would marry her. Because of the fact that there had been so much discussion of his previous relationship, Letty decided that if ever this occurred, it should be a quiet affair. She wanted a simple explanation in the papers of how it had come about, and then afterward, when things were normal again and gossip had subsided, she would enter on a dazzling social display for his sake. "Why not let us get married in April and go abroad for the summer?" she asked once, after they had reached a silent understanding that marriage would eventually follow. "Let's go to Japan. Then we can come back in the fall and take a house on the drive." Lester had been away from Jennie so long now that the first severe wave of self-reproach had passed. He was still doubtful, but he preferred to stifle his misgivings. "Very well," he replied, almost jokingly. "Only don't let there be any fuss about it." "Do you really mean that, sweet?" she exclaimed, looking over at him. They had been spending the evening together quietly, reading and chatting. "I've thought about it a long while," he replied. "I don't see why not." She came over to him and sat on his knee, putting her arms upon his shoulders. "I can scarcely believe you said that," she said, looking at him curiously. "Shall I take it back?" he asked. "No, no. It is agreed for April now, and we'll go to Japan. You can't change your mind. There won't be any fuss. But my, what a trousseau I will prepare." He smiled a little constrainedly as she tousled his head. There was a missing note somewhere in this gamut of happiness. Perhaps it was because he was getting old. In the meantime, Jennie was going her way, settling herself in the markedly different world in which henceforth she was to move. It seemed a terrible thing at first, this life without Lester. Despite her own strong individuality, her ways had become so involved with his that there seemed to be no possibility of disentangling them. Constantly, she was with him in thought and action, just as though they had never separated. Where was he now? What was he doing? What was he saying? How was he looking? In the mornings when she awoke, it was with the sense that he must be beside her. At night, as if she could not go to bed alone. He would come after a while, surely. Ah, no, of course, he would not come. Dear heaven, think of that. Never any more. And she wanted him so. And there were so many little trying things to adjust, for a change of this nature is too radical to be passed over lightly. The explanation she had to make to Vesta was of all the most important. This little girl, who was old enough now to see and think for herself, was not without her surmises and misgivings. Vesta recalled that her mother had been accused of not being married to her father when she was born. She had seen the article about Jennie and Lester in the Sunday paper at the time it had appeared. It had been shown to her at school. But she had had sense enough to say nothing about it, feeling somehow that Jennie would not like it. Lester's disappearance was a complete surprise, but she had learned in the last 2 or 3 years that her mother was very sensitive and that she could hurt her in unexpected ways. Jennie was finally compelled to tell Vesta that Lester's fortune had been dependent on his leaving her, solely because she was not of his station. Vesta listened soberly and half suspected the truth. She felt terribly sorry for her mother, and because of Jennie's obvious distress, she was trebly gay and courageous. She refused outright the suggestion of going to a boarding school, and kept as close to her mother as she could. She found interesting books to read with her, insisted that they go to see plays together, played to her on the piano, and asked for her mother's criticisms on her drawing and modeling. She found a few friends in the excellent Sandwood School and brought them home of an evening to add lightness and gaiety to the cottage life. Jennie, through her growing appreciation of Vesta's fine character, became more and more drawn toward her. Lester was gone, but at least she had Vesta. That prop would probably sustain her in the face of a waning existence. There was also her history to account for to the residents of Sandwood. In many cases, when one is content to lead a secluded life, it is not necessary to say much of one's past. But as a rule, something must be said. People have the habit of inquiring if they are no more than butchers and bakers. By degrees, one must account for this and that fact, and it was so here. She could not say that her husband was dead. Lester might come back. She had to say that she had left him, to give the impression that it would be she, if anyone, who would permit him to return. This put her in an interesting and sympathetic light in the neighborhood. It was the most sensible thing to do. She then settled down to a quiet routine of existence, waiting what denouement to her life she could not guess. Sandwood life was not without its charms for a lover of nature, and this, with the devotion of Vesta, offered some slight solace. There was the beauty of the lake, which, with its passing boats, was a never-ending source of joy, and there were many charming drives in the surrounding country. Jennie had her own horse and carryall. One of the horses of the pair they had used in Hyde Park. Other household pets appeared in due course of time, including a collie that Vesta named Rats. She had brought him from Chicago as a puppy, and he had grown to be a sterling watchdog, sensible and affectionate. There was also a cat, Jimmy Woods, so called, after a boy Vesta knew, and to whom she insisted the cat bore a marked resemblance. There was a singing thrush, guarded carefully against the roving desire for bird food on the part of Jimmy Woods, and a jar of goldfish. So this little household drifted along quietly and dreamily indeed, but always with the undercurrent of feeling which ran so still because it was so deep. There was no word from Lester for the first few weeks following his departure. He was too busy following up the threads of his new commercial connections, and too considerate to wish to keep Jennie in a state of mental turmoil over communications which, under the present circumstances, could mean nothing. He preferred to let matters rest for the time being. Then a little later he would write her sanely and calmly of how things were going. He did this after the silence of a month, saying that he had been pretty well pressed by commercial affairs, that he had been in and out of the city frequently, which was the truth, and that he would probably be away from Chicago a large part of the time in the future. He inquired after Vesta and the condition of affairs generally at Sandwood. I might get up there one of these days, he suggested, but he really did not mean to come, and Jennie knew that he did not. Another month passed, and there was a second letter from him, not so long as the first one. Jennie had written him frankly and fully, telling him just how things stood with her. She concealed entirely her own feelings in the matter, saying that she liked the life very much, and that she was glad to be at Sandwood. She expressed a hope that now everything was coming out for the best for him, and tried to show him that she was really glad matters had been settled. "You mustn't think of me as being unhappy," she said in one place, "for I am not. I am sure it ought to be just as it is, and I wouldn't be happy if it were any other way. Lay out your life so as to give yourself the greatest happiness, Lester," she added. "You deserve it. Whatever you do will be just right for me. I won't mind." She had Mrs. Gerald in mind, and he suspected as much, but he felt that her generosity must be tinged greatly with self-sacrifice and secret unhappiness. It was the one thing which made him hesitate about taking that final step. The written word and the hidden thought, how they conflict. After 6 months, the correspondence was more or less perfunctory on his part, and at 8 it had ceased temporarily. One morning, as she was glancing over the daily paper, she saw among the society notes the following item: "The engagement of Mrs. Malcolm Gerhardt, of 4044 Drexel Boulevard, to Lester Kane, second son of the late Archibald Kane of Cincinnati, was formally announced at a party given by the prospective bride on Tuesday to a circle of her immediate friends. The wedding will take place in April." The paper fell from her hands. For a few minutes she sat perfectly still, looking straight ahead of her. Could this thing be so, she asked herself. Had it really come at last? She had known that it must come, and yet, she had always hoped that it would not. Why had she hoped? Had not she herself sent him away? Had not she herself suggested this very thing in a roundabout way? It had come now. What must she do? Stay here as a pensioner? The idea was objectionable to her, and yet he had set aside a goodly sum to be hers absolutely. In the hands of a trust company in LaSalle Street were railway certificates aggregating $75,000, which yielded $4,500 annually, the income being paid to her direct. Could she refuse to receive this money? There was Vesta to be considered. Jennie felt hurt through and through by this denouement, and yet, as she sat there, she realized that it was foolish to be angry. Life was always doing this sort of thing to her. It would go on doing so. She was sure of it. If she went out in the world and earned her own living, what difference would it make to him? What difference would it make to Mrs. Gerald? Here she was walled in this little place, leading an obscure existence, and there he was out in the great world, enjoying life in its fullest and freest sense. It was too bad, but why cry? Why? Her eyes indeed were dry, but her very soul seemed to be torn in pieces within her. She rose carefully, hid the newspaper at the bottom of a trunk, and turned the key upon it. Now that his engagement to Mrs. Gerald was an accomplished fact, Lester found no particular difficulty in reconciling himself to the new order of things. Undoubtedly, it was all for the best. He was sorry for Jennie, very sorry. So was Mrs. Gerald. But there was a practical unguent to her grief in the thought that it was best for both Lester and the girl. He would be happier, was so now, and Jennie would eventually realize that she had done a wise and kindly thing. She would be glad in the consciousness that she had acted so unselfishly. As for Mrs. Gerald, because of her indifference to the late Malcolm Gerald, and because she was realizing the dreams of her youth in getting Lester at last, even though a little late, she was intensely happy. She could think of nothing finer than this daily life with him, the places they would go, the things they would see. Her first season in Chicago as Mrs. Lester Kane the following winter was going to be something worth remembering. And as for Japan, that was almost too good to be true. Lester wrote to Jennie of his coming marriage to Mrs. Gerald. He said that he had no explanation to make. It wouldn't be worth anything if he did make it. He thought he ought to marry Mrs. Gerald. He thought he ought to let her, Jennie, know. He hoped she was well. He wanted her always to feel that he had her real interests at heart. He would do anything in his power to make life as pleasant and agreeable for her as possible. He hoped she would forgive him. And would she remember him affectionately to Vesta? She ought to be sent to a finishing school. Jennie understood the situation perfectly. She knew that Lester had been drawn to Mrs. Gerald from the time he met her at the Carlton in London. She had been angling for him. Now she had him. It was all right. She hoped he would be happy. She was glad to write and tell him so, explaining that she had seen the announcement in the paper. Lester read her letter thoughtfully. There was more between the lines than the written words conveyed. Her fortitude was a charm to him even in this hour. In spite of all he had done and what he was now going to do, he realized that he still cared for Jennie in a way. She was a noble and a charming woman. If everything else had been all right, he would not be going to marry Mrs. Gerald at all. And yet he did marry her. The ceremony was performed on April 15th at the residence of Mrs. Gerald, a Roman Catholic priest officiating. Lester was a poor example of the faith he occasionally professed. He was an agnostic, but because he had been reared in the church, he felt that he might as well be married in it. Some 50 guests, intimate friends, had been invited. The ceremony went off with perfect smoothness. There were jubilant congratulations and showers of rice and confetti. While the guests were still eating and drinking, Lester and Letty managed to escape by a side entrance into a closed carriage and were off. 15 minutes later, there was pursuit pell-mell on the part of the guests to the Chicago, Rock Island, and Pacific Depot. But by that time, the happy couple were in their private car, and the arrival of the rice throwers made no difference. More champagne was opened. Then the starting of the train ended all excitement, and the newly wedded pair were at last safely off. "Well, now you have me," said Lester cheerfully, pulling Letty down beside him into a seat. "What of it?" "This of it," she exclaimed, and hugged him close, kissing him fervently. In 4 days they were in San Francisco, and 2 days later on board a fast steamship bound for the land of the Mikado. In the meanwhile, Jennie was left to brood. The original announcement in the newspaper had said that he was to be married in April, and she had kept close watch for additional information. Finally, she learned that the wedding would take place on April 15th at the residence of the prospective bride, the hour being high noon. In spite of her feeling of resignation, Jennie followed it all hopelessly, like a child, hungry and forlorn, looking into a lighted window at Christmas time. On the day of the wedding, she waited miserably for 12 o'clock to strike. It seemed as though she were really present and looking on. She could see in her mind's eye the handsome residence, the carriages, the guests, the feast, the merriment, the ceremony, all. Telepathically and psychologically, she received impressions of the private car and the joyous journey they were going to take. The papers had stated that they would spend their honeymoon in Japan. Their honeymoon. Her Lester. And Mrs. Gerald was so attractive. She could see her now, the new Mrs. Kane, the only Mrs. Kane that ever was, lying in his arms. He had held her so once. He had loved her. Yes, he had. There was a solid lump in her throat as she thought of this. Oh dear, she sighed to herself and clasped her hands forcefully. But it did no good. She was just as miserable as before. When the day was over, she was actually relieved. Anyway, the deed was done, and nothing could change it. Vesta was sympathetically aware of what was happening, but kept silent. She too had seen the report in the newspaper. When the first and second day after it passed, Jennie was much calmer mentally, for now she was face to face with the inevitable. But it was weeks before the sharp pain dulled to the old familiar ache. Then there were months before they would be back again, though of course that made no difference now. Only Japan seemed so far off, and somehow she liked the thought that Lester was near her, somewhere in the city. The spring and summer passed, and now it was early October. One chilly day, Vesta came home from school complaining of a headache. When Jennie had given her hot milk, a favorite remedy of her mother's, and had advised a cold towel for the back of her head, Vesta went to her room and lay down. The following morning she had a slight fever. This lingered while the local physician, Dr. Emery, treated her tentatively, suspecting that it might be typhoid, of which there were several cases in the village. This doctor told Jennie that Vesta was probably strong enough constitutionally to shake it off, but it might be that she would have a severe siege. Mistrusting her own skill in so delicate a situation, Jennie sent to Chicago for a trained nurse, and then began a period of watchfulness, which was a combination of fear, longing, hope, and courage. Now there could be no doubt. The disease was typhoid. Jennie hesitated about communicating with Lester, who was supposed to be in New York. The papers had said that he intended to spend the winter there. But when the doctor, after watching the case for a week, pronounced it severe, she thought she ought to write anyhow, for no one could tell what would happen. Lester had been so fond of Vesta, he would probably want to know. The letter sent to him did not reach him, for at the time it arrived, he was on his way to the West Indies. Jennie was compelled to watch alone by Vesta's sick bed. For although sympathetic neighbors, realizing the pathos of the situation, were attentive, they could not supply the spiritual consolation which only those who truly love us can give. There was a period when Vesta appeared to be rallying, and both the physician and the nurse were hopeful. But afterward she became weaker. It was said by Dr. Emery that her heart and kidneys had become affected. There came a time when the fact had to be faced that death was imminent. The doctor's face was grave. The nurse was non-committal in her opinion. Jennie hovered about, praying the only prayer that is a prayer, the fervent desire of her heart concentrated on the one issue, that Vesta should get well. The child had come so close to her during the last few years. She understood her mother. She was beginning to realize clearly what her life had been. And Jennie, through her, had grown to a broad understanding of responsibility. She knew now what it meant to be a good mother and to have children. If Lester had not objected to it, and she had been truly married, she would have been glad to have others. Again, she had always felt that she owed Vesta so much, at least a long and happy life, to make up to her for the ignominy of her birth and rearing. Jennie had been so happy during the past few years to see Vesta growing into beautiful, graceful, intelligent womanhood. And now she was dying. Dr. Emery finally sent to Chicago for a physician friend of his who came to consider the case with him. He was an old man, grave, sympathetic, and understanding. He shook his head. "The treatment has been correct," he said. "Her system does not appear to be strong enough to endure the strain. Some physiques are more susceptible to this malady than others." It was agreed that if within 3 days a change for the better did not come, the end was close at hand. No one can conceive the strain to which Jennie's spirit was subjected by this intelligence, for it was deemed best that she should know. She hovered about, white-faced, feeling intensely, but scarcely thinking. She seemed to vibrate consciously with Vesta's altering states. If there was the least improvement, she felt it physically. If there was a decline, her barometric temperament registered the fact. There was a Mrs. Davis, a fine, motherly soul of 50, stout and sympathetic, who lived 4 doors from Jennie, and who understood quite well how she was feeling. She had cooperated with the nurse and the doctor from the start to keep Jennie's mental state as nearly normal as possible. "Now, you just go to your room and lie down, Mrs. Kane," she would say to Jennie, when she found her watching helplessly at the bedside or wandering to and fro, wondering what to do. "I'll take charge of everything. I'll do what you would do. Lord bless you, don't you think I know? I've been the mother of 7 and lost 3. Don't you think I understand?" Jennie put her head on her big, warm shoulder one day and cried. Mrs. Davis cried with her. "I understand," she said. There, you poor dear. Now you come with me." And she led her to her sleeping room. Jennie could not be away long. She came back after a few minutes unrested and unrefreshed. Finally, one midnight, when the nurse had persuaded her that all would be well until morning anyhow, there came a hurried stirring in the sick room. Jennie was lying down for a few minutes on her bed in the adjoining room. She heard it and arose. Mrs. Davis had come in, and she and the nurse were conferring as to Vesta's condition, standing close beside her. Jennie understood. She came up and looked at her daughter keenly. Vesta's pale waxen face told the story. She was breathing faintly, her eyes closed. "She's very weak," whispered the nurse. Mrs. Davis took Jennie's hand. The moments passed, and after a time the clock in the hall struck 1. Miss Murphy, the nurse, moved to the medicine table several times, wetting a soft piece of cotton cloth with alcohol and bathing Vesta's lips. At the striking of the half-hour, there was a stir of the weak body, a profound sigh. Jennie bent forward eagerly, but Mrs. Davis drew her back. The nurse came and motioned them away. Respiration had ceased. Mrs. Davis seized Jennie firmly. There, you poor dear," she whispered, when she began to shake. "It can't be helped. Don't cry." Jennie sank on her knees beside the bed and caressed Vesta's still, warm hand. "Oh, no, Vesta," she pleaded. "Not you, not you." "There, dear, come now," soothed the voice of Mrs. Davis. "Can't you leave it all in God's hands? Can't you believe that everything is for the best?" Jennie felt as if the earth had fallen. All ties were broken. There was no light anywhere in the immense darkness of her existence. This added blow from inconsiderate fortune was quite enough to throw Jennie back into that state of hyper-melancholia from which she had been drawn with difficulty during the few years of comfort and affection which she had enjoyed with Lester in Hyde Park. It was really weeks before she could realize that Vesta was gone. The emaciated figure which she saw for a day or two after the end did not seem like Vesta. Where was the joy, the lightness, the quickness of motion, the subtle radiance of health? All gone. Only this pale, lily-hued shell and silence. Jennie had no tears to shed, only a deep, insistent pain to feel. If only some counselor of eternal wisdom could have whispered to her that obvious and convincing truth, there are no dead. Mrs. Murphy, Dr. Emery, Mrs. Davis, and some others among the neighbors were most sympathetic and considerate. Mrs. Davis sent a telegram to Lester saying that Vesta was dead, but being absent, there was no response. The house was looked after with scrupulous care by others, for Jennie was incapable of attending to it herself. She walked about looking at things which Vesta had owned or liked, things which Lester or she had given her, sighing over the fact that Vesta would not need or use them any more. She gave instructions that the body should be taken to Chicago and buried in the cemetery of the Redeemer, for Lester, at the time of Gerhardt's death, had purchased a small plot of ground there. She also expressed her wish that the minister of the little Lutheran church in Cottage Grove Avenue, where Gerhardt had attended, should be requested to say a few words at the grave. There were the usual preliminary services at the house. The local Methodist minister read a portion of the first epistle of Paul to the Thessalonians, and a body of Vesta's classmates sang, "Nearer, my God, to Thee." There were flowers, a white coffin, a world of sympathetic expressions, and then Vesta was taken away. The coffin was properly encased for transportation, put on the train, and finally delivered at the Lutheran cemetery in Chicago. Jennie moved as one in a dream. She was dazed, almost to the point of insensibility. 5 of her neighbor friends, at the solicitation of Mrs. Davis, were kind enough to accompany her. At the gravesite, when the body was finally lowered, she looked at it. One might have thought indifferently, for she was numb from suffering. She returned to Sandwood after it was all over, saying that she would not stay long. She wanted to come back to Chicago, where she could be near Vesta and Gerhardt. After the funeral, Jennie tried to think of her future. She fixed her mind on the need of doing something, even though she did not need to. She thought that she might like to try nursing, and could start at once to obtain the training which was required. She also thought of William. He was unmarried, and perhaps he might be willing to come and live with her. Only she did not know where he was, and Bass was also in ignorance of his whereabouts. She finally concluded that she would try to get work in a store. Her disposition was against idleness. She could not live alone here, and she could not have her neighbors sympathetically worrying over what was to become of her. Miserable as she was, she would be less miserable stopping in a hotel in Chicago and looking for something to do, or living in a cottage somewhere near the cemetery of the Redeemer. It also occurred to her that she might adopt a homeless child. There were a number of orphan asylums in the city. Some 3 weeks after Vesta's death, Lester returned to Chicago with his wife and discovered the first letter, the telegram, and an additional note telling him that Vesta was dead. He was truly grieved, for his affection for the girl had been real. He was very sorry for Jennie, and he told his wife that he would have to go out and see her. He was wondering what she would do. She could not live alone. Perhaps he could suggest something which would help her. He took the train to Sandwood, but Jennie had gone to the Hotel Tremont in Chicago. He went there, but Jennie had gone to her daughter's grave. Later he called again and found her in. When the boy presented his card, she suffered an upwelling of feeling, a wave that was more intense than that with which she had received him in the olden days, for now her need of him was greater. Lester, in spite of the glamour of his new affection and the restoration of his wealth, power, and dignities, had had time to think deeply of what he had done. His original feeling of doubt and dissatisfaction with himself had never wholly quieted. It did not ease him any to know that he had left Jennie comfortably fixed, for it was always so plain to him that money was not the point at issue with her. Affection was what she craved. Without it, she was like a rudderless boat on an endless sea, and he knew it. She needed him, and he was ashamed to think that his charity had not outweighed his sense of self-preservation and his desire for material advantage. Today, as the elevator carried him up to her room, he was really sorry, though he knew now that no act of his could make things right. He had been to blame from the very beginning, first for taking her, then for failing to stick by a bad bargain. Well, it could not be helped now. The best thing he could do was to be fair, to counsel with her, to give her the best of his sympathy and advice. "Hello, Jennie," he said familiarly, as she opened the door to him in her hotel room, his glance taking in the ravages which death and suffering had wrought. She was thinner, her face quite drawn and colorless, her eyes larger by contrast. "I'm awfully sorry about Vesta," he said a little awkwardly. "I never dreamed anything like that could happen." It was the first word of comfort which had meant anything to her since Vesta died, since Lester had left her, in fact. It touched her that he had come to sympathize. For the moment she could not speak. Tears welled over her eyelids and down upon her cheeks. "Don't cry, Jennie," he said, putting his arm around her and holding her head to his shoulder. "I'm sorry. I've been sorry for a good many things that can't be helped now. I'm intensely sorry for this. Where did you bury her?" "Beside Papa," she said, sobbing. "Too bad," he murmured, and held her in silence. She finally gained control of herself sufficiently to step away from him. Then, wiping her eyes with her handkerchief, she asked him to sit down. "I'm so sorry," he went on, "that this should have happened while I was away. I would have been with you if I had been here. I suppose you won't want to live out at Sandwood now?" "I can't, Lester," she replied. "I couldn't stand it." "Where are you thinking of going?" "Oh, I don't know yet. I didn't want to be a bother to those people out there. I thought I'd get a little house somewhere and adopt a baby maybe, or get something to do. I don't like to be alone." "That isn't a bad idea," he said, "that of adopting a baby. It would be a lot of company for you. You know how to go about getting one?" "You just ask at one of these asylums, don't you?" "I think there's something more than that," he replied thoughtfully. "There are some formalities. I don't know what they are. They try to keep control of the child in some way. You had better consult with Watson and get him to help you. Pick out your baby, and then let him do the rest. I'll speak to him about it." Lester saw that she needed companionship badly. "Where's your brother George?" he asked. "He's in Rochester, but he couldn't come. Bass said he was married," she added. "There isn't any other member of the family you could persuade to come and live with you?" "I might get William, but I don't know where he is." "Why not try that new section west of Jackson Park," he suggested, "if you want a house here in Chicago. I see some nice cottages out that way. You needn't buy, just rent until you see how well you are satisfied." Jennie thought this good advice because it came from Lester. It was good of him to take this much interest in her affairs. She wasn't entirely separated from him, after all. He cared a little. She asked him how his wife was, whether he had had a pleasant trip, and whether he was going to stay in Chicago. All the while he was thinking that he had treated her badly. He went to the window and looked down into Dearborn Street, the world of traffic below holding his attention. The great mass of trucks and vehicles, the counter streams of hurrying pedestrians, seemed like a puzzle. So shadows march in a dream. It was growing dusk, and lights were springing up here and there. "I want to tell you something, Jennie," Lester said, finally rousing himself from his fit of abstraction. "I may seem peculiar to you, after all that has happened, but I still care for you in my way. I thought of you right along since I left. I thought it good business to leave you, the way things were. I thought I liked Letty well enough to marry her. From one point of view, it still seems best, but I'm not so much happier. I was just as happy with you as I ever will be. It isn't myself that's important in this transaction, apparently. The individual doesn't count so much in the situation. I don't know whether you see what I'm driving at, but all of us are more or less pawns. We're moved about like chessmen by circumstances over which we have no control." "I understand, Lester," she answered. "I'm not complaining. I know it's for the best." "After all, life is more or less a farce," he went on, a little bitterly. "It's a silly show. The best we can do is to hold our personality intact. It doesn't appear that integrity has much to do with it." Jennie did not quite grasp what he was talking about, but she knew it meant that he was not entirely satisfied with himself and was sorry for her. "Don't worry over me, Lester," she counseled. "I'm all right. I'll get along. It did seem terrible to me for a while, getting used to being alone. I'll be all right now. I'll get along." "I want you to feel that my attitude hasn't changed," he continued eagerly. "I'm interested in what concerns you. Mrs. Letty understands that. She knows just how I feel. When you get settled, I'll come in and see how you're fixed. I'll come around here again in a few days. You understand how I feel, don't you?" "Yes, I do," she said. He took her hand, turning it sympathetically in his own. "Don't worry," he said. "I don't want you to do that. I'll do the best I can. You're still Jennie to me, if you don't mind. I'm pretty bad, but I'm not all bad." "It's all right, Lester. I wanted you to do as you did. It's for the best. You probably are happy since—" "Now, Jennie," he interrupted. Then he pressed affectionately her hand, her arm, her shoulder. "Want to kiss me for old time's sake?" he smiled. She put her hands over his shoulders, looking long into his eyes, then kissed him. When their lips met, she trembled. Lester also felt unsteady. Jennie saw his agitation and tried hard to speak. "You'd better go now," she said firmly. "It's getting dark." He went away, and yet he knew that he wanted above all things to remain. She was still the one woman in the world for him, and Jennie felt comforted, even though the separation still existed in all its finality. She did not endeavor to explain or adjust the moral and ethical entanglements of the situation. She was not, like so many, endeavoring to put the ocean into a teacup, or tie up the shifting universe in a mess of string called law. Lester still cared for her a little. He cared for Letty, too. That was all right. She had once hoped that he might want her only. Since he did not, was his affection worth nothing? She could not think, she could not feel that, and neither could he. The drift of events for a period of 5 years carried Lester and Jennie still farther apart. They settled naturally into their respective spheres, without the renewal of the old-time relationship which their several meetings at the Tremont at first seemed to foreshadow. Lester was in the thick of social and commercial affairs. He walked in paths to which Jennie's retiring soul had never aspired. Jennie's own existence was quiet and uneventful. There was a simple cottage in a very respectable but not showy neighborhood near Jackson Park on the south side, where she lived in retirement with a little foster child a chestnut-haired girl taken from the Western homes for the friendless as her sole companion. Here she was known as Mrs. J. G. Stover, for she had deemed it best to abandon the name of Kane. Mr. and Mrs. Lester Kane, when resident in Chicago, were the occupants of a handsome mansion on the Lakeshore Drive, where parties, balls, receptions, dinners were given in rapid and at times almost pyrotechnic succession. Lester, however, had become in his way a lover of a peaceful and well-entertained existence. He had cut from his list of acquaintances and associates a number of people who had been a little doubtful or overfamiliar or indifferent or talkative during a certain period which to him was a memory merely. He was a director, and in several cases the chairman of a board of directors in 9 of the most important financial and commercial organizations of the West: the United Traction Company of Cincinnati, the Western Crucible Company, the United Carriage Company, the Second National Bank of Chicago, the First National Bank of Cincinnati, and several others of equal importance. He was never a personal factor in the affairs of the United Carriage Company, preferring to be represented by counsel, Mr. Dwight L. Watson, but he took a keen interest in its affairs. He had not seen his brother Robert to speak to him in 7 years. He had not seen Imogene, who lived in Chicago, in 3. Louise, Amy, their husbands, and some of their closest acquaintances were practically strangers. The firm of Knight, Keatley, and O'Brien had nothing whatever to do with his affairs. The truth was that Lester, in addition to becoming a little phlegmatic, was becoming decidedly critical in his outlook on life. He could not make out what it was all about. In distant ages a queer thing had come to pass. There had started on its way in the form of evolution a minute cellular organism which had apparently reproduced itself by division, and had early learned to combine itself with others, to organize itself into bodies, strange forms of fish, animals, and birds, and had finally learned to organize itself into man. Man, on his part, composed as he was of self-organizing cells, was pushing himself forward into comfort and different aspects of existence by means of union and organization with other men. Why? Heaven only knew. Here he was endowed with a peculiar brain and a certain amount of talent, and he had inherited a certain amount of wealth which he now scarcely believed he deserved. Only luck had favored him. But he could not see that anyone else might be said to deserve this wealth any more than himself. Seeing that his use of it was as conservative and constructive and practical as the next one's. He might have been born poor, in which case he would have been as well satisfied as the next one, not more so. Why should he complain? Why worry? Why speculate? The world was going steadily forward of its own volition, whether he would or not. Truly it was. And was there any need for him to disturb himself about it? There was not. He fancied at times that it might as well have never been started at all. The one divine, far-off event of the poet did not appeal to him as having any basis in fact. Mrs. Lester Kane was of very much the same opinion. Jennie, living on the South Side with her adopted child, Rose Perpetua, was of no fixed conclusions as to the meaning of life. She had not the incisive reasoning capacity of either Mr. or Mrs. Lester Kane. She had seen a great deal, suffered a great deal, and had read in some desultory way. Her mind had never grasped the nature and character of specialized knowledge. History, physics, chemistry, botany, geology, and sociology were not fixed departments in her brain as they were in Lester and Letty's. Instead, there was the feeling that the world moved in some strange, unstable way. Apparently, no one knew clearly what it was all about. People were born and died. Some believed that the world had been made 6,000 years before, some that it was millions of years old. Was it all blind chance, or was there some guiding intelligence, a God? Almost in spite of herself, she felt that there must be something, a higher power which produced all the beautiful things. The flowers, the stars, the trees, the grass. Nature was so beautiful. If at times life seemed cruel, yet this beauty still persisted. The thought comforted her. She fed upon it in her hours of secret loneliness. It has been said that Jennie was naturally of an industrious turn. She liked to be employed, though she thought constantly as she worked. She was of matronly proportions in these days, not disagreeably large, but full-bodied, shapely, and smooth-faced in spite of her cares. Her eyes were gray and appealing. Her hair was still of a rich brown, but there were traces of gray in it. Her neighbors spoke of her as sweet-tempered, kindly, and hospitable. They knew nothing of her history, except that she had formerly resided in Sandwood, and before that in Cleveland. She was very reticent as to her past. Jennie had fancied, because of her natural aptitude for taking care of sick people, that she might get to be a trained nurse, but she was obliged to abandon that idea, for she found that only young people were wanted. She also thought that some charitable organization might employ her, but she did not understand the new theory of charity, which was then coming into general acceptance and practice, namely, only to help others to help themselves. She believed in giving, and was not inclined to look too closely into the credentials of those who asked for help. Consequently, her timid inquiry at one relief agency after another met with indifference, if not unqualified rebuke. She finally decided to adopt another child for Rose Perpetua's sake. She succeeded in securing a boy, 4 years old, who was known as Henry Stover. Her support was assured, for her income was paid to her through a trust company. She had no desire for speculation or for the devious ways of trade. The care of flowers, the nature of children, the ordering of a home were more in her province. One of the interesting things in connection with this separation, once it had been firmly established, related to Robert and Lester. For these two, since the reading of the will a number of years before, had never met. Robert had thought of his brother often. He had followed his success since he had left Jennie with interest. He read of his marriage to Mrs. Gerald with pleasure. He had always considered her an ideal companion for his brother. He knew by many signs and tokens that his brother, since the unfortunate termination of their father's attitude and his own peculiar movements to gain control of the cane company, did not like him. Still, they had never been so far apart mentally, certainly not in commercial judgment. Lester was prosperous now. He could afford to be generous. He could afford to make up, and after all, he had done his best to aid his brother to come to his senses, and with the best intentions. There were mutual interests they could share financially if they were friends. He wondered from time to time if Lester would not be friendly with him. Time passed, and then once, when he was in Chicago, he made the friends with whom he was driving purposely turn into the North Shore in order to see the splendid mansion which the Kanes occupied. He knew its location from hearsay and description. When he saw it, a touch of the old Kane home atmosphere came back to him. Lester, in revising the property after purchase, had had a conservatory built on one side not unlike the one at home in Cincinnati. The same night he sat down and wrote Lester asking if he would not like to dine with him at the Union Club. He was in town only for a day or two, and he would like to see him again. There was some feeling, he knew, but there was a proposition that he would like to talk to him about. Would he come, say on Thursday? On receipt of this letter, Lester frowned and fell into a brown study. He had never really been healed of the wound that his father had given him. He had never been comfortable in his mind since Robert had deserted him so summarily. He realized now that the stakes his brother had been playing for were big. But after all, he had been his brother, and if he had been in Robert's place at the time, he would not have done as he had done. At least he hoped not. Now Robert wanted to see him. He thought once of not answering at all. Then he thought he would write and say no. But a curious desire to see Robert again, to hear what he had to say, to listen to the proposition he had to offer, came over him. He decided to write yes. It could do no harm. He knew it could do no good. They might agree to let bygones be bygones, but the damage had been done. Could a broken bowl be mended and called whole? It might be called whole, but what of it? Was it not broken and mended? He wrote and intimated that he would come. On the Thursday in question, Robert called up from the auditorium to remind him of the engagement. Lester listened curiously to the sound of his voice. "All right," he said, "I'll be with you." At noon he went downtown, and there, within the exclusive precincts of the Union Club, the two brothers met and looked at each other again. Robert was thinner than when Lester had seen him last, and a little grayer. His eyes were bright and steely, but there were crow's feet on either side. His manner was quick, keen, dynamic. Lester was noticeably of another type, solid, brusque, and indifferent. Men spoke of Lester these days as a little hard. Robert's keen blue eyes did not disturb him in the least, did not affect him in any way. He saw his brother just as he was, for he had the larger philosophic and interpretive insight. But Robert could not place Lester exactly. He could not fathom just what had happened to him in these years. Lester was stouter, not gray, for some reason, but sandy and ruddy, looking like a man who was fairly well satisfied to take life as he found it. Lester looked at his brother with a keen, steady eye. The latter shifted a little, for he was restless. He could see that there was no loss of the mental force and courage which had always been predominant characteristics in Lester's makeup. "I thought I'd like to see you again, Lester," Robert remarked, after they had clasped hands in the customary grip. "It's been a long time now. Nearly 8 years, hasn't it?" "About that," replied Lester. "How are things with you?" "Oh, about the same. You've been fairly well, I see." "Never sick," said Lester. "A little cold now and then. I don't often go to bed with anything. How's your wife?" "Oh, Margaret's fine." "And the children?" "We don't see much of Ralph and Bernice since they married, but the others are around more or less. I suppose your wife is all right," he said hesitatingly. It was difficult ground for Robert. Lester eyed him without a change of expression. "Yes," he replied. "She enjoys pretty fair health. She's quite well at present." They drifted mentally for a few moments, while Lester inquired after the business and Amy, Louise, and Imogene. He admitted frankly that he neither saw nor heard from them nowadays. Robert told him what he could. "The thing that I was thinking of in connection with you, Lester," said Robert finally, "is this matter of the Western Crucible Steel Company. You haven't been sitting there as a director in person, I noticed, but your attorney, Watson, has been acting for you. Clever man, that. The management isn't right. We all know that. We need a practical steel man at the head of it, if the thing is ever going to pay properly. I have voted my stock with yours right along, because the propositions made by Watson have been right. He agrees with me that things ought to be changed. Now I have a chance to buy 70 shares held by Rossiter's widow. That, with yours and mine, would give us control of the company. I would like to have you take them, though it doesn't make a bit of difference so long as it's in the family. You can put anyone you please in for president, and we'll make the thing come out right." Lester smiled. It was a pleasant proposition. Watson had told him that Robert's interests were cooperating with him. Lester had long suspected that Robert would like to make up. This was the olive branch, the control of a property worth in the neighborhood of $1.5 million. "That's very nice of you," said Lester solemnly. "It's a rather liberal thing to do. What makes you want to do it now?" "Well, to tell you the honest truth, Lester," replied Robert, "I never did feel right about that will business. I never did feel right about that secretary-treasurership and some other things that have happened. I don't want to rake up the past. You smile at that, but I can't help telling you how I feel. I've been pretty ambitious in the past. I was pretty ambitious just about the time Father died to get this United Carriage scheme under way, and I was afraid you might not like it. I have thought since that I ought not to have done it, but I did. I suppose you're not anxious to hear any more about that old affair. This other thing, though—" "Might be handed out as a sort of compensation," put in Lester quietly. "Not exactly that, Lester, though it may have something of that in it. I know these things don't matter very much to you. I know that the time to do things was years ago, not now. I thought sincerely that you might be interested in this proposition. It might lead to other things. Frankly, I thought it might patch up matters between us. We're brothers, after all." "Yes," said Lester, "we're brothers." He was thinking as he said this of the irony of the situation. How much had this sense of brotherhood been worth in the past? Robert had practically forced him into his present relationship, and while Jennie had been really the only one to suffer, he could not help feeling angry. It was true that Robert had not cut him out of his 1/4 of his father's estate, but certainly he had not helped him to get it. And now Robert was thinking that this offer of his might mend things. It hurt him, Lester, a little. It irritated him. Life was strange. "I can't see it, Robert," he said finally and determinedly. "I can appreciate the motive that prompts you to make this offer, but I can't see the wisdom of my taking it. Your opportunity is your opportunity. I don't want it. We can make all the changes you suggest if you take the stock. I'm rich enough anyhow. Bygones are bygones. I'm perfectly willing to talk with you from time to time. That's all you want. This other thing is simply a sop with which to plaster an old wound. You want my friendship, and so far as I'm concerned, you have that. I don't hold any grudge against you. I won't." Robert looked at him fixedly. He half smiled. He admired Lester in spite of all that had been done to him, in spite of all that Lester was doing to him now. "I don't know but you're right, Lester," he admitted finally. "I didn't make this offer in any petty spirit, though. I wanted to patch up this matter of feeling between us. I won't say anything more about it. You're not coming down to Cincinnati soon, are you?" "I don't expect to," replied Lester. "If you do, I'd like to have you come and stay with us. Bring your wife. We could talk over old times." Lester smiled an enigmatic smile. "I'll be glad to," he said without emotion. But he remembered that in the days of Jennie it was different. They would never have receded from their position regarding her. "Well," he thought, "perhaps I can't blame them. Let it go." They talked on about other things. Finally Lester remembered an appointment. "I'll have to leave you soon," he said, looking at his watch. "I ought to go too," said Robert. They rose. "Well, anyhow," he added, as they walked toward the cloakroom, "we won't be absolute strangers in the future, will we?" "Certainly not," said Lester. "I'll see you from time to time." They shook hands and separated amicably. There was a sense of unsatisfied obligation and some remorse in Robert's mind as he saw his brother walking briskly away. Lester was an able man. Why was it that there was so much feeling between them? Had been even before Jennie had appeared. Then he remembered his old thoughts about snaky deeds. That was what his brother lacked, and that only. He was not crafty, not darkly cruel. Hence, what a world, he thought. On his part, Lester went away feeling a slight sense of opposition to, but also of sympathy for his brother. He was not so terribly bad, not different from other men. Why criticize? What would he have done if he had been in Robert's place? Robert was getting along. So was he. He could see now how it all came about, why he had been made the victim, why his brother had been made the keeper of the great fortune. It's the way the world runs, he thought. What difference does it make? I have enough to live on. Why not let it go at that? The days of man under the old dispensation, or rather, according to that supposedly biblical formula which persists, are 80 years and 10. It is so imagined in the race consciousness by mouth-to-mouth utterance that it seems the profoundest of truths. As a matter of fact, man, even under his mortal illusion, is organically built to live 5 times the period of his maturity, and would do so if he but knew that it is spirit which endures, that age is an illusion, and that there is no death. Yet race thought, gained from what dreams of materialism we know not, persists, and the death of man, under the mathematical formula so fearfully accepted, is daily registered. Lester was one of those who believed in this formula. He was nearing 60. He thought he had, say, 20 more years at the utmost to live, perhaps not so long. Well, he had lived comfortably. He felt that he could not complain. If death was coming, let it come. He was ready at any time. No complaint or resistance would issue from him. Life, in most of its aspects, was a silly show anyhow. He admitted that it was mostly illusion, easily proved to be so. That it all may be one he sometimes suspected. It was very much like a dream in its composition, truly, sometimes like a very bad dream. All he had to sustain him in his acceptance of its reality from hour to hour and day to day was apparent contact with this material proposition and that. People, meetings of boards of directors, individuals and organizations planning to do this and that, his wife's social functions. Letty loved him as a fine, grizzled example of a philosopher. She admired, as Jennie had, his solid, determined, phlegmatic attitude in the face of troubled circumstances. All the winds of fortune or misfortune could not apparently excite or disturb Lester. He refused to be frightened. He refused to budge from his beliefs and feelings, and usually had to be pushed away from them, still believing, if he were gotten away at all. He refused to do anything save, as he always said, look the facts in the face and fight. He could be made to fight easily enough if imposed upon, but only in a stubborn, resisting way. His plan was to resist every effort to coerce him to the last ditch. If he had to let go in the end, he would when compelled, but his views as to the value of not letting go were quite the same even when he had let go under compulsion. His views of living were still decidedly material, grounded in creature comforts, and he had always insisted upon having the best of everything. If the furnishings of his home became the least dingy, he was for having them torn out and sold, and the house done over. If he traveled, money must go ahead of him and smooth the way. He did not want argument, useless talk, or silly palaver, as he called it. Everyone must discuss interesting topics with him, or not talk at all. Letty understood him thoroughly. She would chuck him under the chin mornings, or shake his solid head between her hands, telling him he was a brute, but a nice kind of brute. Yes, yes, he would growl. I know. I'm an animal, I suppose. You're a seraphic suggestion of attenuated thought. No, you hush, she would reply, for at times he could cut like a knife without really meaning to be unkind. Then he would pet her a little. for in spite of her vigorous conception of life, he realized that she was more or less dependent upon him. It was always so plain to her that he could get along without her. For reasons of kindliness, he was trying to conceal this, to pretend the necessity of her presence, but it was so obvious that he really could dispense with her easily enough. Now Letty did depend upon Lester. It was something, in so shifty and uncertain a world, to be near so fixed and determined a quantity as this bear man. It was like being close to a warmly glowing lamp in the dark, or a bright burning fire in the cold. Lester was not afraid of anything. He felt that he knew how to live and to die. It was that a natural temperament of this kind should have its solid material manifestation at every point. Having his financial affairs well in hand, most of his holdings being shares of big companies, where boards of solemn directors merely approved the strenuous efforts of ambitious executives to make good, he had leisure for living. He and Letty were fond of visiting the various American and European watering places. He gambled a little, for he found that there was considerable diversion in risking interesting sums on the spin of a wheel or the fortuitous roll of a ball. And he took more and more to drinking, not in the sense that a drunkard takes to it, but as a high liver, socially, and with all his friends. He was inclined to drink the rich drinks when he did not take straight whiskey, champagne, sparkling burgundy, the expenses and effervescent white wines. When he drank, he could drink a great deal, and he ate in proportion. Nothing must be served but the best: soup, fish, entree, roast, game, dessert, everything that made up a showy dinner, and he had long since determined that only a high-priced chef was worth while. They had found an old cordon bleu, Louis Bordeaux, who had served in the house of one of the great dry-goods princes, and this man he engaged. He cost Lester $100 a week, but his reply to any question was that he only had one life to live. The trouble with his attitude was that it adjusted nothing, improved nothing, left everything to drift on toward an indefinite end. If Lester had married Jennie and accepted the comparatively meager income of $10,000 a year, he would have maintained the same attitude to the end. It would have led him to a stolid indifference to the social world, of which now, necessarily, he was a part. He would have drifted on with a few mentally compatible cronies who would have accepted him for what he was, a good fellow, and Jennie, in the end, would not have been so much better off than she was now. One of the changes which was interesting was that the Kanes transferred their residence to New York. Mrs. Kane had become very intimate with a group of clever women in the East 400 or 900, and had been advised and urged to transfer the scene of her activities to New York. She finally did so, leasing a house in 78th Street near Madison Avenue. She installed a novelty for her, a complete staff of liveried servants after the English fashion, and had the rooms of her house done in correlative periods. Lester smiled at her vanity and love of show. "You talk about your democracy," he grunted one day. "You have as much democracy as I have religion, and that's none at all." "Why, how you talk," she denied. "I am democratic. We all run in classes. You do. I'm merely accepting the logic of the situation." "The logic of your grandmother? Do you call a butler and doorman in red velvet a part of the necessity of the occasion?" "I certainly do," she replied. "Maybe not the necessity exactly, but the spirit, surely. Why should you quarrel? You're the first one to insist on perfection, to quarrel if there is any flaw in the order of things." "You never heard me quarrel." "Oh, I don't mean that literally, but you demand perfection, the exact spirit of the occasion, and you know it." "Maybe I do, but what has that to do with your democracy?" "I am democratic. I insist on it. I am as democratic in spirit as any woman. Only I see things as they are and conform as much as possible for comfort's sake, and so do you. Don't you throw rocks at my glass house, Mr. Master. Yours is so transparent I can see every move you make inside." "I'm democratic and you're not," he teased. But he approved thoroughly of everything she did. She was, he sometimes fancied, a better executive in her world than he was in his. Drifting in this fashion, wining, dining, drinking the waters of this curative spring and that, traveling in luxurious ease, and taking no physical exercise, finally altered his body from a vigorous, quick-moving, well-balanced organism into one where a plethora of substance was clogging every essential function. His liver, kidneys, spleen, pancreas, every organ in fact, had been overtaxed for some time to keep up the process of digestion and elimination. In the past 7 years he had become uncomfortably heavy. His kidneys were weak, and so were the arteries of his brain. By dieting, proper exercise, the right mental attitude, he might have lived to be 80 or 90. As a matter of fact, he was allowing himself to drift into a physical state in which even a slight malady might prove dangerous. The result was inevitable, and it came. It so happened that he and Letty had gone to the North Cape on a cruise with a party of friends. Lester, in order to attend some important business, decided to return to Chicago late in November. He arranged to have his wife meet him in New York just before the Christmas holidays. He wrote to Watson to expect him and engaged rooms at the auditorium, for he had sold the Chicago residence some 2 years before and was now living permanently in New York. One late November day, after having attended to a number of details and cleared up his affairs very materially, Lester was seized with what the doctor who was called to attend him described as a cold in the intestines, a disturbance usually symptomatic of some other weakness, either of the blood or of some organ. He suffered great pain, and the usual remedies in that case were applied. There were bandages of red flannel with a mustard dressing, and specifics were also administered. He experienced some relief, but he was troubled with a sense of impending disaster. He had Watson cable his wife. There was nothing serious about it, but he was ill. A trained nurse was in attendance, and his valet stood guard at the door to prevent annoyance of any kind. It was plain that Letty could not reach Chicago under 3 weeks. He had the feeling that he would not see her again. Curiously enough, not only because he was in Chicago, but because he had never been spiritually separated from Jennie, he was thinking about her constantly at this time. He had intended to go out and see her just as soon as he was through with his business engagements and before he left the city. He had asked Watson how she was getting along, and had been informed that everything was well with her. She was living quietly and looking in good health, so Watson said. Lester wished he could see her. This thought grew as the days passed, and he grew no better. He was suffering from time to time with severe attacks of gripping pains that seemed to tie his viscera into knots and left him very weak. Several times the physician administered cocaine with a needle in order to relieve him of useless pain. After one of the severe attacks, he called Watson to his side, told him to send the nurse away, and then said, "Watson, I'd like to have you do me a favor. Ask Mrs. Stover if she won't come here to see me. You'd better go and get her. Just send the nurse and Kozo, the valet, away for the afternoon, or while she's here. If she comes at any other time, I'd like to have her admitted." Watson understood. He liked this expression of sentiment. He was sorry for Jennie. He was sorry for Lester. He wondered what the world would think if it could know of this bit of romance in connection with so prominent a man. Lester was decent. He had made Watson prosperous. The latter was only too glad to serve him in any way. He called a carriage and rode out to Jennie's residence. He found her watering some plants. Her face expressed her surprise at his unusual presence. "I come on a rather troublesome errand, Mrs. Stover," he said, using her assumed name. That is, Mr. Kane is quite sick at the auditorium. His wife is in Europe, and he wanted to know if I wouldn't come out here and ask you to come and see him. He wanted me to bring you, if possible. Could you come with me now?" "Why, yes," said Jennie, her face a study. The children were in school. An old Swedish housekeeper was in the kitchen. She could go as well as not. But there was coming back to her, in detail, a dream she had had several nights before. It had seemed to her that she was out on a dark, mystic body of water, over which was hanging something like a fog, or a pall of smoke. She had heard the water ripple or stir faintly, and then out of the surrounding darkness a boat appeared. It was a little boat, oarless, or not visibly propelled, and in it were her mother and Vesta and someone whom she could not make out. Her mother's face was pale and sad, very much as she had often seen it in life. She looked at Jennie solemnly, sympathetically, and then suddenly Jennie realized that the third occupant of the boat was Lester. He looked at her gloomily, an expression she had never seen on his face before. And then her mother remarked, "Well, we must go now." The boat began to move. A great sense of loss came over her, and she cried, "Oh, don't leave me, Mama." But her mother only looked at her out of deep, sad, still eyes, and the boat was gone. She woke with a start, half fancying that Lester was beside her. She stretched out her hand to touch his arm, and then she drew herself up in the dark and rubbed her eyes, realizing that she was alone. A great sense of depression remained with her, and for 2 days it haunted her. Then, when it seemed as if it were nothing, Mr. Watson appeared with his ominous message. She went to dress and reappeared, looking as troubled as were her thoughts. She was very pleasing in her appearance, yet a sweet, kindly woman, well dressed and shapely. She had never been separated mentally from Lester, just as he had never grown entirely away from her. She was always with him in thought, just as in the years when they were together. Her fondest memories were of the days when he first courted her in Cleveland, the day when he had carried her off, much as the caveman seized his mate, by force. Now she longed to do what she could do for him. For this call was as much a testimony as a shock. He loved her, after all. The carriage rolled briskly through the long streets into the smoky downtown district. It arrived at the auditorium, and Jennie was escorted to Lester's room. Watson had been considerate. He had talked little, leaving her to her thoughts. In this great hotel she felt diffident after so long a period of complete retirement. As she entered the room, she looked at Lester with large, gray, sympathetic eyes. He was lying propped up on 2 pillows, his solid head, with its growth of once dark brown hair, slightly grayed. He looked at her curiously out of his wise old eyes, a light of sympathy and affection shining in them, weary as they were. Jennie was greatly distressed. His pale face, slightly drawn from suffering, cut her like a knife. She took his hand, which was outside the coverlet, and pressed it. She leaned over and kissed his lips. "I'm so sorry, Lester," she murmured. "I'm so sorry. You're not very sick, though, are you? You must get well, Lester, and soon." She patted his hand gently. "Yes, Jennie, but I'm pretty bad," he said. "I don't feel right about this business. I don't seem able to shake it off. But tell me, how have you been?" "Oh, just the same, dear," she replied. "I'm all right. You mustn't talk like that, though. You're going to be all right very soon now." He smiled grimly. "Do you think so?" He shook his head, for he thought differently. "Sit down, dear," he went on. I'm not worried about that. I want to talk to you again. I want you near me." He sighed and shut his eyes for a minute. She drew up a chair close beside the bed, her face toward his, and took his hand. It seemed such a beautiful thing that he should send for her. Her eyes showed the mingled sympathy, affection, and gratitude of her heart. At the same time, fear gripped her. How ill he looked. "I can't tell what may happen," he went on. "Letty is in Europe. I wanted to see you again for some time. I was coming out this trip. We are living in New York, you know." "You're a little stouter, Jennie." "Yes, I'm getting old, Lester," she smiled. "Oh, that doesn't make any difference," he replied, looking at her fixedly. "Age doesn't count. We are all in that boat. It's how we feel about life." He stopped and stared at the ceiling. A slight twinge of pain reminded him of the vigorous seizures he had been through. He couldn't stand many more paroxysms like the last one. "I couldn't go, Jennie, without seeing you again," he observed, when the slight twinge ceased and he was free to think again. "I always wanted to say to you, Jennie," he went on, "that I haven't been satisfied with the way we parted. It wasn't the right thing, after all. I haven't been any happier. I'm sorry. I wish now, for my own peace of mind, that I hadn't done it." "Don't say that, Lester," she demurred, going over in her mind all that had been between them. This was such a testimony to their real union, their real spiritual compatibility. "It's all right. It doesn't make any difference. You've been very good to me. I wouldn't have been satisfied to have you lose your fortune. It couldn't be that way. I've been a lot better satisfied as it is. It's been hard, but, dear, everything is hard at times." She paused. "No," he said, "it wasn't right. The thing wasn't worked out right from the start. But that wasn't your fault. I'm sorry. I wanted to tell you that. I'm glad I'm here to do it." "Don't talk that way, Lester. Please don't," she pleaded. "It's all right. You needn't be sorry. There's nothing to be sorry for. You have always been so good to me. Why, when I think—" She stopped, for it was hard for her to speak. She was choking with affection and sympathy. She pressed his hands. She was recalling the house he took for her family in Cleveland, his generous treatment of Gerhardt, all the long-ago tokens of love and kindness. "Well, I've told you now, and I feel better. You're a good woman, Jennie, and you're kind to come to me this way. I loved you. I love you now. I want to tell you that. It seems strange, but you're the only woman I ever did truly love. We should never have parted." Jennie caught her breath. It was the one thing she had waited for all these years, this testimony. It was the one thing that could make everything right, this confession of spiritual, if not material, union. Now she could live happily. Now die so. "Oh, Lester," she exclaimed with a sob, and pressed his hand. He returned the pressure. There was a little silence. Then he spoke again. "How are the two orphans?" he asked. "Oh, they're lovely," she answered, entering upon a detailed description of their diminutive personalities. He listened comfortably, for her voice was soothing to him. Her whole personality was grateful to him. When it came time for her to go, he seemed desirous of keeping her. "Going, Jennie?" "I can stay just as well as not, Lester," she volunteered. "I'll take a room. I can send a note out to Mrs. Swenson. It will be all right." "You needn't do that," he said, but she could see that he wanted her, that he did not want to be alone. From that time on, until the hour of his death, she was not out of the hotel. The end came after 4 days, during which Jennie was by his bedside almost constantly. The nurse in charge welcomed her at first as a relief and company, but the physician was inclined to object. Lester, however, was stubborn. "This is my death," he said, with a touch of grim humor. "If I am dying, I ought to be allowed to die in my own way." Watson smiled at the man's unfaltering courage. He had never seen anything like it before. There were cards of sympathy, calls of inquiry, notices in the newspaper. Robert saw an item in the Enquirer and decided to go to Chicago. Imogene called with her husband, and they were admitted to Lester's room for a few minutes after Jennie had gone to hers. Lester had little to say. The nurse cautioned them that he was not to be talked to much. When they were gone, Lester said to Jennie, "Imogene has changed a good deal." He made no other comment. Mrs. Kane was on the Atlantic 3 days out from New York the afternoon Lester died. He had been meditating whether anything more could be done for Jennie, but he could not make up his mind about it. Certainly it was useless to leave her more money. She did not want it. He had been wondering where Letty was and how near her actual arrival might be when he was seized with a tremendous paroxysm of pain. Before relief could be administered in the shape of an anesthetic, he was dead. It developed afterward that it was not the intestinal trouble which killed him, but a lesion of a major blood vessel in the brain. Jennie, who had been strongly wrought up by watching and worrying, was beside herself with grief. He had been a part of her thought and feeling so long that it seemed now as though a part of herself had died. She had loved him as she had fancied she could never love anyone, and he had always shown that he cared for her, at least in some degree. She could not feel the emotion that expresses itself in tears, only a dull ache, a numbness which seemed to make her insensible to pain. He looked so strong, her Lester, lying there still in death. His expression was unchanged, defiant, determined, albeit peaceful. Word had come from Mrs. Kane that she would arrive on the Wednesday following. It was decided to hold the body. Jennie learned from Mr. Watson that it was to be transferred to Cincinnati, where the Paces had a vault. Because of the arrival of various members of the family, Jennie withdrew to her own home. She could do nothing more. The final ceremonies presented a peculiar commentary on the anomalies of existence. It was arranged with Mrs. Kane by wire that the body should be transferred to Imogene's residence, and the funeral held from there. Robert, who arrived the night Lester died, Barry Dodge, Imogene's husband, Mr. Midgley, and 3 other citizens of prominence were selected as pallbearers. Louise and her husband came from Buffalo, Amy and her husband from Cincinnati. The house was full to overflowing with citizens who either sincerely wished or felt it expedient to call. Because of the fact that Lester and his family were tentatively Catholic, a Catholic priest was called in, and the ritual of that church was carried out. It was curious to see him lying in the parlor of this alien residence, candles at his head and feet, burning sepulchre, a silver cross upon his breast, caressed by his waxen fingers. He would have smiled if he could have seen himself, but the Kane family was too conventional, too set in its convictions, to find anything strange in this. The church made no objection, of course. The family was distinguished. What more could be desired? On Wednesday, Mrs. Kane arrived. She was greatly distraught, for her love, like Jennie's, was sincere. She left her room that night when all was silent and leaned over the coffin, studying by the light of the burning candles Lester's beloved features. Tears trickled down her cheek, for she had been happy with him. She caressed his cold cheeks and hands. "Poor dear Lester," she whispered. "Poor brave soul." No one told her that he had sent for Jennie. The Kane family did not know. Meanwhile, in the house on South Park Avenue, sat a woman who was enduring alone the pain, the anguish of an irreparable loss. Through all these years the subtle hope had persisted, in spite of every circumstance, that somehow life might bring him back to her. He had come, it is true. He really had in death, but he had gone again. Where? Whither her mother, whither Gerhardt, whither Vesta had gone. She could not hope to see him again, for the papers had informed her of his removal to Mrs. Midgley's residence, and of the fact that he was to be taken from Chicago to Cincinnati for burial. The last ceremonies in Chicago were to be held in one of the wealthy Roman Catholic churches of the South Side, St. Michael's, of which the Midgleys were members. Jennie felt deeply about this. She would have liked so much to have had him buried in Chicago, where she could go to the grave occasionally, but this was not to be. She was never a master of her fate. Others invariably controlled. She thought of him as being taken from her finally by the removal of the body to Cincinnati, as though distance made any difference. She decided at last to veil herself heavily and attend the funeral at the church. The paper had explained that the service would be at 2 in the afternoon. Then at 4, the body would be taken to the depot and transferred to the train. The members of the family would accompany it to Cincinnati. She thought of this as another opportunity. She might go to the depot. A little before the time for the funeral cortege to arrive at the church, there appeared at one of its subsidiary entrances a woman in black, heavily veiled, who took a seat in an inconspicuous corner. She was a little nervous at first, for seeing that the church was dark and empty, she feared lest she had mistaken the time and place. But after 10 minutes of painful suspense, a bell in the church tower began to toll solemnly. Shortly thereafter an acolyte in black gown and white surplice appeared and lighted a group of candles on either side of the altar. A hushed stirring of feet in the choir loft indicated that the service was to be accompanied by music. Some loiterers, attracted by the bell, some idle strangers, a few acquaintances and citizens not directly invited, appeared and took seats. Jennie watched all this with wondering eyes. Never in her life had she been inside a Catholic church. The gloom, the beauty of the windows, the whiteness of the altar, the golden flames of the candles impressed her. She was suffused with a sense of sorrow, loss, beauty, and mystery. Life in all its vagueness and uncertainty seemed typified by this scene. As the bell tolled, there came from the sacristy a procession of altar boys. The smallest, an angelic youth of 11, came first, bearing aloft a magnificent silver cross. In the hands of each subsequent pair of servitors was held a tall, lighted candle. The priest in black cloth and lace, attended by an acolyte on either hand, followed. The procession passed out the entrance into the vestibule of the church, and was not seen again until the choir began a mournful, responsive chant, the Latin supplication for mercy and peace. Then at this sound, the solemn procession made its reappearance. There came the silver cross, the candles, the dark-faced priest reading dramatically to himself as he walked, and the body of Lester in a great black coffin, with silver handles, carried by the pallbearers, who kept an even pace. Jennie stiffened perceptibly, her nerves responding as though to a shock from an electric current. She did not know any of these men. She did not know Robert. She had never seen Mr. Midgley. Of the long company of notables who followed 2 by 2, she recognized only 3, whom Lester had pointed out to her in past times. Mrs. Kane she saw, of course, for she was directly behind the coffin, leaning on the arm of a stranger. Behind her walked Mr. Watson, solemn, gracious. He gave a quick glance to either side, evidently expecting to see her somewhere, but not finding her. He turned his eyes gravely forward and walked on. Jennie looked with all her eyes, her heart gripped by pain. She seemed so much a part of this solemn ritual, yet infinitely removed from it all. The procession reached the altar rail, and the coffin was put down. A white shroud bearing the insignia of suffering, a black cross, was put over it, and the great candles were set beside it. There were chanted invocations and responses, the sprinkling of the coffin with holy water, the lighting and swinging of the censer, and then the mumbled responses of the auditors to the Lord's Prayer and to its Catholic edition, the Invocation to the Blessed Virgin. Jennie was overawed and amazed, but no show of form colorful, impression imperial, could take away the sting of death, the sense of infinite loss. To Jennie, the candles, the incense, the holy song were beautiful. They touched the deep chord of melancholy in her and made it vibrate through the depths of her being. She was as a house filled with mournful melody and the presence of death. She cried and cried. She could see, curiously, that Mrs. Kane was sobbing convulsively also. When it was all over, the carriages were entered and the body was borne to the station. All the guests and strangers departed, and finally, when all was silent, she arose. Now she would go to the depot also, for she was hopeful of seeing his body put on the train. They would have to bring it out on the platform, just as they did in Vesta's case. She took a car, and a little later she entered the waiting room of the depot. She lingered about, first in the concourse, where the great iron fence separated the passengers from the tracks, and then in the waiting room, hoping to discover the order of proceedings. She finally observed the group of immediate relatives waiting: Mrs. Kane, Robert, Mrs. Midgley, Louise, Amy, Imogen, and the others. She actually succeeded in identifying most of them, though it was not knowledge in this case, but pure instinct and intuition. No one had noticed in the stress of excitement, but it was Thanksgiving Eve. Throughout the great railroad station there was a hum of anticipation, that curious ebullition of fancy which springs from the thought of pleasure to come. People were going away for the holiday. Carriages were at the station entries. Announcers were calling in stentorian voices the destination of each new train as the time of its departure drew near. Jennie heard with a desperate ache the description of a route which she and Lester had taken more than once, slowly and melodiously emphasized: Detroit, Toledo, Cleveland, Buffalo, and New York. There were cries for trains for Fort Wayne, Columbus, Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, and points east, and then finally for Indianapolis, Louisville, Columbus, Cincinnati, and points south. The hour had struck. Several times Jennie had gone to the concourse between the waiting room and the track to see if through the iron grating which separated her from her beloved she could get one last look at the coffin or the great wooden box which held it before it was put on the train. Now she saw it coming. There was a baggage porter pushing a truck into position near the place where the baggage car would stop. On it was Lester, the last shadow of his substance, encased in the honors of wood and cloth and silver. There was no thought on the part of the porter of the agony of loss which was represented here. He could not see how wealth and position in this hour were typified to her mind as a great fence, a wall, which divided her eternally from her beloved. Had it not always been so? Was not her life a patchwork of conditions made and affected by these things which she saw, wealth and force which had found her unfit? She had evidently been born to yield, not seek. This Penelope of power had been paraded before her since childhood. What could she do now but stare vaguely after it as it marched triumphantly by? Lester had been of it. Him it respected. Of her it knew nothing. She looked through the grating, and once more there came the cry of Indianapolis, Louisville, Columbus, Cincinnati, and points south. A long red train, brilliantly lighted, composed of baggage cars, day coaches, a dining car set with white linen and silver, and a half a dozen comfortable Pullmans, rolled in and stopped. A great black engine, puffing and glowing, had it all safely in tow. As the baggage car drew near the waiting truck, a train hand in blue, looking out of the car, called to someone within. "Hey, Jack, give us a hand here. There's a stiff outside." Jennie could not hear. All she could see was the great box that was so soon to disappear. All she could feel was that this train would start presently, and then it would all be over. The gates opened. The passengers poured out. There were Robert and Amy and Louise and Midgley, all making for the Pullman cars in the rear. They had said their farewells to their friend. No need to repeat them. A trio of assistants gave a hand at getting the great wooden case into the car. Jennie saw it disappear with an acute physical wrench at her heart. There were many trunks to be put aboard, and then the door of the baggage car half closed. But not before the warning bell of the engine sounded. There was the insistent calling of "All aboard!" from this quarter and that. Then slowly the great locomotive began to move. Its bell was ringing, its steam hissing, its smokestack throwing aloft a great black plume of smoke that fell back over the cars like a pall. The fireman, conscious of the heavy load behind, flung open a flaming furnace door to throw in coal. Its light glowed like a golden eye. Jennie stood rigid, staring into the wonder of this picture, her face white, her eyes wide, her hands unconsciously clasped. But one thought in her mind: they were taking his body away. A leaden November sky was ahead, almost dark. She looked and looked until the last glimmer of the red lamp on the receding sleeper disappeared in the maze of smoke and haze overhanging the tracks of the far-stretching yard. "Yes," said the voice of a passing stranger, gay with the anticipation of coming pleasures. "We're going to have a great time down there. Remember Annie? Uncle Jim is coming, and Aunt Ella." Jennie did not hear that or anything else of the chatter and bustle around her. Before her was stretching a vista of lonely years, down which she was steadily gazing. Now what? She was not so old yet. There were those 2 orphan children to raise. They would marry and leave after a while, and then what? Days and days in endless reiteration, and then... End of Jennie Gerhardt by Theodore Dreiser. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.